Chapter 636. The signal I am receiving from the direction of Valor City is weak, but I am positive there are 3 Divine Chord beings there, just concealed by something. Something is blocking me from seeing exactly where they are, and most importantly, blocking me from seeing them as being connected to the system itself. My curiosity is piqued, and I walk straight out the door and hover upward as it closes, leaving the man and woman from the Crimson Army to keep the former prisoners in line while my double makes its way over to handle these hunters. I get a local telepathy transmission from Raven as we float higher into the sky. You have more Divine Chord friends than I thought. They're strong, and by the looks of it, very loyal because of a long history of growing together. I turn my head toward Sector 1 and reply. If you are talking about the 4 you just saw, yes, we built this empire together. I thank you for staying concealed while we shared a moment. There are a few others you have yet to meet. However, the 3 you sense to the north? I've never sensed them before. My gaze tightens, and I pull a teleport crystal from my storage that leads to the Galeheart Tower. As we fly high out of sight from the hunters below, my double arrives, and I crush the white crystal while Raven's hand materializes to touch my shoulder and come for the ride. The blinding white flash of light fades, and I find myself back in the mana-shielded lobby. I've been to many times before, with familiar lobby men greeting me the moment I arrive. Welcome back, sir. It has been a while. Lith has been waiting for your return to bring you good news. I raise an eyebrow at the greeting as Raven disappears faster than the B-class rated guards are capable of seeing, then reply. Is that so? Lith is here now? What is this good news? Simultaneously, I let out a deeper scan of the city now that I am here to see what is really going on. And the readings I get back are quite confusing, as I watch dozens of status screens and vitals within my Rising Emperor's domain interface light up within the tower I am standing in. The lobby man continues. I'll send him down right away. It is about those arena fighters you brought in after the battle with the Dark One. A visitor came by today and healed them all back to perfect health. My curiosity grows as my enemy detection link shows me visuals of all of the members he speaks of, up and active, either training in private facilities within the tower, reading in the libraries, or eating in the dining halls. They're all full of energy and life. When not too long ago, they were barely opening their eyes for an hour a day. The methods Monk was using were working slow and steady. And with the increase in available chi he was able to farm while I was away at the B-class exams, I assumed the healing process to get a little bit faster. But a full recovery this quickly was not within my expectations. My senses permeate further throughout the city as the lobby man contacts Lith, and the sensor on the elevator lights up to show it is in use. I instantly pinpoint the source of the 3 Divine Cores. They're underground inside the Black Stone Pyramid. I can't sense fully inside, as the many layers of dense chi and hard black stone that reject taking in any energy make up the entire fortress. But I am positive there is divine energy coming from it. It doesn't feel hostile, and my best guess is that this miraculous recovery of all of the arena fighters is definitely connected to this source of energy and the guest the lobby man mentioned. However, before I can think too much on the fact, the elevator opens and Lith walks out with a smile across his face. Jay, welcome back. What a coincidence you've shown up the day everyone was healed. I tighten my gaze even more as he approaches and reply. I don't think this is a coincidence at all. Who healed the injured fighters, and how? We tried everything. Even Abby's magic didn't bring them back. Lith motions for me to come closer and join him in the elevator while he responds. It was a friend of Monk. He brought him along for the daily healing procedures. I never would have let anyone in without your permission, but the old man Monk called his master was healed by the visitor too. And I nod and become even more curious as I enter the elevator. This explains a few more things to me. The fact that I only sense chi and no mana in these beings, and the link to Monk and his master now makes sense as to why Lith would comply and let this mysterious visitor into the facilities. Good. You did nothing wrong. If they're a friend of Monk's, then they're a friend of mine. I want to meet with them right away. I enter the elevator, and Lith presses the button to bring us to the ground floor. I talk again as it dings open. Oh, and nice to see you again. I hope business is booming here in Sector 1. Fry handles the accounting reports. I remember the numbers were rising, but I don't know exactly by how much. Lith pridefully leads me out into the desolate streets of the center of Valor City, leading myself and Raven in stealth mode toward the Platinum Walls. Yes, revenue in Valor City is up by over double this month versus last. The new trade routes built connecting us to Sector 4 and Sector 2, including all the smaller villages in between, have brought an absurd amount of foot traffic. He smiles to himself as I send out another pulse of perception now that we're outside. Even the lower trade cities, where more common products are sold, are benefiting greatly, as many traders and even tourists are coming over from Solara. At this rate, we'll need to expand the city soon. I smile back as we are led into the Platinum District by Lith's royal guards. Of course, say the word and I'll have as many builders here to begin whatever projects are necessary. We've just merged with the 8 great regions, after all. This traffic is just the start. I think a few dungeon hubs available to the public would make this place stand out even more. It'd stimulate the economy even further. Lith's eyes widen, surprised at my claim that the nations have merged. But he adapts to the new idea quickly and responds with other building and trading possibilities. He is originally from the 8 great regions after all, and merely moved out here for fewer regulations and more opportunity to grow. Over the decades of trading experience, he is most likely adapted to all kinds of mayhem. So, this is no different. By the time Monk's Black Pyramid comes into view, we've strategized and decided on a nationwide public auction business that he'd like to make known and travel from region to region, selling rare loot to the elites and businessmen of every new nation I create and expand to. He helps me. I help him. I own this entire dual nation, so every bronze spent, no matter where it is, will be taxed. Every business expansion, large or small, works out in my favor. Whatever Lith wants to do is fine by me. I have far bigger things to worry about right now. We stop in front of the rectangular opening of the Blackstone Pyramid that I know so well. However, now, with the small amount of knowledge I have about this odd blackstone material that makes it up, the entire structure is far more eerie to me. The fact that an entire booming city and economy was built around it, but the ones that live inside continue in their ways and don't conform with the ongoing world around them, makes me wonder if it is a deliberate reflection of the fact that she was always here, even before the mana and dungeons transformed this world. While my mind wanders, footsteps walk down the dark black hall. Yet, thanks to my Rising Emperor's domain interface, it is no surprise who shows their face once they walk out. It is Monk, wearing his signature orange robe and showing me a thin smile matched with a calm white aura. He bows before me, and Monk speaks up once his eyes meet mine again. "You've come back, and just in time. I take it this means you've sensed his return." I don't exactly know what to say back for a moment, but nod in reply. "Sure, I don't know what I've sensed, and if they're a friend of yours, consider them a friend of mine. I just know whoever is in your temple right now is extremely powerful, and I'd like to meet them and learn how exactly they healed all of our allies." Monk turns around and starts to walk into the dark black entrance hall. "Of course, a meeting is already planned. He has been waiting for you, after all." I follow close behind, however. Monk's next words make my eyes widen, and so many more questions spin through my mind. "There was a message he wanted to tell you before you walked in. It is that Raven is welcome to join the meeting as well." Chapter 637. I don't directly reply to Monk's statement, as I know the strength of the people that are here, and am quite positive there is no way they can sense Raven. "Great! I'd like to meet them right away." Then, I say goodbye to Lith, sending him a mental wave of telepathy, linking him with another one of my doubles, and Brythe thousands of kilometers away in a 3-way channel to continue discussing the business idea we came up with on my way over. He turns away with a smile while I follow Monk into his temple, without commenting on the fact that whoever is here knows of Raven, and was expecting my arrival as well. As we walk into the black stone hallway, I feel the familiar sensation of my system and access to mana-based skills waiver in and out of use. However, unlike the many times in the past when, once I got far enough inside, my system would go completely dark, the divine energy tethering to my being sets up a natural barrier between myself and the stone I walk on. I can feel it is not purely a sensory manifestation either. as Monk's attributes are all grayed out in my senses, because he is touching the stone. Raven, who walks behind me completely in stealth mode, is also still connected to the system. It is a mystery to me if this is because of my purple barrier, my true core's strength to overpower the stone, some mutation in my abilities, or something completely different. The only thing that is at the forefront of my mind escapes my lips while Monk presses his hand against the closed entrance door at the end of the hall. Who exactly is it that I am meeting? As the door opens after it blinks bright white with chi, and Monk leads us down the stairs into the main entrance hall of the temple, he responds. Our founder has returned! The saint, the one closest to the truth of the originators. He who taught us the ancient chi manipulation techniques. I raise an eyebrow at his words and reply back as we walk through the mildly crowded dining hall. Yes, I heard your leader was healed by the visitor as well. But who is he? Monk smiles as we turn a corner and begin walking down a familiar hall lined with doorways of training rooms, where he awakened my chi and where I trained many long hours with him, Abby and Maria, during the time Valor City was still under the control of the Dark One. Yes, he was healed, but my master is not the founder. He is only the local master of this temple. It is quite an honor to see him in the flesh. Today was my first time seeing him. Many thought he was just another myth to keep us hopeful for the future, just like the originators themselves, but I always had faith, and he is real. Now, my curiosity grows even stronger. Whoever these divine core individuals are, they are connected to this temple, and their appearance here and now is surely correlated with the appearance of the Black Tower and the abyss retracting. However, the last key piece of information isn't quite making sense. It is the mention of Raven's name. We walk further down the hall, and my perception of the 3 gravity wells gets closer. Yet it is still incredibly dampened by all of the dead space of the black walls, ceilings, and floors around me. Monk finally stops in front of a door, sends a pulse of chi into it to let it click open, then steps back and motions for me to walk through. I walk inside, and the training room looks exactly like any other. The large portion of open sparring space is empty, and the air is dense with chi. However, to my left, in the area full of weapons, crates of materials, and a table to sit at in the resting area, I see an old man sitting behind it and 2 younger warriors at opposite ends sitting by his sides. Their bodies are completely covered in extremely dense white barriers of chi, and from deep within, I sense the faint glow of divine light seeping out from both of them, but not enough to emit a powerful aura on their surroundings. The old man's gaze locks with mine as I enter the room and the door behind me shuts. We don't say any words to each other for a few seconds, and I send out more and more pulses of perception at him to try and figure out what I am looking at. The longer I stare, the less it makes sense. If my eyes weren't looking at the 3 men before me, I wouldn't have believed they were here. My system interface doesn't even pick up levels or any grayed out readings at all. It is like they're unawakened, without a drop of mana in their bodies. Yet, the deeper I look into their beings, the odder it gets. They don't even seem to have bodies at all. Every fiber of their flesh and blood comes back to my mental readings as pure chi, tethered with divine energy floating out from their cores. It is similar to the technique that I've watched Monk and his master perform before. However, this is no greater form or system ability animating in front of me. It seems to be their actual bodies, or more like lack of bodies. I stop my slow walk toward them once I am just a few meters in front of the table and nod with my arms crossed. I hear you are already expecting me, so there is no need for a subtle introduction. Who are you, and why are you here? The old man doesn't move his gaze from mine. However, the 2 orange-cored men look me up and down, curiously with an air of innocence around them. He replies, and his tone is extremely soft, higher-pitched, and calming. Not exactly what I expected to hear. My people refer to me as the Saint, but that is merely a title, as your people call you the Flame Emperor. He pauses, and finally takes his gaze away from mine and looks around the room. Is she here, Raven? I watched your battle very closely. It was quite a magnificent exchange. My eyes widen, but the old man continues to speak. Even if she hasn't made it here today, I am glad she was able to fight again. I haven't seen her be so free-spirited in battle since the day she joined the Order. He smiles and looks up at the ceiling as if he is remembering something. I left the public eye many years ago, but it seemed like the light of hope was already beaten out of her. I am glad someone relit that flame, allowing her to take a new path, and just as the throne showed itself again. Great timing indeed. I open my mouth to speak and raise a finger, but no words come out. He has just confirmed so many of my suspicions in less than a minute that there are hardly any more questions to ask. After a pause, I am finally about to speak. But to my surprise, Raven materializes out of thin air beside me and beats me to it. It is you, the Order member that went dark just a couple of years after I joined. How did you know I was here? The moment she appears, an immense wave of yellow threads fills the room and begins tearing through the thick chi defenses of the three men before us. Raven isn't even in attack mode or releasing an exceptional amount of her aura, but I can tell if she is in such close proximity for many seconds longer, they will be in fatal danger. I reflexively grab her wrist and mimic the purple barrier sharing technique I used on the Lich King when I wanted to mask his identity. The intensity in the room immediately stops heightening once every spare thread is pushed back into her body by the purple barrier. Yet, there is already a large amount still contaminating the air. It is making the orange cores lightheaded, and a look of worry mixed with interest comes across the yellow-cored old man's face as I perform my next task, activating the innate properties of my True Core's absorption technique and the new ability I managed to steal from the Man of Threads in the Dark Forest. Tendrils of pure divine energy wrapped in dense mana come out from my body and fill the room to soak up all of the excess threads in a matter of seconds. The room falls silent once the crisis is averted, and the old man smiles as he replies, "Incredible. Even now, touching the typo originator stone, you are able to use mana with such ease." His wandering eyes come back to Raven, then he speaks again. "And Raven, it was merely an assumption that you would arrive. You have nothing to fear. I could not sense your presence." She takes a deep breath, and I feel her heartbeat slow back down as she gets out of an attack stance and stands up straight. "Well then, good. I guess there wouldn't be a threat from you anyway. Our pact still stands. However, why have you returned? To take your chance at the throne too? Or have the big three sent you here to spy on us? Or," he cuts her off with a chuckle, "I am not even connected to the system. It would be impossible for me to walk through the doors. My dreams of claiming the throne were lost long ago, and my disdain for the big three has not wavered. I am not your enemy or competition, just a helping hand to offer information to an ally in the next great war that is soon to begin." I take a step forward, now with all of the pieces of this puzzle starting to come together in my head. What information is so important that you've shown yourself now, after many decades of hiding? And what is it that you want in return? Chapter 638. What is it that I have to offer? The old man thinks to himself for a moment, then speaks again. I could offer many things. Our ancient techniques, allowing one to let go of their physical body, and even separate from the system itself. However, you have awakened your true core and have begun to walk down a far different path. Learning our way would only be a hindrance to your progression. He smiles. What I can offer you is new information. I've studied this world and awaited this day for over 3 centuries. My natural end is near, and I feel it is my duty to pass on knowledge to a candidate for the throne I believe will serve this world's future the best. He chuckles to himself while looking back up at the ceiling. And what is it that I want? Nothing is free in this world anymore. Isn't that right? He sighs, and the 2 younger men by his sides, who look not much older than myself, still stare at me with eyes of awe. All I want is to make sure this world stays in the hands of the humans, that we do not become merely a number, forgotten in the cosmic scale of the system's great game. Could I at least have your word that you will never forget your humanity? I raise an eyebrow, and after a pause, reply, "That is an easy enough request. I'll accept. What do you mean by the system's great game? And before, You said you couldn't challenge the throne even if you wanted to because you are not connected to the system. How is this so? The old man's eyes tighten their gaze, and the corner of his lips turn upward. Right down to business. That does seem to be your style. I nod and await his next words. It is true. I am not connected to the system as some of my disciples and a majority of this world are. This is because I started my progression down this path long before this world linked to the source. I tempered my body and mind using a power source that is actively being forgotten by this universe. Chi. I open my mouth to ask more, but the old man continues his speech before I do. It is the remnant of an old system that has long been forgotten and eroded away into nothing but a pure and strange energy source left behind. Who made it? Who controlled it? Why is it everywhere? In our soil, air, and imbued in undetectable artifacts scattered among this world. There is no definitive answer to these questions. He stares me in the eyes. Just as in a million years, a new race born on a planet far away may begin their exploration of the stars and find thick mana shielding that has decayed for millennia here, there is no correct translation for the ancient texts. Just as many scientists and craftsmen today debate the correct or most efficient use of mana to create potions and gear. He lets out a sigh and looks back up at the ceiling. So know this. What I tell you are my personal predictions and observations. Reality has a way of shifting its gaze when great forces interact with it. His words resonate deeply with other conversations I've had with Ember, Celia, and many others, but I've never heard anyone contextualize it quite like this. The old man is saying that Chi wasn't always in this form, and there is no way for us to know the true secrets of what it was as they're lost in time. An ancient technology belonging to a long-extinct race that most likely spread its power throughout many stars and worlds. It is awe-inspiring, but at the same time makes me shiver as an understanding washes over me. And I reply, so mana, the system itself. It is the manifestation of a new powerful entity spreading its power from this so-called source. This is why you are calling it a game. I think back to my limited conversations with demons at the top of labyrinths, and their obsession with bringing pure mana from this world back to theirs, and the formation of dungeons, systematically growing and giving gifts of loot to hunters that allow them to grow stronger while draining them of mana when they use their skills within. So many more things are starting to make sense, but at the same time, this opens up more and more holes of knowledge and possibilities that make my head spin. The old man replies, that is quite a good theory. That mana is a tool for a larger entity to control every planet it touches. However, it is not the only source of power that is prevalent and spreading. If anything, demonic energy is the prominent energy in the local system. Just like mana, it too can be mixed with chi to create a powerful soul energy. I was not aware of this fact until 30 years after the system connected to this world, and a demon arrived to plant the throne. Celia spoke of a similar thing happening on many other worlds, as demons would find a target, plant a seed, and slowly consume the world's energy until it was ready to awaken and be claimed. However, Raven's eyes widen at this statement, as apparently this is very new knowledge to her. She interjects, a demon planted the throne, and you saw it? Do the other council members know of this fact? The saint looks at Raven beside me and thinks for a moment before speaking again. I don't know if they're aware of this fact, but considering their control over the labyrinths in Central, I can only assume they know far more about the demons than we do. If anything, they may know it is futile for them to face the demons in their current forms and have brokered a deal long ago to sacrifice this world in exchange for survival. It is one of the major reasons I wish to help the Flame Emperor now. I've watched many kingdoms rise and fall. His has been the fastest and most promising, and it is where I wish to make my final bet on humanity. I am the one to interject next. Are you saying there are demons on this world who wield divine energy as well? Stronger than true cores? He nods and turns to me. On this world? I am not so sure, but waiting for their time to arrive once the throne awakens, I am certain of it. The throne itself is a Type C originator artifact. It holds divine power, so it would make sense if they too wield this power, I reply. remembering at the start of our conversation when he mentioned something similar to this as well. What is a Type C originator artifact? And earlier you mentioned that it was impressive for me to be using mana while in contact with this temple. What does this all mean? Both of the orange cord men sitting on the opposite ends of the table lean in as they're incredibly interested once I bring this question up. The saint smiles at their curiosity and replies, "A great question. We've been studying this phenomenon very closely the last few years. I'll give my disciples a chance to speak. Please, tell our guests our recent findings." As the old man stops talking, the two men to his sides both perk up, and the one to his right speaks in a clear and confident tone. Type A originator stone is what we are standing in right now, the most prominent type of ancient material found on this world. It stores chi, can be used to craft interesting structures and perform simple tasks like the moving doors in this fortress. And most interesting of all, it completely negates pure mana and shuts off the system itself when physical contact is made. The saint nods and turns to his other disciple, and he speaks in a younger-sounding voice, excited to add to the conversation. Type B originator artifacts are far more rare. We only found small traces of it while inside a demonic rift one time. It works almost the opposite as Type A's storing pure chi in the same capacity, but negating the use of demonic energy entirely. The old man nods and finishes the explanations. Type C is what we call any originator artifacts that react with divine energy in any way. Every time we've come in contact with them, we have never had a single study match results. It is rather unpredictable. No two Type C artifacts are the same. Some absorb divine threads, others act as a barrier. Some are unaffected, while others grow or shrink. Some serve a purpose and become complex machines, or even become living entities once exposed. The strength of the divine energy certainly plays a role in the reaction as well. Red, orange, yellow. There is always a different result. The only true definition I can give for this is strange. As he describes this artifact type, my mind wanders back to the black seeds I found within Celia's construct, and the fact that they only reacted to my divine energy. The definition of strange is very fitting. I don't reply just yet, and let the old man finish. The throne itself is one of these Type C artifacts. Over the years, I've tried to study it many times, but something always makes me forget what I've learned, or why I've even forgotten it. The closer to the throne I travel each time, the more bewildered I become once I leave. The only notes I've ever managed to take down were from the day I watched the demon place it on this world. It was that despite the throne's black appearance, deep within it, the energy it stored was made of a shimmering silver light. The room goes silent, as everyone is momentarily stumped by this conclusion, but my thoughts race. Divine silver light. I've only encountered a similar description twice before. Once within the silver shimmering core of the Lich King, and also within Ember's core. Though his had a blend of golden and silver threads, divine beasts are involved in this whole awakening as well. I finally speak after a long pause. In that case, I think we should enter the abyss and conduct a few more tests. I'd like to examine this throne myself before it awakens and more dangerous powers arrive. The old man nods, then rises from his seat. As I hoped and expected, this will be a great opportunity. I'd also like to share my unique predictions of the trials you will face when the doors open. You will need every advantage you can get. Chapter 639. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, deep in the heart of the association's central headquarters, a muscular man with bright red hair and a matching beard walks in circles in a large golden room. His footsteps are light, almost like skips, and the air around him is full of silky yellow-white divine energy. The room is hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters high, yet it is extremely plain inside. There is a single entrance and exit point, and on the other side of the room, there is a golden throne with a staircase leading up to it. At its base, many tables and chairs lie empty, as though many speeches for a very important crowd have been spoken here in the past. But now, the man walks in circles with a devious smile on his face at the opposite side of the room. He mutters to himself as he thinks of grand plans, occasionally showing his mental breakthroughs in the form of massive displays of bright yellow flames emanating from his palms, tethered to their core with dense divine energy. Yet, once they hit the room's golden walls, the flames dissipate in an instant. Even when the divine fireballs are thrown in seemingly random directions, headed toward the throne, and stares at the back of the room, they too are absorbed by the golden material, and the flames never disrupt the solid state of the room. Deep below this golden coating, dense black stone lines the entire room, and even makes up all of the artifacts within this tyrant's palace. Not even the strongest flames of a true core have any effect on the unique S-grade shielding. The man stops his pacing and pulls out an obsidian black cube with 3 bright yellow crystals on its face. He presses one of them, which burns the brightest. Shall I send out the scouts and prepare for a base to be built in the Dark Continent? The time is near. He smiles while pulling his finger from the crystal, but holds the device in his palm as he continues to walk around the empty golden hall, leaving nothing but the light crackle of bright yellow flames that cover his body and the sound of his footsteps to fill the silence of the great room. A few minutes go by, and the red-haired man gets back into a rhythmic display of walking in circles and thinking before another click sounds on the transmission device. In a room coated in a dazzling silver lacquer, of a similar size to the last, there is another throne at its back with an identical staircase leading up to it. However, everything below the first few steps is submerged in a supercooled liquid that flows like water but has the white coloring and temperature of ice. Divine threads surge through the material, and they only manage to stay inside and not radiate out to the outside world because of the same dense black stone that lines this room. Atop the throne, swirling the pool of divine energy beneath her, a woman sits with white hair buzz cut extremely short and a muscular build that still holds the mystique of feminine curves. She wears nothing but a skin-tight glossy black material that covers portions of her body. It wriggles and moves to randomly expose areas of her striated muscles, feeding off the true core's excess divine power. It appears to be alive, made of originator stone, draining her divine core's essence as it wraps around her chest, legs, and shoulder to cover her vitals like armor. The woman's white eyes stare at the black device on the arm of her throne that blares out the sound of the red-haired man's question. She lets out a sigh and raises a finger in the air, and the immense pool of white liquid ice swirls faster and faster at the base of the room until it all flows back into her finger, disappearing as if it was never there. Her eyes pulse bright white a few times, then she answers the call. Redgrave. This world will be ours. There is no reason for us to rush the process now, especially as the abyss has not yet revealed the number of doors that will open. The white-eyed woman stands from her throne and looks at the shut door at the back of her room, then stretches her arms and puts on a smile as she realizes Redgrave isn't serious about his words and plays along. Then again, after Mr. Freeman's death, the 8 great regions must be in chaos by now. Maybe if we showed up now and cleared out those settlers with our presence alone, it would be doing them a favor. The black tendrils of Originator artifact that slither around her muscular body pulse with a yellow light, matching the excitement that builds up in her core. But a well-spoken, calm, and collected voice echoes through the transmission device, making her wandering thoughts cease. Both of you must have patience. There is a 9.93% chance that arriving 5 days early to the throne will result in an unnecessary fight breaking out among us. I advise we wait approximately 126 hours before arriving to limit our chances of fighting below 0.1%. In a plain room, less than a quarter the size of the silver or gold, with nothing but a simple table and chair at its back facing the door, a man with pale skin, a jet-black suit, and thin-framed glasses sits. The room itself is lined with the same unbreakable black shielding, yet the man inside doesn't test its limits. He has refused to coat it with an aesthetic wall covering like the other two, as it is not necessary for its efficiency. He stares down at a complicated system interface while pressing the small yellow crystal on the transmission device again. In addition to this fact, there are approximately 61.89 million citizens that reside in the 8 great regions and Dark Continent combined. If we arrive too early, our workers for the New World will be injured or even killed. We must conceal our presence until the doors reveal themselves. He takes his finger off the device and goes back to staring at a fast-moving blue text interface in the dark black room. Redgrave's flames fill his room again as he makes his voice sound impatient. but he smiles ear to ear, caring little about waiting a few more days. Come on, Beckman. What does a few million lives matter if we've already brokered half the new world away in your deal with the demons? Alara speaks up next, almost instantly after Redgrave's remark, as she begins walking down the steps of her throne to stretch her legs. It has been decades since you made that deal anyway. Beckman, I am in the mood for a good fight. What if we just battle them for control? All three of us have become far stronger since that meeting. What is the worst that could happen if we broke the contract? She grins too, riling the meticulous man up for a bit of fun. He replies after tapping away at his system interface in his dark lair for about a full minute before replying. It is our best course of action to honor the deal. Even now, if all three of us in our current forms were to face the demon we met years ago, there would only be a 21.75% chance of our victory, and that would incur a minimum of one casualty between the three of us. It is not the optimal path to take moving forward. If Redgrave yells back through the transmission device, cutting him off from rambling endless numbers. Yeah, this again, I know. It was a joke. Beckman. Alara's chuckle sounds out through the transmission device before she adds to the conversation further. Thank you for your analysis, Beckman. I too was just having a bit of fun. There is no reason to stray from our deal. I won't leave the shelter until you believe the time is right, though one thing still makes me think. What do you make of the incident between Raven and Sebastian? Are we missing anything? Did she really kill the threat that ended Mr. Freeman? There is a long pause through the whole channel, but the man finally looks up from his dashboard and replies. There is a 95.68% chance that Raven has allowed them to live and aligned herself with the threat she was tasked to eliminate. Her death after the initial clash with certain cause of death would be divine energy poisoning, without a doubt. Considering the resources available, she could not have survived without help. There is a 0.04% chance the threat she let survive would be strong enough to injure any of us if that is the display of their total power. The man taps away at his interface, and numbers continue to pile up before his unchanging gaze. After another moment of silence, the man speaks again. Redgrave, sending out a few scouts would be a great use of resources. Have a survey of the 8 great regions, the Dark Continent, and Raven's base conducted. If this Flame Emperor is a bigger threat than we initially anticipated, it would be best to nip things in the bud, even if the chances are minuscule. Anything that changes the odds of our ideal outcome must be eliminated. Chapter 640. As multiple A-class scouts are tasked with stealth missions across the world to survey the lands of 3 nations they believe to be in turmoil, the meeting in Monk's Temple beneath Valor City continues, while a quick history lesson on the old man's origins and his thoughts on the global economy shifting from education, natural resources, and real estate to dungeon diving and energy gathering is interesting. I am more focused on the urgent future. These trials you speak of, tell me more. Why is everyone so certain these doors will open? I've done countless scans on the abyss, yet I can never sense anything within. Was there something I missed before it all awakened? I turned to Raven, then back to the old man. And the big 3 as well. I want to know everything about them. They'll be our biggest adversaries moving forward, correct? The old man smiles and glances toward the room's exit. To answer your questions about the trials in the abyss, I think it is best to explain further once we leave this temple. I can't use my mana equipment to show you the necessary data in here. As for the big 3, he turns to Raven, and she responds to my second question. I know I haven't told you much, but that is because it is all I know. I've only met each of them a handful of times in my decades with the Order. I can give you physical descriptions and list the powers I am aware of, but they stay in their fortresses, in Central, to contain their power from the outside world. Even as a true core, the few minutes I've spent in their presence made it feel like my mind and body were about to split in two. They're on another level. I mull over her words as we conclude the meeting and leave the underground fortress together. Raven provides vague descriptions of the big 3. She is most detailed about Redgraves, as during her early days with the association, once she gained enough trust to become an A-class hunter, he was the one who gave her private training in the Great Central Labyrinth, helping her surpass level 10,000. Other than Raven herself, the only 3 hunters on the planet above that rank are the big 3. Alara is another member she has encountered only a few times, but her aura alone made it impossible for Raven to remain nearby for more than a few seconds at a time. Any region Alara touches turns to ice. The Saint interjects, recalling that back when he was active in the Order before Raven joined, Alara possessed a Type C originator artifact used during battle. He mentions it was potent for both offense and defense, but he has only seen crystal footage of this feat, which is now archived after the First Great War. Neither the Saint nor Raven have much to share on Beckman. They describe him similarly: tall, pale, handsome, and unlike the others, he doesn't emit a powerful aura. Despite this, both felt in mortal danger every second they spent in his presence, though it was purely instinctual. There were no physical signs to justify the feeling. Their insights give me mental images of the enemies at the top, but no clear strategy to face them, other than getting stronger for the inevitable clash. My doubles are hard at work across many nations, ensuring my plan to rise in strength happens as soon as possible. I see real-time memories of pure mana being farmed from the artificial mountains in the west and brought into the Crimson City labyrinth. In the few hours since it started, quadrillions of MP have been transported, as there are no other humans nearby for my doubles to hold back on, already elevating the labyrinth by a full floor. A mental map of the island of Palmyra also forms in my mind as the day progresses. Even the Finger Islands are being surveyed, along with the locations of storage houses. By the time night falls, I am confident a silent assassination of their dual tyrant leaders will be an easy feat, without anyone realizing what has been done. I grin as we walk out of the temple as a group of 3. The 2 Orange Cord disciples remain in one of the training rooms, while the 3 of us depart. The Saint is far better than them at creating a thick layer of pure white chi around his body, preventing any aura from leaking out as we pass by weaker humans. Raven, on the other hand, needs to maintain physical contact with me to hold the purple barrier in place as we leave. I share my concealment skill with her as we step out into the Platinum District. I send a telepathic message to Lith, assuring him not to worry about the silent alarms that are triggered as we float upward and out of Valor City, heading toward the Abyss. The Saint reaches into an item box, now reactivated in mana-rich air, and pulls out a recording crystal that was previously dormant. To answer your question about how and why we're certain the doors will open, this is why. The crystal shows an old recording of a large black slab of stone in a dark room. Surrounding it are dozens of humans with bright red, orange, and yellow cores in their chests. The video rotates around the slab, revealing illegible writing carved into it in an unknown language. The rotating stops at a diagram depicting a large tower with archways opening at its base. More diagrams of oddly shaped creatures standing before the doors are etched into the stone. The recording zooms in on a depiction of one of the doors opening, with a creature stepping inside. The image freezes for a few seconds, then cuts to a new scene of ancient writing impossible to read. The Saint allows the video to continue, showing different stone slabs and artifacts, with far fewer people in these recordings, as there are only texts, no images. He ends the video prematurely and puts the crystal away, speaking again. There was once a large collection of artifacts open to anyone within an alliance with Order members. Their trusted guards could visit, and researchers and recorders were welcome to study and contribute to the common knowledge of the originator's texts. He gazes off into the mountainous landscape of Sector 1 as we fly toward the Abyss. This too was taken away from the public eye, reserved for the Big 3 to study once the demons planted the throne. Discovered by the Central Scouting Unit not long after. All I have left to study are my personal artifacts, occasional outings to the demonic realm when rift keys are found, and the limited recordings from earlier explorations. I respond. So this is how you know of the doors. But what of the trials? The Saint nods as the endless darkness of the Abyss comes into view, even as I suppress all my senses and aura to avoid disrupting life in the nearby villages. One of the oldest translated texts, above these visual depictions, states that for the throne of a world to be claimed, its strongest champions must pass through the doors together. A trial of the body, a trial of the mind, and a trial of the soul must be passed before one can challenge the other champions. He pauses, thinking, then continues. There is another well-studied text. It was discovered in another region of the world. It roughly translates to, "The one who walks through the final door will be the champion that never stops climbing. The steps to the other side do not end. Only one who does not wish to pass through shall never die." Or something like that. The old man pulls out his recording crystal again, scrolling through the tapes before showing a piece of stone with incoherent carvings. He flips it toward me, and the three of us look down at it as he continues. "My theory is that these texts speak of different events, but they're all connected. Over the years, I've come to believe that the demons have replicated originator technology, imbuing it with their power source, and spread their reign from world to world by creating events for their archdemons to compete and upgrade their cores in a final trial for a world." I raise an eyebrow at the saint's words. Everything he says makes sense, but it all connects from different angles. The first new piece of information I've gathered today is that the pillar I see in the distance will be opening to accept challengers. This aligns with what Ember, the Lich King, Celia, and even Raven have told me so far. However, the second line in the saint's description sounds odd. The talk of immortality in these ancient texts doesn't quite fit with the facts I've heard from the true immortals or those closer to the source. Celia described reaching immortality as a universe-bending event, one she spent her 800 years trying to master. Simply claiming a world doesn't seem like such an event, if her own creation of the divine construct wasn't enough to satisfy this metric. Ember's old descriptions of this feat to an immortal core also seem far off. His only mention of the throne awakening was that it was a challenge for archdemons to become lords. So, I fixate on this fact, thinking the saint's knowledge will be the most accurate here. I believe it is a challenge for the archdemons as well. I've spoken to a few, and they're all keen on climbing the ranks, bringing mana back to their realm, and I've heard the throne is their opportunity to rank up and become demon lords. The old man's eyes gleam with understanding, and I follow up with a question. How strong was the demon who came to plant the throne? You said even the big three in Central likely made a deal with them, as they weren't fit to face them in their current forms. What did you mean by that? Were they stronger than us? Was it a green core? The saint's eyes widen even further as we reach the edge of the abyss in Sector 1, far from any villages or trade routes. I allow more of my perception and aura to leak out. As soon as he begins to answer, more land falls under my perception, and I sense multiple gravity wells far in the distance closing in on my territory. They don't seem strong, but they're certainly divine core holders, and I've never encountered these individuals before. Chapter 641. The saint replies while my divine perception continues to seep out and locate 16 individual gravity wells of red and orange core hunters approaching. A demon with a green core number. No. The one I witnessed plant the throne was a true core yellow, yet his aura was overwhelming even thousands of kilometers away. It was like witnessing a being that was not meant to be on this mortal plane. You do have quite the interesting theory, though. A green core is definitely something I've considered in my studies before. I, too, at one time, believed there was a clear-cut way to rise above the true yellow. But over the years, I've come to have my doubts. My gaze shifts back to him with a confused look, as I assumed with all of his knowledge of the originators, demons, and the system itself. My question about this green core would be nothing but a common-sense assumption. He continues and makes me think about the rarity of the purple ring on my finger further. Just because I do not believe a green core exists doesn't mean there is no other way to ascend. He pulls out another recording crystal and shows me more tablets of writing I cannot comprehend. These particular recordings look far crisper and more recent. However, the tablets of stone themselves look much older and more ancient than the first set of recordings he showed. This is a piece from my personal collection, a tablet I found myself long before the system arrived on this world. It roughly translates: those who are common, but wish to one day walk amongst the gods, must let go of the body and walk between your world and the fabric of reality. He shuts off the recording, and my mind is split between a few things. The first thing is that it seems this man and his cult, like following of studying this ancient text, have found their own way of preserving the mind, energy cores, and soul while substituting chi in place of the physical body, tethering it all together with divine energy. as his interpretation of the text. However, I have eyewitness proof that chi is not necessary to achieve this feat. I've seen the green serpent, cyan, and dark blue knights, and even Celia herself within her construct in pure energy forms. Though, the interpretation of walking between this world and the fabric of reality does make me wonder if this has some reason as to why there are no physical beings above this rank in this world. The divine construct was in fact a separate space in a pocket dimension of its own. Lastly, the age of the stone compared to the others makes me speculate the legitimacy of the writing even further. It was made here when mana was not rich on this world. Yes, the saint and other order members have had access to chi and divine energy before the system arrived. But I still wonder if the originators themselves used divine energy in its current form to reach this feat, or if they had solely chi and the saint's interpretation is correct, and all of the newfound knowledge of divine threads today is misconstrued? With many clashing thoughts racing through my mind, I choose not to jump to conclusions. The last time I checked on my teammates beneath the Crimson City, Ember's consciousness was stirring. Once he wakes, all of my unanswered theories will have a truly knowledgeable source to combat them. For now, I set these theories aside and reply with the most important news. We're being surrounded. 11 red cores and 5 orange. Half are approaching from the west to arrive in the 8 great regions, while the others come from the south, soon to be intercepting your region, Raven. I turned to both of them, and by the shocked looks on their faces, neither of them sensed these faraway sources or expected my response to be this at all. Raven is the first to respond. They've sent scouts. This is definitely a spying expedition from Central. Her tone is serious, but I don't feel any fluctuations in her energy levels or eagerness to fight. The Saint, on the other hand, becomes rather startled once he hears Raven's words. We must leave. His gaze meets the Black Tower in the distance. Then he looks back toward Valor City where we came from. I take a moment to think, then nod, and look back at Raven, understanding her cool and calm reaction now. You believe they're already well aware of our alliance? She nods. Yes, in their eyes, I should be dead right now. They likely know your strength already from the energy fluctuations broadcast to them during our fight through our transmission link. Them sending scouts is just a standard procedure, most likely. They're going to check on the progress of the throne's awakening, the state of the nations nearby, and will most likely want a report on both of us to confirm their beliefs of our alliance. If we hide, it may do worse than just allowing them to see us working together. I reply, coming up with a new plan. And they aren't aware of my growth afterward, killing Sebastian, the string user. She shakes her head. Most likely not, but the scouts that arrive will have ways of accurately detecting divine energy fluctuations. They often come to my region to spy on my progress. This means they will get an accurate scan of your teammates as well. The Saint interjects. We can conceal them all within the temple if we move fast enough. I grin. Number, that will not be necessary. Don't worry, this is very good. Raven, return to your region and conduct business as usual until they leave. I will not halt progress on expansion of the trade routes into the dead zone toward your region. If they already know we're working together, we must hide in plain sight. Make sure they get an accurate reading of your current unchanged strength level. Saint, stay concealed in the temple. I will be staying here, in the Dark Continent, out in the open, for them to see. I don't want a single one of them injured or killed. Raven replies, understood. Then sends another message through our telepathy link. I'll stay in contact with you here. She takes her hand off my shoulder and disappears while I feel her geolocation rocketing off to the south to make it to her home volcanic region before the scouts arrive. The Saint gives me a smile and reaches into his item box to pull out a handful of recording crystals. These are copies of the most influential texts. You may find hidden meaning in them that I do not. If you wish to talk more, please do visit the temple. I am sorry our meeting was cut so short and that I did not approach you earlier. I smile back. You've arrived at the perfect time. I thank you for your insight and perspective on the awakening of the throne. I have a far greater understanding now than I did just yesterday. I'll continue my exploration alone. This silver light you speak of interests me. I want to see it for myself. Then, I accept the blue recording crystals as the Saint bows in midair. then hurries off back toward Valor City in a flash of white and yellow light. I turn back toward the abyss now, and once both of them are out of range, allow my true core's aura of divine thread to finally seep out from the purple barrier that holds it back. However, instead of showing my full power, I hold back over 2/3 of it. Since my battle with Raven, I've recovered greatly while using hibernation, gained an immense amount of mana control, and most importantly, drained the true core energy from Sebastian. I want to give these spies a good taste of my power, but not the full amount, as this version of my aura seeps outward. I hover forward, following the slow contraction of the dark demonic energy that creates a massive zone of black mist in the center of the dark continent. Still, even with my aura of perception reaching out over 2,500 kilometers in all directions, it can hardly reach even a few meters into the darkness of the abyss. Many months ago, when I first saw this mass of darkness and fought the weaker monsters that dwelled in its outer borders, I never imagined the scale of what truly lurks in its depths. Even now, there is an air of mystery about what it will reveal once all of the darkness drains away to reveal the doors. I open up my Rising Emperor's domain interface while I hover above the darkness, moving closer to the center and scroll down to Eri and Luna's names. Their geopoints are still disconnected, last seen at the entrance point near Sector 4, outside of Solara. However, some of their vitals do update every once in a while when I check back in. They are all dark purple, unlike the light blue text that everyone else has. It is just another routine check, however. At the bottom of both Luna and Eri's status today, a new buff is present on both of them. I can't help but plunge my full focus into it while the 16 scouts from Central all arrive in the 8 great regions and Raven's Nation. Luna's is the first to catch my attention, as it reads Demonic Essence of the Ascended Chimera. I click in to read more details, but nothing shows. At the bottom of Eri's status, a new item reads Demonic Essence of the Ascended Scorpion. There are no stat boosts or interesting detailed reports on his item either. However, both of these additions to their statuses glow much brighter than the other items. Skills or buffs. I don't know what exactly they do, but I can feel the power surging through my interface. It is an intensity that makes me believe they have walked down a different path than me, but have managed to grow on their own terms these past few months. I can't help but smile as I look down into the depths of the abyss. The feeling this bright purple glow gives off feels similar to that of the saint traveling with me, yet also shares many similarities to that of an archdemon. It makes me happy to know they've been progressing, but far more curious to know what secrets Eri and Luna have uncovered in their months within the abyss in search of their home. I think back to all of the old stories Eri told me about his village and chi exposure, meditating on Originator Stone at a young age before he even awakened a skill. They now hold far more weight in my mind, knowing that this too must be connected to the massive black tower I drift closer to in the center of the abyss. Chapter 642. 3 hours later, 16 Divine Cord Hunters arrive back at the central headquarters of the Association. One of the Orange Cores is a young man who wields wind magic. Dressed in green metallic Association, branded armor, he uses a transmission tablet and a spatial magic, imbued item box linked to all 15 of the other scouts to collect their findings from the extensive scan of the 8 great regions, Dark Continent, and Raven's volcanic base they've conducted. Once all of the information is collected, he makes his way into a private S-grade shielded room with many similarities to the Big Threes. Though there are no special decorations, and the thick outer layers are not as densely fortified, as it is made specifically for meetings between the Red and Orange Cord guards. After sifting through the information and noting down the key points of today's mission, he opens up a private line with his employer, Redgrave. I have the survey report ready for you as requested. A click is heard on the other end, and the fire user's voice channels through. Send over the hall to Beckman and provide me a summary. The others are on this line. The wind user nods, activating the spatial magic enchantment on his item box, sending it directly to its creator in the dark confines of his bunker. Once there is a click back, the Orange Core speaks up again. Done. Now, for a summary, you were correct in believing 2 true cores have created a partnership. It appears Raven is in excellent condition, with a core capacity 10.22% greater than our last assessment of her 3 months ago. The reasoning behind this rapid jump seems to be the use of a unique healing magic used by her new allies. We have not pinpointed exactly what skill or item was used just yet. There is a pause between both of them, and once the Orange Core assesses that Redgrave has nothing to add, he continues. In addition to this, it seems the assumption that the 8 great regions would fall into chaos with their leader being assassinated is not entirely correct. It seems the assistant of Mr. Freeman, an A-class hunter named Rodrigo, and his biological sister, a former black market trader, have taken control of the region and kept the nation under control, sending out orders and fulfilling necessary protocol during the surges after the throne's awakening. There is another pause, but the red-haired True Core responds with a question back. How is that possible? I remember permitting 2 other Divine Core awakenings in that nation. They are far more powerful than that assistant. Were the top A-class hunters all assassinated by the Flame Emperor as well? No, sir. They are alive and well, following orders from the 2 new overseers of the 8 great regions for reasons we couldn't assess in a simple area scan. There is reason to believe the Flame Emperor has ties with them, as large-scale construction projects are taking place with association workers. 8 great region citizens and Dark Continent citizens all together. They are tearing down the wall that separates the Dark Continent from the outside world and making a trade route to connect the nations. We have surveillance of expansion to the west and south as well. They are moving into Sebastian's old territory and filling the dead zone of Sector 2 in the direction of Raven's territory. Another long pause occurs before Redgrave replies, "This is all within expectations. Once the world is ours, it is better we already have functioning societies and a well-connected grouping of nations to inherit rather than nations at war and chaos among citizens. Let the ants play." A laugh echoes through the channel before Redgrave speaks again. What of the Flame Emperor himself? What is this man like? And his divine power level? I want an accurate reading of him and those close to him. What are we truly dealing with? There is another silent moment of anticipation as the Orange Core guard sifts through his notes and replies, "Yes, we did in fact get an accurate scan of him. He was hovering above the abyss when we did so, using his full power to attempt to move closer to the throne." Redgrave's full attention is captured now, and even Alara's voice reaches the secure line. He was trying to approach the throne now. Is he crazy? I am starting to like this guy. Instead of mindlessly swirling the pool of white energy in her room, Alara smiles and her eyes lock on the transmission tablet as the Orange Core responds. Yes, it is true. The Flame Emperor's true core strength looks to be about even with Raven's. It was approximately 5% higher when we conducted the scan, so the prediction of Beckman's battle calculations was spot on. He barely won their fight and decided to save Raven's life afterward. During our time there, the man sensed our approach within the Dark Continent, but did not retaliate and let us conduct a thorough survey without any questions or resistance. There is a pause, and no one speaks on the line, wanting to hear more, so the scout continues. He managed to make it deep into the abyss, hundreds of kilometers even. Our highest-level Orange Core scouts tried to follow, but the pressure became far too immense. Many who had to return reported the sensation of a silver flash of light in their vision, and no recollection of the events that led them to retreat from approaching the tower. It seems the Flame Emperor himself witnessed this too, as at one point he stopped his flight closer to the tower and turned around a few minutes later. We're unsure if he faced the same mental effects, but we do have reports of him flying back toward his primary base, the Crimson City. We have detailed readings of 5 other divine cores in the vicinity. 4 orange and 1 yellow. Beckman's yellow crystal glows bright next. And all that comes through the receiver is the sound of tapping as he sifts through the recording crystals and complex data from unique spatial magic readings within his room. He finally replies after a few seconds. The 4 orange cores are nothing to worry about. 2 of them are far stronger than average, but they are not much stronger than a newly awakened yellow core. The current yellow core within that city, however, all of the readings we've received are corrupted. I cannot analyze the data properly. The pressure it emits on the environment is not nearly as extreme as the Flame Emperor's, so it is unlikely they are a true core. But more tapping and sifting sounds come through the receiver for a few more seconds. This is fine, Redgrave put it nicely. The ants may build in their sandbox if they wish. The tsunami that approaches will wipe them out no matter how tall the castles they build become. Alara laughs and responds, "How poetic of you. Maybe there is some emotion under that tough outer shell after all." His tapping continues for another few seconds, and he replies in a stale response. "You know I have emotions. I merely find them limiting while using my analysis perk." The tapping continues for another few seconds before he speaks again. "With all of their forces combined, the odds they injure even one of us is still below 0.1%. However, I must know all of the data before we make our own approach to the Dark Continent. This unregistered yellow core with corrupted data is troubling. We shall send out another group of scouts to survey the area in 60 hours and 24 minutes. We do not want to spook the residents too much, but I want an accurate reading of this anomaly in your next outing." A sigh comes out of Alara's crystal, then it clicks off. The orange core immediately responds afterward. "Yes, sir. I'll relay the message and schedule another outing. Is there anything else you need from me?" Beckman's line clicks off as he feels there is no need to answer. Redgrave speaks last. "Alan, that is all that we needed. The Flame Emperor is no match for us. Thank you for confirming what we already knew." He laughs to himself. Then the final line on the private link between the big three is cut completely. The scout then leaves the S-grade shielded room and goes on with his duties for the day, preparing the other divine guards for their next mission. Back in the Dark Continent, I sit on top of the guild hall with all of my divine aura retracted within my purple barrier. The sun is showing signs of setting in the next few hours, and I continue to replay the events of today in my head while hundreds of citizens walk through the inner city, going about their days without a care in the world. My memories are fairly blurry, as the last crystal clear image I have is sensing the presence of new powerful buffs on Luna and Ares' status. Then I set off to do an analysis on the throne. However, the sensations I felt were relayed to my doubles in real time, so I can look back on a perfect depiction of what has occurred as many times as I wish. A stitch body double of memories approximately 3 hours ago. As I hover above the darkness, I think about diving in to see what lurks below. However, logically, I come to the conclusion that there was no reason to dive into the dark depths of the abyss, as training with demonic monsters right now would only set me on a path that is not congruent with my goal. What I decided to do was attempt to examine the Black Tower at a much closer proximity to see if what the saint said about the throne, containing silver divine energy, was true. The upgrade of my all-seeing eye skill has given me a peek into the very fabric of the universe when I imbue my true core's full power into it. However, I am unable to get an in-depth look at the tower from hundreds of kilometers away. As I approach the tower, however, an eerie pressure fills the air. If I were to relate it to anything, it would be similar to the pressure I felt when coming face to face with the green serpent for the first time within the divine construct. However, there is no physical change in the atmosphere. I just feel the gravity itself getting heavier the closer I fly, and to an exponential degree. Once I am less than 100 kilometers from the tower, it is hard to breathe, and every air step forward is moderately painful. It feels like the air is a heavy liquid, though visually it doesn't change at all. I power through, getting about 30 kilometers deeper into the odd gravity-rich air, but the intensity becomes hundreds of times greater. I am positive no one below the status of a true core could survive this close to the tower. Yet there are still about 70 kilometers of distance to travel. Even so, I use the 123 of my power that I've decided to allow the central government scouts to witness and send a pulse of perception into the throne, using all of my buffs and my all-seeing eye to attempt to peer into the tower. However, all I see in return is a glimpse of what is beyond the outer black layer. And that is an infinite wall of pure silver divine threads. It is as if the material that made up the Lich King's core is layering the entire tower. I perceive the entire outer layer, but it is impossible to see through. Every millisecond I leave my perception activated, my mind screams at me to look away. The longer I try to peer within, the brighter the silver threads become in my vision. Less than a full second passes before I have to deactivate all of my perception buffs, and I reflexively turn around and fly away back to a less dense and dangerous area of the abyss with a pounding headache. The further I get away from the tower, the more my mind tries to forget what it saw. But I keep the fragmented memories intact by sharing them with my doubles. It is no different of a feeling than staring into embers or the Lich King's core. Just far more intense and menacing, like it has a mind of its own. I feel the presence of the scouts as I make my way back to the city and think about what I've seen while monitoring the real-time memories of my doubles for the next 3 hours or so. Hafen. While I continue to ponder the events of examining the tower, memories of the double that is farming mana from the artificial mountains and siphoning them into the Crimson City labyrinth is one I am very focused on. I grin and turn my sights toward the Canyon of Dungeons, then begin to float toward it. The labyrinth has reached 99 floors. There is only one more before it has reached its max, and the demon inside will want to bring the mana back to its realm. This is not what I want to happen right now, as I still need this labyrinth to train. I have my suspicions it can grow further, as mention of a larger labyrinth in Central was brought up by Raven many times before. I'd like to see if I can broker a deal with this demon, and in the process, get more information from an outside source, like itself on this mysterious throne that allows its race to rank up from archdemons to demon lords. Chapter 6, 43. I enter the Canyon of Dungeons and make my way down to the labyrinth. There are hundreds of hunters farming in the dungeons all around, and dozens of Crimson Army hunters training on the mid-level floors of the labyrinth. I dungeon walk all the way to the top, to the 99th floor, materializing with all of my mana and divine energy suppressed when I arrive in the final boss room. I see ALV 6908, Archdemon, and a dark maroon-colored earth dragon sharing the same level, guarding this final floor. Before they can even sense my presence, I send a wave of telepathy into the demon's psyche. Pluto, that was your name, wasn't it? I've returned to renegotiate our deal, as the outside world is changing far faster than expected. The 3-meter-tall demon with red skin, curving black horns, and sharp white eyes turns its head to meet mine. The Flame Emperor, you've returned. I must admit, I didn't believe this labyrinth would grow so quickly. It usually takes decades, sometimes even centuries, for a labyrinth to mature. Its eyes sharpen, but don't think your swiftness has changed the terms of our deal. I have a higher power I must obey in the demonic realm. Even if you are a peak-tier archdemon, I cannot swear my loyalty to you. I step forward and take a look toward the Earth Dragon, as Pluto jumps on top of it, and they both fly over to stand right before me. I think back to our meeting long before I knew the true powers of this world. I, too, had no reason to believe I'd be reaching the upper floors of this labyrinth so fast when I first made a deal with this demon. My eyes trail upward to read the system text in the boss room. Floors available, 99 divided by 100, mana necessary to create next floor, 0.0 quintillion. Sunti 14.9 quintillion. When I first made the deal, it took days for my doubles to farm just a few trillion MP. Now, the staggering amount necessary to level up the final floor from 99 to 100 could be completed by my double in just a few hours. Considering all of the excess mana available in the artificial mountains, I respond to the demon as he jumps off his dragon and meets me eye to eye less than 5 meters away. Our deal. It was that I'd let you return to the demonic realm to deliver the mana I've worked so hard to farm. And in return, once you have your freedom, you'd make a link of loyalty with me? And also, I'd give you a skill of your choosing? Was that it? I look up at the ceiling, rolling my eyes, not seeing much upside in this deal anymore. The archdemon replies, "You also assured me I would one day meet a demon lord in person, one that claims the throne of this world years down the line when that time comes." I smirk. Well, as I said, times have changed. That throne is awakening in the next few days. And in order for this world to not be claimed by my adversaries, I am going to need to change the terms of our deal. I look up at the system text, then back down at the demon. There is a way to continue growing the floors. Correct? Capping at level 7,000 isn't going to cut it. I am going to need a far stronger army than that, and the demon's eyes widen as he responds. Already? The throne is awakening now? How is this possible? And no, we cannot risk creating an extended labyrinth. We would have to grow it another 100 floors before I'd have the chance to return to Mai. I cut him off, letting some of my aura leak out from my purple barrier, instantly making him choke on his words and fall to his knees behind his dragon. Maybe I phrased things poorly. This isn't an offer. It is a demand. We'll be upgrading this labyrinth, or I'll drain every last drop of mana and create a new one with a demon that wants to cooperate. Every few milliseconds that pass, I let the pressure from my aura rise by an increasing amount, making the floor crack and the entire boss room shake, while a small amount of my true core's essence leaks out from my barrier. All of the bones of the demon and dragon are shattered, and their skin is melted and peeled off, pushing them both deep into the ground of the dungeon floor until I see their HP bars drop below 1%. Once they do, I retract all of the pressure back into my barrier and put on an obviously fake smile while levitating, opening, and pouring regeneration potions into their mouths. A few seconds pass while green glowing light brings them back from the brink of death, and the demon crawls out from the hole in the boss room floor, now with a face showing far more fear and understanding. You are an ascended archdemon. That yellow power. How? I cut him off again, not knowing what he is rambling on about, but satisfied that he has understood my point. The reason I cannot let this mana be siphoned back to the demonic realm is because I will be the one who claims the throne. The archdemon's eyes widen at my words, and I can feel many emotions conflicting in the creature's mind. Its odd attraction of loyalty to another being far away starts to fade, and more admiration and awe toward me begins to grow. However, far more fear, unease, and distrust also permeate from the demon too. I nod and speak again before these negative emotions grow further. I'll honor every part of our last deal. I will grant you a skill right now, anything of your choosing, whether that is a human-only ability, an elemental power, or one of dungeon monsters. I will find it. Once this labyrinth reaches 200 floors, if you still wish to leave, I will honor it. And if you give me the chance, the demon lord you meet will be me. I inwardly grin to myself while the admiration grows and the fear and distrust fade away, and the demon responds. You can truly grant elemental skills. This is impossible. No demons can wield the elements of natural mana-born beings. I activate all of my elemental skills, making shimmering balls of light of each of them rotate around in circles. Of course, anything you wish, and at the superior grade. As these words leave my mouth, an idea hits me, and I have one of my body doubles leave their job creating dungeons to come fulfill a task of mine. Instantly, one dungeon walks in to meet me here, and I share skill orbs that contain every elemental skill that I own that is stuck at extreme grade. It disappears in a blip, tasked to force feed them to monsters that have enough proficiency points in this labyrinth on the high floors to use upgrade crystals, then kill them on the spot. Notifications of all of my extreme elemental skills upgrading to superior grade fill my inner ear. The demon looks back at his dragon, then to me, and replies while these notifications fill my ears, an earth element, like my bonded dragon. This is what I want. I nod, sending a telepathy wave to my double, who is farming on all of the higher grade floors in this labyrinth, collecting rare loot while it continues to upgrade my elemental skills. Very well. I'll need some of your blood, and the dragon's too. I can tell the demon is hesitant, but is more so scared to say no after all that has happened in the last few minutes. My double returns after waiting for the dead monsters to drop their loot. I collect a few liters of each of their blood. Once my double returns and drops piles of higher grade loot and a superior grade earth element skill orb, I thank it, and it blips away. Back to creating dungeons far out in the dead zone of Sector 2. With a thin grin and in a nonchalant manner, I toss the skill orb to the demon and begin bonding the high-grade loot with millions of MP worth of mana crystals in my storage, along with high B and lower-grade earth element stones to create blood-bonded armor, weapons, and enchanted gear for both the demon and the dragon. They both stare in awe, as it looks as though I am merely touching each of the raw loot materials, surrounding them in a flash of white light, and seconds later, they give off intense auras of power, stacked with full stat buffs and percentages ranging from 300 to 500% plus, with the ability to grow far more once the user goes through battle. Once done, I look up at the demon and cross my arms. Swallow that skill orb and the skill you desire will add onto your status. Plus, all of this gear will make you tens of times stronger in an instant. Do this, and we have a deal. The labyrinth shall surpass 100 floors today. The archdemon is still in a state of shock and stares down at the blue orb with earth magic swirling in its center. It takes a deep breath, then swallows the newly crafted item. Its body is enveloped in a bright white and blue glow. Moments later, the superior earth summoning skill appears on its status. And if what it said is true, this is the first archdemon to wield elemental magic. The demon places its hands out and summons large balls of dense and pure earth in its palms, then begins to laugh out loud. Incredible. The legends were true. There really are ascended ones capable of manipulating the system itself. It equips the blood-bonded gear I've given to it, and the Earth Dragon equips the items I've crafted for it too, momentarily shrinking down into the human form of a demonic figure with dark brown skin and jet black horns. It makes me wonder if the ranked-up form of a dragon is dependent on the race of the being it is bonded with. But I don't pry, because I want to take advantage of this moment to ask something else. Now that you've accepted my gifts, our deal is set in stone. Though, I do have one last question for you. You called me an ascended demon because of my divine core, and now believe I am strong enough to challenge the throne. Please, do explain what you mean by this. The dragon expands back into its dragon form, and the blood-bonded armor expands with it. The demon stops floating about testing his new powers and raises an eyebrow, then looks as if he is remembering something. Oh, that is right. You are a rogue. This makes me even more curious about your background. I thought only archdemon descendants and loyal contracted beasts from the 5 kingdoms were capable of becoming ascended ones. He pauses, waiting to see if I react to his words, then continues to explain while floating back down to the boss room floor. The path to becoming an ascended is a well-kept secret. I am not high enough ranked to know it. The only way for a demon to ever dream of walking this path is to bring back an offering to one of the 5 great families, that being the collected mana from a labyrinth on a mana-based world. This, of course, doesn't mean you will be chosen, but it is the most common way to become accepted into their ranks. It is a lifelong mission for all fledgling demons and greater demons to make it this far. Even the outer ascended ranks, the Red Core Demonic Knights. These archdemons would normally be powerful enough to rule most mana-based worlds. However, I was not aware a true yellow ascended like yourself was already here to claim it. I am at a loss for words at the demon's explanation, as he says it all with a straight face, like it is common knowledge. I slowly nod and respond while reaching into my item storage to pull out one of the red divine fragments I managed to steal from Sebastian. These Red Core Demonic Knights you speak of, and the power structure of demons within these 5 great families. Tell me more. Chapter 644. The archdemon looks at me, filled with curiosity once again. You really know nothing of the inner workings of the demonic realm? How far away from the capital were you born? I don't react to the question and lift the red shimmering fragment of divine energy in front of the demon's face. It stares into the beautiful glowing crystal full of vibrating divine threads, but judging by its expression, it has no idea what it is. Eventually, the demon responds. What is that? My gaze tightens, and I let the fragment fall back into my item storage. But I notice the silent earth dragon behind the demon, its eyes widening, and a spike of surprise and quickened heartbeat make me believe it knows exactly what I just showed. Never mind. Just tell me about these Red Core Demonic Knights, after a moment of silence, as I don't feel the need to respond. The demon continues to speak. Well, if you don't know about the knights, then you are truly a demon lost from society. You must have been raised far out in the Riftlands. The demon scratches his head in confusion, then looks up at the ceiling, as if trying to structure his thoughts. Well, I guess we can just start at the beginning. If you are a demon born in the capital, the only way to survive, grow, and earn your keep is by joining the army, diving into rifts that lead to mana-rich worlds. Sure, you could challenge the native demonic monsters of the realm to grow stronger, but they won't level up your mana-based system, which is more valuable for demons that want to apply for labyrinth contracts. I raise an eyebrow. Labyrinth contracts? The demon smiles. Yes, just like the contract we made when you summoned me here. I had to train and level up for quite a long time before coming to this world. If I'd accepted a contract as a level 1 demon, the first human to challenge this construct would have killed me before I had a chance to fight back. It is an unspoken law that demons should at least rise from fledgling to greater before even considering applying for labyrinth contracts. Many wait until they become archdemons even. A word sticks out to me, so I ask another question. You said construct. The labyrinth is a construct? Of course. It is merely another function of the system. They cost mana and activation stones to create, in the same proportions as a dungeon would. They are mana-based pocket worlds created for energy collection. All of the monsters inside are nothing more than rented avatars. Demons and dragons are the only ones truly putting their lives on the line here, though we get the highest potential reward at the end of it. I open my mouth, but no words come out while I process his words. The demon continues. Like I said before, once a demon manages to pass the first test, growing a labyrinth to its mature state, they're able to bring the siphon mana back to the demonic realm and offer it to one of the 5 great families of their choosing. That, or they can roam the world they've completed their contract in as a free and powerful archdemon. He pauses, then smiles. There is no greater height an archdemon can climb than joining the personal army of one of the 5 great families. This is why I am continuously confused by your claim that you are not a part of any of them. The prestige that comes with even joining the outer ranks as subordinates of the Red Core Demonic Knights is enough to live like a king and set up your family with generational wealth and power. I nod, as the demonic realm's hierarchy is beginning to make sense in my mind. How many Red Core Knights are there, and what do they do exactly? Are the families at war? Are there forces in the demonic realm that attack often? Or, Pluto thinks to himself, in the capital, there hasn't been conflict for thousands of years. The demonic beasts that roam our realm are no match for the Red Core Demonic Knights. Ascended archdemons are truly on another level than all other demons and beasts. He looks at me timidly for a moment. I am sure you already knew this, being one yourself. I've never actually met one in person, other than a few glances at the Vermilion family's public ceremonies when I was a fledgling. I did get a glimpse of their 116th Red Corps squad. It was led by a single Orange Corps commander. Truly a magnificent sight. I could feel the demonic realm bending to their will with every step they took, even dozens of kilometers away. These words seal the deal in my mind. The ascended demons he speaks of are definitely divine core holders. By the sound of it, considering a single family has squads of these red cores that are numbered into the hundreds, there are truly an unfathomable amount of them in the demonic realm. It makes me both uneasy and excited in the same breath. Pluto continues to speak. Above the Orange Corps commanders, there are yellow generals, but I've never seen one with my own eyes. My family is not well connected to any of the 5 great families, so this is really the true extent of my knowledge. I reply with another question. What about the family leaders? Who leads these yellow generals? You said there are other demon lords once when we first met. Where are they? Will they be coming to claim this throne too? The demon shakes his head. I already told you I don't know much more. The families keep many things secret other than sprinkling hints among the public on how to join their ranks, giving us the tools to farm mana for the family of our choosing. More will be explained the higher we climb. I become rather disappointed by his response, but it does make sense. Considering the day I met him, He only had a few hundred levels and was a very newly awakened archdemon. It is rather absurd for me to believe he knows everything about his home kingdom's inner workings. It would be like asking a random new dungeon farmer in the Crimson City about the powers of the Inner Circle, or how the Flame Emperor got so strong. Many of them don't even know I exist. They're merely linked through a small thread of loyalty they subconsciously gave into, allowing them to enter through the Crimson Dome. I click my tongue and nod. Understandable. What you've provided is already a great help. To my surprise, the Earth Dragon speaks up through a three-way telepathy link, allowing me to hear its slow, deep voice for the first time. You will not have to worry about other demon lords challenging the throne. Once an ascended archdemon claims a world of their own, they never return to this realm. Many call them Green Core Lords. They are able to give orders through the 5 noble houses' thrones, but not even the Yellow Generals have seen the other lords in the flesh. My eyes widen at the dragon's words, as even more pieces of this massive puzzle fit together. I reply with another question. Where do dragons fit into all of this? How do you know this knowledge? Last time I visited, you were still in your egg. My gaze tightens as I search for a divine core hiding within this creature to make sense of its knowledge. But there is nothing. It is made purely of mana. The slow reply through the telepathy link reaches my ears a few moments later. It is a complicated explanation. For context, you must understand that demons and dragons have always been intertwined within the system, dragons being the transcendent force of nature that is a catalyst for events to occur. Think of us as the final building block that holds the very fabric of these large system-based structures together. Without mana, we would not exist. Without bonding with a dragon, demons could not create labyrinths. The same goes for claiming the throne. One could have all of the building blocks to create a masterpiece, but without the glue, it is merely worthless material. I try to understand his words, but it is a bit too abstract. I reply with a questioning gaze. How does that give you the knowledge of the past if you were born here and never left this boss room? I see the Earth Dragon grin for the first time as he responds. Dragons are all born with innate knowledge and shared memories of their ancestors. We are a collective, forever bonded with our demonic energy-wielding counterparts. The amount of knowledge from other dragons' past lives that is shared is unlocked and sent into our conscious minds more as we grow and become strong enough to add to the pool. We all share and grow the knowledge of the system together. That is, except for the Fallen One. Chapter 645. I immediately reply, as I've heard many monsters in the past refer to Ember using this name, but none have given me a clear answer. The Fallen One, who are they? Or what have they done? The Earth Dragon's dark black eyes stare into mine, holding many secrets behind them, yet full of curiosity still. It sounds like you have heard of the legend, too. There are only fractured memories from the pool of this being. A dragon that came before us all, or at least far enough back before the collective was created. It is said that this one reached the heights above every dragon that has ever lived, beyond the status of a mere green cored lord, even beyond what some call the immortal core. The Fallen One made it to the source. Or at least, that is the only reasonable explanation. The dragon pauses for a moment, and I feel its heartbeat speed up again, even faster. Well, we do not know this for sure. I am speculating from old legends traveling by word of mouth through generations of dragons. Maybe those of a higher rank than myself have personal experiences with the Fallen One. All collective memories of that being have been eroded from our minds. I can feel the presence of where they used to be, but if I try to look too deep, all that is in its place is a blinding golden light. I let out a sigh as yet again, I've learned a bit more, but still hit another dead end right before learning of this secret that has dangled before me time and time again. However, the knowledge they have shared has been more than satisfying. I now know how demons are linked to this world, as a means of siphoning mana back to their home realm. The fact that no one in the Order or humans that study Originator relics have heard of or seen any green core beings now makes far more sense as well. These thrones must be part of the process in which a true core ascends, which is why demon lords never return back to this world. As I've found in all of the beings in Celia's construct, the physical body fades away once one ascends. Then again, it makes me wonder. What if my experiences with green divine energy twice before, mutating my cells, makes me different? I mentally sift through my storage, finding the minuscule single-digit amount of green fruits left, and decide now is not the time to test anything dangerous. If I really want to do so, I need far more time and more green divine energy. Right now, I come up with a different plan. As memories of the outside world from my body, doubles tell me the sun is starting to set on the horizon. I can't help but grin while I look the demon and dragon in the eyes. Would both of you like to become Red Corps demonic knights in my army? Pluto's eyes widen as he replies. What do you mean? You have the ability to conduct an ascension ceremony. The Earth Dragon grins and I just nod. Yes, I have the means to turn you both into Red Corps Ascended. I just want a few things in return. Pluto takes a step forward and nods. What is it? I let a small amount of my divine essence out from my barrier again. Enough to make them know I am serious, but not enough to actually injure them this time. I want you both to swear loyalty to me, the Flame Emperor. Once you've ascended yourselves, I want you to bring me to the capital of the demonic realm. My eyes glimmer, and the pure emotion of excitement and anticipation permeates off me while both the demon and dragon bow their heads. The dragon speaks first, a fair trade. If my second half agrees, I will be happy to serve you until the day I die. It would be an honor to follow the will of a true Corps Ascended. The demon follows up. This was my dream all along, to even join an ascended rank. I cannot pass up the offer to become one. I, Pluto, swear my undying loyalty to the Flame Emperor. Your will is mine. 2 new links of loyalty form in my Rising Emperor's domain interface. And in return, I pull out a large pile of red divine fragments from my storage and let them fall in front of both of their heads as they slowly raise them. I share my self-regeneration skill with both of them and spend the next few minutes explaining the process of awakening their divine cores. With my arms crossed, standing a good distance away, I watch both of them consume their first fragment and erupt with red threads of reality, bending divine power. It takes a few minutes to die down to a manageable level, and for their bodies to begin the healing process. But once they do, both realize that with my assistance, this path is not a figment of their imaginations anymore. It is an inevitable outcome if they follow my instructions. At the same time, one of my body doubles drops off a large amount of mana in the form of pure pink concentrated crystals on the floor below us, and the system counter on the ceiling of the boss room moves up by about 5%, signifying a few hundred quadrillion MP have been added. I speak up proudly through our strengthened telepathy link now. Very good. We shall be in contact through this link from now on. Continue your awakening process. I have more business to attend to. Both of them reply with nods, as they're deep in concentration, while gathering red threads at the back of the boss room. I dungeon. Walk away to join the Crimson Army members, training on floors 50-55 of the labyrinth, facing monsters between levels 2000 and 2500, and share my absorption skill with each of them. While they are all making great progress on their own, using my skill to gain much-needed make heat after every kill will strengthen them even faster. A few hours pass as I help the army climb the floors of the labyrinth with a small percentage of my own mana control to boost their strength, surpassing floor 70, making months' worth of progress. In a single afternoon, the dozens of brave hunters that fought by my side in the battle against the Lich King months ago, and just recently protected the Crimson Dome and citizens from the Association's attacks, have multiplied their strength once again. Each and every one of them surpasses level 5,000 and gain hundreds of billions of make CP, both making the power of my allies far stronger, but also creating an even larger pool of stats and mana control I can pull from using my Rising Emperor's domain in the future. Fevin while watching them train. The live memories of my body doubles pass by, and I periodically check on the demon and dragon at the top of the labyrinth. Eventually, 2 very impactful events occur. The first being that the double collecting the mana from the artificial mountains finally farms enough mana to complete the final 100th floor. I sacrifice another 100 fragments of luminite, and there is a 3-way agreement forged within the inner workings of the labyrinth's interface to not collapse it and make room for 100 more floors. Now, when I stare up at the ceiling, a new text box appears. Floors available, 100 divided by 200, mana necessary to create next floor. 0.0 quintillion, study 30.2 quintillion. My double goes back to work siphoning mana from the immense supply in the mountains to the west. At the current rate it is working, it will still take many hours per F lore to grow it further, and the process will only get longer. But the second event that is fresh in my mind takes precedence over my immediate brain power and main body's attention. I activate my stealth skill and use my mythic grade body doubles perk to switch places with the double many thousands of kilometers away. It is the dead of night on the island of Palmyra, and I find myself standing in the center of the largest of the Finger Islands. My double has finished its surveillance duties and now knows exactly how the society runs. Their facilities and working cycles have all been logged, and the daily routines of the divine cores and higher-ups are noted as well. There is no reason to hold back anymore. I slowly walk toward the mansion that houses 2 Yellow Cord Order members. It is time to begin the next stage of the plan I devised with Raven. There is not much time left, and I must become strong enough to face the Big Three. Chapter 646. The entire island of Palmyra is quiet. Contracted hunters are deep within the mana-shielded structures down below me on the palm, farming away to fulfill their quotas. A few high-level guards line the streets near the center of the cities, and on the Finger Islands, there are quite a few C and B class hunters, awake, spending their leisure time inside the facilities. However, on the largest Finger Island, the Thumb, where I currently stand, there are only 3 other individuals present. There are 2 strong yellow cord individuals inside the large mansion at the back of the estate. And behind me, landing just as I arrive here, the Red Cord class hunter arrives carrying multiple containment cases full of item boxes from the long period of farming collected from the main island below. He walks straight past me without noticing a thing, as I am using stealth, and the doors of the large mansion open wide. As he walks in, I slip in right behind, as the high-grade shielded doors close behind him. The young A-class hunter's voice echoes through the entrance hall. Mr. Alfred and Miss Fiona, the daily quotas have been met. We are scheduled to have a meeting with the District of Ashmore in 15 minutes. There is some pain in his words, and as he walks further in, I watch his steps become slower. 2 figures stand at the back of the large entrance room, in front of an enormous curved bookcase that fills the entire back wall of the entrance hall. There are art pieces on the walls and a few interesting statues, but it is rather bland. The doors near the back of the room that lead to elevators and walkways to the main estate make me believe this is just the front hall they show to visitors. I can sense secret rooms and corridors behind this artificial main hall. Though, my mind doesn't harp on that fact for long. It is more focused on the dense yellow divine threads permeating from their bodies. The pressure is strong, and it seems to be suppressed a bit by their mana shielding. Not to kill their A-class Red Cord guest, however. With my own eyes and advanced perception, I find that they're roughly the same strength as Mr. Freeman was. Their cores aren't as damaged as the old Apex Region's director. They look slightly younger, but trying to guess a person's age when divine energy is involved is nearly impossible based on looks alone. The man, presumably Mr. Alfred, is slightly stronger, standing with a well-groomed mustache, slicked back hair, and sharp black and white professional attire. He is LV 9901 and holds a superior wind magic skill. He speaks up first and motions for the young man to come closer. Very good. We shall leave soon. He pauses and twists the ends of his mustache before asking another question. Do we have any updates on that new shipment? There were a few accidents this week with the surges, and we need to replace a few faulty units. The Red Corps stops after taking a few steps forward and bows his head before answering. Yes, sir. We had new contracts processed from Central. There will be 400 new units, with 10-year contracts soon to replace the defects. He nods a few times. I only ordered 350, but extra will do. Very good, thank you. He turns to the woman beside him, who is slightly overweight, wearing a deep purple-colored dress and bright red lipstick. She is LV 9785. and holds a superior water magic skill. Miss Fiona speaks up in a condescending and arrogant tone. Those 50 were for me. Have them shipped straight to the outer quarters on the estate. My last order died far too quickly. She grins and looks at the young red core, and I feel his heartbeat rise far higher than before. Alfred seems used to these antics, rolling his eyes and shrugging it off while speaking up again. Let me see the progress report and teleport crystals. Tensions are getting high in Central ever since the incident with Raven and that rogue nation to the east. I want to make sure everything is in line not to get on Redgrave's bad side. The Red Cord Hunter places the 2 silver containment cases, full of item boxes, and a pair of teleport crystals down on the floor in front of them. Then takes a few steps back while they approach. Their aura spreading through the room, making the red core sweat. Alfred uses a small amount of wind magic to lift the delivered goods up to eye level, while the woman in the bright purple dress begins to fantasize about what kind of experiments she is going to do to the innocent hunters that will be shipped in soon. The frightened red core just stands at the back of the room with a wide-eyed expression, and I decide there is no better time than now to finish what I came here to do. Without any warning, I move forward in full stealth mode. I use my new True Core's ability, combined with my mana manipulation skill, to create an ultra-thin thread of pure divine energy and send it straight toward both of their necks. Alfred holds a silver tablet filled with detailed check-in logs and loot collection numbers up to eye level. My cut is so clean and finely executed that once it makes it all the way through, he doesn't even notice and continues to read through today's farming notes. Fiona continues to blab on about how she hates going to the district of Ashmore, as it's way too close to central headquarters, and how she is looking forward to taking a long hot bath when they get back. My thin thread of death slicing through her vocal cords doesn't even affect the words coming out of her mouth. In the next moment, I deactivate my stealth skill, but still hide my presence beneath my purple barrier, standing right behind the 2 of them. The only person who can see me is the Red Cord Hunter, and his eyes widen even more as they lock with mine, and crimson liquid starts to drip from both of the Order members' necks. 2 loud thuds echo through the entrance hall as their heads slide off their bodies and stain the floor beneath them with blood. Level up X313, level up X298 notifications ring in my ears as my level reaches 7,951. I absorb a few dozen trillion max P and thrust my hands into the lifeless bodies of the man and woman to crush their yellow cores and absorb every last yellow thread in this room. It adds to my total True Core's base by a little over 10%. Their combined essence is similar to about 1/3 of what I absorbed after killing the Bronze Earth Dragon Raven was riding in our battle. As their bodies hit the floor, I use telekinesis to lift the containment cases full of teleport crystals and item boxes up in the air to land right into my hands so they don't get bloodied. A few seconds later, the room falls silent, devoid of any energy other than the red aura permeating off of the now shaking a class hunter. How? Number? What are you? What just happened? He stammers out while I shift through the item boxes, out of curiosity, and activate the perk of my superior grade mana manipulation skill and True Core's ability. Shimmering white and yellow threads come off my body and into the decapitated king and queen of this island, turning their bodies into stone and pulling them upright while reattaching their heads. I place concealment cloaks and amulets onto both of them, just as I did with the Lich King during the B-class exams, while imbuing just enough divine energy into both of them to make it seem like they're still alive and well. I reply to the pale A-class hunter with a smile. Who am I? If the next hour goes the way I want it to, you will have the luxury of finding out. And what happened? Nothing at all. I shrug and turn to the large bookshelf behind me. While taking a step forward, I drop the containment cases on a clean portion of floor, then tap on my wrist while speaking up again. Wipe that startled look off your face. We have an important meeting in the district of Ashmore in less than 15 minutes. While his eyes continue to widen, trying to process what is happening, I charge up a ball of pure mana and divine energy and launch it at the back wall filled with books, aiming for the near S-grade shielding behind it. There is a moment of slight resistance, but my attack breaks through, revealing exactly what I was looking for: large chests and advanced containment capsules, just like Sebastian had in the private rooms of his mansion. These are far better guarded, as I don't believe anyone but a true core could have broken through the walls of this hidden room with such ease, but that only spikes my curiosity more. There has to be something of immense value in here. None of the other secret rooms are so well protected. I walk in and begin looking through every nook and cranny of this room I can access, while the red core behind me collapses onto the floor in shock, unable to believe what just happened. It is hard to tell if he is happy about it or not. All I feel coming off him is pure shock and fear. Nonetheless, my search through the treasure and junk continues. All kinds of rare loot from unique dungeons are kept here, as well as high-grade armor ranging from B grade up to even some gear that pushes 300 to 400% stat buffs. I let it all fall into my item storage, as I am sure it will be of value. But this isn't what I am looking for. Where is the stash? I know you have it. I whisper under my breath while clearing out every single chest, item box, and containment case I can find. Over 2 full minutes pass before I finally find a small black box inside an average-looking containment case. Inside, a single spatial magic pouch rests. Jackpot. I can't help but say as just under 3,000 yellow divine fragments are found inside. I take another full minute to double-check the whole room, and even do another scan of the mansion to look for other secret hiding chambers. But no other divine fragments are found. At first, it surprises me that no red or orange fragments are here like in Sebastian's house, but as I think about it, what could they even use them for? The insane madman most likely hoarded them for sentimental and nostalgic value, while this king and queen most likely used these fragments to become stronger over the years and try to reach higher heights. While it only took me a few hundred yellow fragments to condense my true core, that isn't the normal case for others. I used many unorthodox means to increase the absorption efficiency and speed of the process. For others, they won't even absorb single-digit percents of a fragment's full potential per consumption. Their healing capabilities are nowhere near as advanced as mine either. I grin and sit down in the center of the trashed room, pouring out the contents of the entire 2981 yellow fragment stash. Then, I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and plunge both hands into the glowing yellow pile while activating my innate True Core's talent. My body glows bright yellow, and I feel the familiar heat surging through me while every single last fragment's energy flows through my bloodstream and condenses inside my True Core. I let out a satisfying sigh while I stand back up a few minutes later, feeling over 50% stronger yet again. These fragments alone raise my True Core's base by over 4 times as much as absorbing the king and queen's essence combined. Then, I walk back into the main entrance hall of the mansion. The containment cases and red cord hunter are both lying on the ground with the deceased king and queen standing over him. Get up, we have a meeting to attend. Chapter 647. The A-class hunter is still shaking with wide eyes, but over the last few minutes, he has come to terms with the reality in front of him. He pushes himself up off the floor and stays as outwardly calm as possible while the dead king and queen stand on either side of me. I speak up again while doing a quick scan of his status. How much time do we have? And what can I call you? The LV. 29, 44, mage with 2 skills, mythic grade dagger mastery and extreme grade lightning summoning, responds while pulling a silver tablet from his item box. Roughly 2 minutes? And M. Marcus? You can call me Marcus? I nod slowly. Good. Marcus, this is just enough time for you to tell me everything I need to know about the District of Ashmore. I'll be attending the meeting with you all. Is it another Order member we'll be meeting there? The Red Cord Hunter responds in a shaky tone. The District of Ashmore is one of the main trading checkpoints in the outer ring of Central Headquarters. It is well secured, with emergency protocols much more dangerous than what we have here. Even the true cores do business in Ashmore. I cross my arms and listen to his lengthy descriptions of how the fortress works and what you can and cannot do. My curiosity grows, but he ends his description quickly, as we don't have much more time to waste, and I'll be able to understand most of it when I arrive at first glance. We won't be there for long. It is just a simple drop-off of goods and pickup for new quotas. And yes, of course, there will be another Order member present. Angelica runs the place. But how would you know of the Order if you're not one? He gulps mid-sentence as a wave of fresh terror washes over him. Wait, have I said something I shouldn't have? This isn't a test, is it? He looks at the truly lifelike puppets of the king and queen, questioning if what he saw was all an act. You are not one of the big three in disguise, are you? There's no one else that could have. I let out a small amount of pure mana control without any divine threads, and it is enough to stop him from talking further as I shake my head. No, this is no test. They're really dead. I am not allied with the Order. The hunter is pale, silent, and still questioning everything around him. I just let out a sigh, as it doesn't look like I'll be getting any more information out of him in this state. Then, I throw him the 2 teleport crystals and containment cases. Act as naturally as you can. We're going for a trip. You can ask all the questions you want when we're back. The moment he catches the shimmering white crystal, I activate stealth and move to make contact with the young man's shoulder while bringing the king and queen in closer as well. Marcus takes a deep breath in and out, silently praying to himself while closing his eyes and crushing the gem. A bright white light flashes, and the largest of the Finger Islands is left devoid of any divine cores moments later. Thousands of kilometers away, a flash of white light appears on a teleport platform in the center of an empty circular room. Marcus, the 2 lifelike statues, and I materialize onto the bright white floor, and I take in a very confusing sight and barrage of readings to my senses. Everything around me seems to be made of very pure yellow divine energy. The bright white floor below the teleport crystal is tethered with it, and the clear dome overhead that is about 10 meters high shimmers with yellow threads as well. The room we stand in has 2 silver doors on each side, and they lead to thin hallways. Though even the halls are made of the same white flooring and clear glass-like transparent material overhead to make them look like miniature tunnels. In both directions, more of these white and clear domes are connected, making a structure of connected and isolated rooms all over this fortress. There are hundreds of them in all directions. It feels immensely strong, far stronger than the near S-grade shielding I broke through minutes ago. However, my main attention is more focused on what is outside the odd bubble structures. The ground they rest on outside looks to be made of dark gray ash, and coming up from the grounds are endless yellow flickering flames. The fires roar for dozens of kilometers in all directions, enveloping the countless domes, and roaring without any sign of going out. They flicker and roar kilometers up into the sky. I am unable to sense anything through the thick divine energy imbued flames. With my stealth mode activated and my greater form not turned on, my perception may be limited, but I can clearly sense that whatever or whoever created these flames is far stronger than myself. On the outer edges of the domes, where the white and yellow divine energy meets the flames, steam rises up through the air like fire and ice are meeting and canceling each other out. While I examine the structure in awe, Marcus stands upright and still, with sweat trickling down his temples. Next to him, the dead animated statue of Alfred carries both of the containment cases, and I have Fiona give an uninterested and disgusted look as she stares ahead. The silver door they all face clicks open, and 2 women walk through into the dome. One is an orange core, and the other is a yellow. They look almost identical, with dark brown hair cut short at the shoulders and bright white eyes. The only difference is the yellow core is a few centimeters taller, and is LV.8519, while the shorter orange core is LV.4405. They both have superior wind magic skills. I wonder if this is even the Order member in front of me, as I was expecting a fire or ice user, and the yellow core doesn't even have half as many divine threads in her core as the king or queen I killed. Marcus bows toward the taller woman and speaks up, answering my suspicions. Angelica, we've completed our quotas. I hope all is well for you here in Ashmore. He grits his teeth at the end of his words, as the intense yellow divine core pressure in the room is getting to him. But he side-eyes toward the containment cases despite the pain. I channel wind magic through my invisible divine threads, and into the statue, holding the cases. It appears as if Alfred is letting them levitate over to the two women. When his hands are free, I use my Master of Illusion buff and mana manipulation to control his body to twist his mustache and respond. It is all accounted for. Then I make Fiona scoff and add to the act. This place makes my skin crawl. Can we get this over with quickly? The orange-colored woman catches the containment cases and looks through the logs quickly while tapping on a silver tablet of her own, making notes of all the new inventory and making sure the new quotas are updated. In the meantime, Angelica responds with a professional smile. You'll be on your way shortly. Don't you worry, Miss Fiona. There is a pause as her assistant continues to shuffle through the item boxes, and she speaks again to fill in the silence while looking up toward the ceiling's dome in an oddly specific direction. I do hope this shipment makes Redgrave happy, with all of the Order members being picked off, and that announcement earlier today about the Flame Emperor in the Dark Continent. I am almost glad I am stuck here under the Abyss of Flames. Marcus reflexively gulps as another rush of understanding hits him, and I believe he has connected the dots to understand who I am. The woman catches on to his nerves as well, but I have Alfred speak up to keep the mood in the room constant. Yes, being so far out in the ocean, we're away from all the trouble as well. Stronger members than us were taken down just before the throne showed itself. What a shame. Alfred's head shakes, and he twists his mustache again, while the orange-cord girl finishes up her task with the containment cases and sends them flying back our way. Alfred accepts them, but a phenomenon occurs that makes my heart skip a beat. The yellow core, Angelica, nods a few times to be professional, then speaks up while reaching into her item box to pull out a silver transmission tablet. Very good. I'll be sending a message to Central that your quotas have been met. The shipment for your contracted hunters should be processed very soon as well. As she puts on her fake professional smile, I see yellow crystals glowing on the front side of her tablet that she is pulling out, and realize there will be quite the issue if I don't do anything in the next few milliseconds. I've seen a tablet like this before. It was the one Raven used to talk to the other Order members, and I vividly remember each lit crystal representing the Order members that were alive and well, able to respond on the other line. There were 2 crystals that were dull when I saw Ravens, signifying Sebastian and Mr. Freeman's demise. However, those should be the only ones. If she pulls it out right now, she'll see that the 2 she is talking with are no longer alive. This also means all of the other Order members will be notified of the King and Queen's death the next time they check these tablets. This was all within the outline of my plan, but I didn't realize it would start so soon. I make the split-second decision to cause a scene right here to expedite things. If the King and Queen are meant to be dead, there is more than one way this can occur. The first being a rogue force from the Dark Continent, but the other would be another Order member that made contact with them within the time frame that their lights went out. I grin beneath my stealth veil, and have Alfred push the silver containment cases and teleport Crystal toward Marcus in a quick, fluid motion. In the same instance, I use water magic to make it seem as if Fiona is sending out 2 high-pressure jets of divine energy imbued water from both of her index fingers. One flies straight toward the silver device in Angelica's hand, and the other toward the teleport crystal that flies at Marcus. In a flash of white and yellow light, the A-class hunter is transported away back to the island of Palmyra, and the silver tablet that is about to be exposed is destroyed and fractured into hundreds of metal and crystal pieces. The Order members' eyes widen in surprise, and I have Fiona blurt out a believable line in the same arrogant, condescending tone that she was using back in the mansion. You know what? You are right. This world is changing hands, and who cares if a few Order members go missing? I always hated this place. I make her yell out in a loud, annoying laugh, while filling the room with more yellow threads of divine light. In the same moment, the orange-cord hunter that has been silent this whole time turns and presses a tablet of her own, opening up the door they came from with impressive reaction speed. The yellow core doesn't even question what is going on, and makes a wall of wind in front of them with divine threads and wind magic strong enough to make me believe she is going all out. I have Alfred and Fiona send attacks of wind and water at the wall she has made to pierce through her defenses and hit the wind mage in non-vital areas, hoping that she'll attack back. But no attacks come. She just yells out loud while jumping backward. Activate the emergency systems. Call Central and have Redgrave notified of this betrayal at once. All fatal attacks between Order members are not permitted. The rulers of Palmyra are well aware of emergency procedure here. They have just failed their assassination attempt. This is well within my pact rights to activate protocol. My smile grows as the silver door is shut, and from behind it, the outline of the slightly injured wind mage pulling a large red lever is clear to see. I contort the king and queen's expressions to be scared and confused, while in reality they are already dead, and this woman's actions are helping me stage the perfect cover-up. In the same moment, the center of the clear dome cracks open evenly and begins to come apart slowly and mechanically. The bright yellow flames outside start to flood in. Chapter 648. Just a few dozen meters away, the orange and yellow cord hunters watch the scene before them unfold. They're secured behind the heavy silver door in the transparent hallway. I have a few fractions of a second where I can easily pull out a teleport crystal and make my escape, however. The instant the top of the dome cracks open, my perception is able to seep out much further than before. I am able to see past the endless abyss of flames around us. Every moment that passes, and the dome above opens more, my gaze is able to surge further. This is exactly what Marcus told me would happen when he described the common protocol for violent deals gone bad, and said even true cores cannot survive the flames. My initial hopes were that I would be able to stage an attack and that the wind mage would strike back, allowing me to stage them being struck in vital points and use another teleport crystal to run away and make it seem as if they died from this. In the confusion of it all, I could have even killed this last yellow core and absorbed even more essence. However, the Order member here was a bit weaker than I predicted. Not only would there be no witness to report this staged betrayal, killing her now would barely grant me a 1 to 2% gain of my core's base. This far more extreme option makes for a more convincing story, and with it, I am able to leave this dome. Crushing a crystal. To leave right now would be a waste of this opportunity. The fact that we're near Central headquarters makes me want to take a bit of a risk just to get a glimpse at what Central is really like. The yellow flames rush into the dome, and simultaneously my perception does. In fact, spread out far enough to get a fuzzy picture in my mind of where Central headquarters is. The city is enormous, made of hundreds of skyscrapers at sizes that look like they can house entire cities like Solara, or even Vice City itself in a single structure. I can't get a clear view, only the outlines, as the thick divine flames all around me make for an impenetrable veil. I can feel that this abyss of flames is a few kilometers high and a few dozen kilometers wide. However, its length goes on for hundreds of kilometers in both directions, curving to make a massive moat around a mountain that reaches up into the sky. There are huge cliffs burned with flames all around this central city, and atop it mana control waves of millions of individual status screens blare through my senses. This isn't even counting the massive buildings that I am unable to sense through in my current position. I estimate there are tens of millions of people in this massive central headquarters civilization alone. My focus shifts back to the scene in front of me instead of wandering away to the outside world. As the dome fully opens and the divine flames rush in, I brace myself, activating all of my buffs and creating a defensive layer of divine energy, infused soul energy shielding all around my body while activating my greater form and compacting its energy to compress around me. My stealth skill is still active, but the immense energy I am letting off can't be fully contained. The only reason the Order member behind the clear protective barrier can't see me is because of the Master of Illusion buff I am keeping on to manipulate the perception of reality around me. I jump upward headfirst into the fire while it completely floods the dome. My connection with the king and queen's corpses is severed, and their bodies are burned to ash and dust in milliseconds. The teleportation platform in the ground shatters from the thrust of my jump, yet the white divine energy imbued floor below it is untouched. Simultaneously, I feel a hot pressure envelop my entire body. Less than a second passes before I feel the true intensity of the flames begin to tear through my defenses with ease. When I first arrived here and tried to feel the icy dome's strength and the average strength of these flames, I knew they were strong. But now that I am plunging into them, I realize they're much more powerful than I expected. As soon as I leave the dome and am covered in yellow fire, I deactivate my stealth skill so I can go all out. I pull out my fire and dark magic blades to take full advantage of their stat buffs. But as another half a second passes, and my defense aura grows even stronger, I feel the walls of flames pressing in on me even further. The heat waves rush through me, and the gravity pushing me down as I try to fly upward feels very reminiscent of the time I was trying to push through the skies within the divine construct toward the green divine serpent. Whoever made these flames is a true core user, and the gap between our level of divine power is only becoming clear to me now. This isn't even a concentrated attack. It is a security system spread out thin and constantly consuming energy. Yet, a small concentrated portion of it is giving me this much trouble. I grit my teeth and push upward. As the further I go up, the more the towers within the city atop the mountain come into my mental view. I can teleport away any time I wish, but this may be my only instant teleportation ticket into central headquarters at such close proximity I can get. Another half a second passes, and I am just over a third of the way through the flames. However, the dense hot flames tear all the way through my soul energy shielding, tethered with the full strength of my true core. I pull up a mental interface of my Rising Emperor's domain, yet I am too far away from the Dark Continent to get the full stat boosts I want. My aura is being suppressed by these flames, so no one falls within the radius, allowing me to take 10%. However, after reaching 1,000 links of loyalty, I unlocked a perk that allows me to receive 5% extra no matter how far away I am. I activate it and pull tens of thousands of stat points and a few dozen trillion Makapi from the Crimson Army, my teammates, and many of the normal citizens I have access to. The mana control does not add much to me at all, but the rise in stats is similar to the full amount I received during my battle with Raven and the Bronze Earth Dragon, filling my body with newfound speed, strength, and endurance. The additional training I put the Crimson Army through has made quite the difference, but it is still nowhere near enough to make these divine flames' damage negligible. My rise through the flames becomes much faster, but the pressure of the divine energy all around me is hardly suppressed at all. It feels as if the breath is being squeezed out of me every moment I stay beneath these yellow flames, and the reality of the Big Three's true strength creeps into my mind. My blood-bonded armor begins to burn and melt, while even my skin starts to become charred by the flames that roar around me. It feels like if I let up for even a moment, they'll all seep into my body and mind, turning me to ash just like the king and queen I left behind. My purple ring glows bright, and I've only seen it do this one time before. It was when I faced Mr. Freeman before I had my true core awakened, when he attempted to use a mental attack on me tens of times stronger than I was able to handle. But my purple divine barrier managed to suppress the brunt of the blow. The same thing is happening now, and it only makes me push off the air harder with every step, using all my strength to finally escape through the top of the roaring fiery abyss with heavy breaths and far more fatigue than I expected. I am still not strong enough. I yell to myself as the pressure starts to go away, and the extreme heat dies down, while the abyss of endless yellow fire gets further away, and I continue my upward momentum into the night sky. The moment the hot burns and immense pressure cease, I reactivate my stealth skill, and the purple ring around my finger stops glowing as well. While taking a deep breath, I deactivate my Rising Emperor's domain stat and mana control borrowing perk and stare up at the massive city that I approach. The mountain is truly massive. I could tell it was over 200 kilometers wide and over 30 kilometers tall while using my perception from below the flames. But seeing it with my own two eyes is a different experience, paired with the realization that the being that created those flames below me makes my true core look like a dimly lit candle. The futuristic skyscrapers that pierce the clouds above look magnificent. This is where the rulers of the world have created their city. They have been in control for centuries, growing in power before the system even existed here for humans. My eyes widen with awe and respect, granting me a new perspective on why Raven, the Saint, and all of the other Order members fear the Big Three so much. The massive yellow ring of fire below the mountain sends off so much heat and light that it almost looks like it is daytime below the mountain. Then, even above, the city lights coming off the tens of thousands of windows on each tower, bright streetlights, that line the roads that are busy with cars, and people even now in the dead of night. It looks as if this is a bright, shining light of day that never goes out. With my enhanced perception, I hear and see millions of conversations taking place. Food, products, and services are being bought and sold. Some of the magical nature, selling gear for new hunters and buying loot from the hundreds of dungeon hubs all over the city. Others are unawakened businessmen and women with normal families going about their daily lives. There is music blaring at every street corner, and every citizen has their own transmission tablet blinking and giving off sounds of their own. There are massive parks full of wildlife that are as large as entire cities back in the 8 great regions, and dungeon hubs full of EDC and B-class portals that make the Canyon of Dungeons back in the Crimson City look very average. Huge warehouses, factories, and office buildings are scattered throughout the massive civilization, sustaining many pockets of culture that stretch hundreds of kilometers. It is like a world of its own. The vast amount of information to take in right now after such a brutal event is extremely overstimulating. I just stop and stare, floating over the sea of flames for almost a full minute to take it all in. My head slowly rises into the sky, looking up into the clouds to watch the skyscrapers fade away as they rise so tall, though my all-seeing eye does see further and catches something very odd slowly spinning around the city in a circle about 100 kilometers above even the highest tower. There are 3 large rectangular boxes, about the size of sports fields. No matter how hard I look at them, no readings come back. Even the energy that keeps them suspended above the massive city, endlessly rotating, is a mystery to me. Though I do come to the conclusion that they are definitely made of the same black originator stone that the island of Palmyra is made of, and the tower in the center of the Dark Continent. The moment I realize this, my stealth-imbued aura of perception retracts, as it is probably best not to tamper with things I don't understand in the presence of forces greater than my own. As I float upward, close to the burnt walls of the mountain, leading to the outskirts of the massive civilization, I send a mental message to one of my body doubles. It is tasked to go back to the island of Palmyra to make sure Marcus doesn't leak anything that has happened today, and begin taking control of the kingdom with Bree and Rodrigo's help. In the meantime, I use self-regeneration, tethered with divine energy, to slowly heal my burns and the damaged armor while changing my mana control output and physical appearance to look like an unsuspecting citizen of this massive city. I need to learn more about my enemies. Although I haven't even met them, I am now certain the big 3 are more powerful than I ever imagined. Chapter 649. A planet tens of times larger than the human world rotates around a massive red star. It is the only planet with life within this solar system. However, it houses enough life to count for hundreds of planets. Endless varying landscapes rise and fall from natural disasters. Civilizations are born, and cultures thrive to grow and go to war on every corner of this world. Some regions are devoid of life for tens of thousands of kilometers, while others are full of monsters wielding dark black and purple energy. Some form intelligent societies that grow and prosper, taking advantage of the rifts that appear leading to mana-dense worlds, while others endlessly roam to kill each other and eat their next meal, relying solely on animalistic instincts. The soil and plants of this world are tinted black and red from the energy given off by the wildlife and stars in the system. There aren't many creatures that ever travel far enough around this globe to meet other civilizations. Even the most powerful beings on this world can travel for a lifetime and not make it back to where they've started. This is why it is known not as a world, but for its inhabitants that are intelligent enough to speak a language. It is known as the demonic realm. In one of the northernmost regions of this realm, 5 enormous black towers stand looking down at the most powerful known demon society. The demons are the superior race on this massive planet and have been for hundreds of thousands of years. Far below these towers, which are known to be owned by the 5 great families, the massive black castles and training facilities for the families' armies look down at the city below as well. They are all made of the same dark black material that the towers are made of, making it impossible for even the strongest archdemons who have returned from mana-rich worlds to see inside. The only way they will even get a shot at glory is to make an offering during one of the ceremonies when a great family decides to have recruitment rituals. For a normal citizen, this is merely a dream that rests above their great city for tens of thousands of demonic generations, surrounding the 5 pillars that watch over the realm. Millions of fledgling and greater demons are being brought up from their youths. Expeditions into the surrounding riftlands to farm resources from demonic beasts, collect originator artifacts, and take the leap into newfound rifts to mana-based worlds happen every day. However, a very unique event is happening at the base of one of the towers owned by the Vermilion family, within a large black hall, completely isolated from the rest of the realm. A single ascended archdemon with a true core burning bright yellow-white in its chest approaches the base of the tower slowly with its hand outreached. Its heart rate rises with every slow step it takes forward, and a line of 6 yellow-core demon generals line the back wall at attention, staring straight ahead as their leader places his hand on what appears to be a closed arching doorway. The room is silent for a few moments, but the true core's energy from the demon that touches the tower is being siphoned out at an alarming rate. It stands tall, with a confident expression on its face, while the arching outer crack of the door slowly begins to light up with a bright yellow light. It becomes brighter and brighter, then shifts in color, turning light green as the intensity of the divine energy makes a major shift. The true core releases his hand from the door and takes a step back, grinning ear to ear while the green light glows brighter within him without having to sacrifice any more of his own power. A pulse of green energy comes out from the cracks of the door, and the gravity in the room increases tenfold, forcing all of the yellow generals to fall to one knee in an instant. It pulses again, even stronger, releasing even more pressure, and even the true core bows his head and falls to a knee as well. He speaks in a tone as if he is addressing a god. Lord Vermilion, I come to give you a report on our family's weekly progress. There have been 17 new offerings, totaling 329 quintillion mana points worth of new resources farmed. After our screening process, 9 of these new archdemons have been appointed to the 216th and 217th Red Core squads to begin their training beneath the demonic knights. The true core demon goes into great detail about the promotion ceremony of 2 of the Red Core demonic knights still being in process, as new Orange Cord commanders are needed for the growing numbers of squads. Then he gives a rundown on all of the originator stone mining operations being conducted out in the Riftlands, and the off-planet missions being conducted by a few private Yellow General squads. However, there is no reply or reaction from the green outline of the glowing doors until the demon reports an unexpected piece of news. There is a planet that you've told us to keep tabs on. It is a human-based world, specifically planet M3 to 99,051. A rare world that had an abnormally high amount of originator artifacts present, but its mana availability was not very impressive. I was tasked to plant a throne here as per your request, and it appears to have been awakened a few years early. The demon bows his head as another pulse of green threads erupts out from the edges of the door, followed by a deep voice so loud and powerful that everyone's minds focus solely on its words. The separation of the telepathic channel being tethered with divine energy and true sound around them is blurred. It is early indeed. That world was the one with 3 humans holding near saturated true cores. The demon's bowed head is pushed down even further by the intense gravity, so much so that it touches the dark black floor. Yes, that is correct, Lord. There is a pause as the pressure in the room grows even greater, and the older guards in the back of the room begin to pass out and fall completely limp. Very well. The contract made with that world 50 years ago in their time is still active. They shall yield 100% of their originator artifacts, 95% of their mana resources, and over 75% of their population to the demon that claims the throne. In return, they won't attempt to fatally injure you in the final battle, though I have found humans not to be very long-term focused creatures. They will most likely breach the pact, and I advise you to not hold back and exterminate anyone you must to claim this world. The demon's eyes widen as he realizes what the Demon Lord's words mean. Ascended Draco Vermilion, true core royal descendant, of the Vermilion family. You now have the right to claim this throne in our family name, to add to the collection growing our empire. Take the necessary resources required to build a thriving civilization on this world. Your 337 years of service have been appreciated greatly. You may now become a demon lord. The moment the words finish, the intensity in the room vanishes, and the green light around the arching doorway ceases. Draco keeps his head against the floor for a few more seconds, before raising it with a proud and determined look on his face, then turning to face the Yellow Cord generals at the back of the room. You heard the Lord. I need each of you to round up your Orange Cord commanders, and have them bring their Red Cord demonic knights to meet me here in 72 hours, ready to venture to a new world. That will be about 18 full squads, more than enough to take over a human world with third-tier mana availability. With a smile across the demon's face, he opens the back door of the black contact room they all stand in and makes their way back to the main palace. One of the yellow generals walks closer to him, and the other 5 follow at a distance. The True Core gives him an order while they walk back to his private quarters. This honorable day has finally come. I am off to notify the other 11 royal descendants of my Lord Ascension. They will need to have a new royal fill my spot. There hasn't been a ceremony like this in over 100 years. The Yellow Cord general bows as they split paths and replies. Indeed it is, Captain. Or, soon to be Lord. I look forward to serving you in your new world. I shall make sure all of the necessary troops are ready within 3 days as requested. The Yellow General walks off down a long hall, while the True Core opens a new door and uses a black tablet powered by dark purple demonic energy, linking all of the Vermilion family's True Core royal descendants together to notify them of the news. Heste. Meanwhile, back on the human world, within 3 floating originator artifacts high above a mountain that holds almost 25% of the world's population, 3 True Cores speak to each other with mixed emotions. Redgrave laughs loudly to himself as he hears the news of 2 more Order members lashing out at Angelica in a trade deal gone wrong, bragging to the other 2 members through their closed circuit. Looks like my flames still work. I set them up over 2 decades ago, and they're still burning with enough heat to fry that sorry excuse for a king and queen to a crisp before they could even react. He laughs loudly and energetically throws more yellow flames around the room as he dances to pass the time. Alara replies, Hey, I set up those domes years before your flames were even there. This only means your flames are weaker than my ice, if there haven't been any complaints about them breaking since the start. Redgrave knows Alara is just poking him to fight back, but he is itching for some fun considering the throne awakening is so close. I could go down there right now and relight them. I've grown almost twice as strong since I lit those flames. I bet I could melt your domes in a minute if Beckman cuts off their antics. Enough, you two? Over the last few minutes, he has been studying the instant deaths of the king and queen, making calculations in his system interface, while listening to the recording of the call from Angelica on repeat. Something is not right. There is a few-minute lag between their death and this call, and quite frankly, Redgrave, I believe your flames should have killed them much faster than the time it took for them to die. It took approximately 0.21 seconds too long. More taps and clicks come from Beckman's tablet, and Alara and Redgrave seem interested for a moment, but go back to mindlessly bickering to pass the time while Beckman continues to tap away and look for more inconsistencies. While all of this occurs, I float all the way up the scorched mountain cliffs of Central Headquarters and finally glide down into the bustling streets. I feel a heavy mana-based surveillance system activate in the city, similar to that of Valor City's tech, but I hop into a dark alley and reverse my stealth skill to now reveal my identical appearance to any other average citizen roaming the streets in the dead of night. I'll most likely leave before anyone double-checks the footage and sees a random middle-aged drunken man walk out from a dark alley where no other people were previously. For now, I walk into a local bar district filled with people, flashing lights, dancing, and loud blaring music to see if I can eavesdrop and talk to some people, getting a feel for how this city operates from the locals. Chapter 650. The streets are lit with neon lights, and different songs are playing on every corner. Bars, restaurants, and late-night entertainment of anything. One Desires line the streets, with towering skyscrapers high above stacking hundreds of floors into the air. I follow the flow of people to fit in, making my way into one of the largest nightclubs in this small portion of the city. Rhythmic beats compete with the loud noises of laughter, cheers, clapping, and dancing, while I am hit with a heavy air pressure shift of pure mana as I walk through the doors. It is easily 5 times as dense with mana in here, making for an exhilarating rush for the average citizen. Once they're inside, tables filled with bright-colored drinks, bottles on fire, and private dancers fill my vision as I walk through the crowds of people, using my inspect skill to follow the trail of money and power as best I can. Most of the people in this club are over level 100, meaning they most likely earn far more than the average citizen dungeon diving. However, the main floor is filled with level 100 to 250 hunters and some well-dressed, unawakened businessmen. All of the C-grade and above migrate toward the back of the club, where the private rooms are. I approach and see a woman in tight clothing with shots of drinks and bright neon glowing pills walking around, offering samples to all the parties entering the private lounge area. Many hunters take them down in a single gulp, as well as the unlabeled pills, and their eyes dilate, their smiles growing as they move through the privately sectioned off portion of the club. A few slots in line ahead of me, a man refuses the offering, flashing a silver card in front of the woman. But she shakes her head, refusing him entry unless he takes the drink and drugs. They get into an argument, and 2 B-class guards come out from the private room a few seconds later to escort the man out with ease. When it is my turn in line, I just smile politely, taking the drink and pill, activating my Master of Illusions buff to make it appear as if I followed her orders. In reality, they simply vanish into my storage, untouched. She allows me to walk through once my grin grows, and I head straight into the private lounges, where the music is far less loud, and the guests are more well-dressed and influential. I walk to the private bar, keeping a permanent smile on my face and a slight sway to my steps to play the part. There are still flashing neon lights back here, and the room is pumped with even denser mana than the main floor. The young women serving drinks walk slowly, taking time to chat with each client, and no one is swiping their silver cards after each order. They only pay when they decide to leave or enter the private rooms at the far back of this exclusive lounge. I take a seat between 2 parties. One is a man just over level 400, on the beginning stages of awakening his mana control. He is buying drinks for the many women around him, some awakened, others not. The party to my right is a group of 3 men. 2 are just over level 250, while the one in the middle is unawakened, but clearly a businessman. They're all around the same age, mid-30s, most likely grew up together and chose different career paths. As I sit down, a young woman with piercing green eyes asks what I'd like the moment I settle in. Pausing with a wide smile, I order a few shots of their most expensive liquor and a mixed drink to go with it. The blonde-haired woman pours my drinks, and I feel the gaze of an old man on the other side of the bar. I brush it off, surveying the room and eavesdropping on nearby conversations. The elite hunter with the women around him talks about other clubs in the area and where they should go later tonight, while the group to my right discusses their latest dungeon farming expeditions. The man in a suit between them talks about a large trade deal of mana crystals he secured at a bank run by the association on the other side of the city. Everyone else at the bar talks about their day-to-day life. It doesn't seem like they're in secret slave labor or are forced into anything sinister, contrary to what I'd imagined about this city at first glance. Some people swipe their silver cards as they leave, and I notice there is a 19% central city tax. But for luxury living like this, such a steep tax on goods and services isn't too surprising. I expand my area of perception further, listening to everyone in the more packed areas of the club. Oddly, they all seem to be here to have a good time. It is surprisingly normal. My next thoughts are to check out the dungeon hubs or risk looking into those 3 black boxes in the sky again. The woman finishes pouring my drinks, and I happily accept them, pulling the same trick with my Master of Illusion buff, pretending to down the shots and slowly sip the mixed drink. I reach into an item box at my waist, pulling out a gold coin. That will be all for me tonight. I might as well close my tab as I place the coin on the counter. I feel the gaze of the old man across the bar on me once more. He is sitting alone, not speaking to anyone, but as his eyes meet the gold coin, they widen, and he briskly gets up, heading over to me. I think nothing of it, addressing the woman with a polite tone. I don't have my card on me today. This should more than cover my drinks. The young woman picks up the gold coin with a puzzled look, examining it closely before smiling and setting it back in front of me. It is an interesting artifact, sir, but you and I both know Central credits are the only accepted payment here. I open my mouth to object, but the old man steps in, flashing his silver card, speaking in a tense, worried voice. My grandson? Sure is a jokester, isn't he? Here, drinks on me tonight. I think it is time we head home, don't you? His gaze is locked on the gold coin, and he whispers in my ear, You are a real outsider, aren't you? I didn't know it was possible to leave or enter this city anymore. Come with me if you want to live. I pull the coin from the counter, accepting that my gut instincts were right. This place is too good to be true. The woman laughs, playing along with the old man's excuse, and scans his card. We leave the lounge in a hurry, with him leading the way. As we make our way through the loud noise and dancing of the main club room, he yells in my ear through the blaring music. There is a manual surveillance check done every hour on the hour. Either you know exactly what you are getting yourself into, or this is the first place you've come and you have no idea how much danger you are in. We step out onto the street, and he takes a sharp left turn away from the crowded main road. Reflexively, I put up a hush barrier around us, strong enough to keep out the ears of even the strongest A-class hunters with awakened divine cores. Its aura is masked by my stealth skill. The world around us fades into muffled sounds, and the old man realizes what I've done as I reply. I am a foreigner, yes. But what is the issue with that? Outsiders can't pay with gold. His eyes widen further, and he takes a few more steps down a quieter street lined with shops that only operate in the daytime before he answers. How did you survive? And what is it like out there? Is it true? Did the world really burn when the demons took over after the war? My mouth opens, but I am at a loss, attempting to process his questions. He doesn't wait for me to answer, continuing down the street. No one leaves Central because, well, there is no other place in the world to go. He glances at my item box, where I pulled my coin from earlier. I haven't seen a currency like that since the Great War, and it has been, well, I don't even know how long. But please, tell me, how did you survive in a world plagued with eternal flames? I stop, widening my aura of perception. I listen to the surface-level conversations of everyone nearby, even in neighboring districts and distant cities. At first glance, he seems crazy, but as I sift through millions of conversations, not one mentions traveling outside Central City. To everyone here, this is the entire world. It is cut off from any other civilization. Now, as I gaze at the flaming moat surrounding the elevated mountain in my mind's eye, it does seem as if the world beyond has been scorched. And this is the last remaining sanctuary. Mass manipulation, endless propaganda, strict regulation, and growth of a society built entirely for the association's control. The possibilities here for those in power seem almost limitless when every citizen believes they are the chosen survivors of a world-ending disaster. I slowly respond. Do you really want to know? The truth may be worse than you think. The old man stops, a wide smile on his face. I sense only anticipation and the long-held curiosity of someone who has waited decades for answers. Yes, I must know the truth. I lived a life before the war, and another after. I have no family or friends left, and not many years remain. Whatever reality lies outside of Central, knowing it would finally bring me peace. His eyes sparkle as I reply, Well then, of course there is a vast world beyond the flames. We continue down the street as I describe the world I've explored. He listens intently, growing more nostalgic with every detail. Whether it is the drinks and drugs he consumed earlier, his steps grow slower, and his mental state weakens the further we move from the bar. It is as if he has longed for this moment his entire life, savoring a sense of bliss. But our conversation is abruptly interrupted by a flashing light on his wristwatch, soon mirrored by blinking signals on every street corner. I sense a ripple through the mana surveillance network, and the old man stops, turning to bow before me. Well, This is the end for me, I fear. Please, don't feel guilty. I have finally found peace thanks to you. The world I once knew really does live on. I am puzzled, but his words begin to make sense as he raises his head. The man's eyes, nose, and mouth are bleeding, but he keeps a wide smile and gives out the emotions of nothing but happiness. Simultaneously, out of nowhere, intense gravity wells manifest throughout the city. Numerous red cores come into my senses and dart through the city in various directions, followed by B and A class guards with strong mana control. This is the manual surveillance. Check the old man warned about. And it is more serious than I anticipated. Heading straight toward us is a familiar orange cord guard, the same one who led the scouting expedition through the Dark Continent and Crimson City not long ago. He approaches at high speed, with 2 red cores behind him. I weigh my options, calculating how I want to handle this situation in the few seconds I have before potential chaos breaks loose. Chapter 651. All of my perception around the city focuses solely on the scouts that seemingly appeared out of thin air. Some of them touch down in random areas of the city, while others fly far away to the other side of the massive mountaintop to other districts. There are even some nearby that fly to the top of tall towers. But the only 3 guards I focus on are the ones coming straight my way. A faint noise emanates from the orange core, and I channel all of my perception toward him as he flies. The image of him holding a silver transmission device in his right hand is clear, and his voice rings out in a steady, monotone manner. Yes, Redgrave. I am checking in on the unidentified subject now, based on the recordings. He appears to be an intruder from outside of Central, but there is no ID coming back on our facial recognition. I'll be arriving in a few seconds. There is a click, and a familiar, angry voice responds. It doesn't matter. Your focus should be elsewhere. Kill the intruder and anyone he is with. Don't spend a moment more on it. If they're from outside, then good riddance. If they're a rogue that got rid of their tracker to make a statement, then kill him and make an example of it. Destroy the bodies and leave no witnesses. No loose ends. There is another click, and the orange core puts the tablet away. He is getting extremely close now, and a plan begins to form while I watch the old man who pulled me out from the bar fall to his knees. His heartbeat slows to a stop by the time his forehead hits the pavement. I don't know exactly how he was killed, but from the name I heard on that transmission tablet moments ago, I know a convincing display will be necessary to satisfy their wishes. Instead of using stealth and slipping away from the orange core's sight, I do the opposite and raise my mana control to that of a low B-grade hunter. Once they're within range, a few blocks away, I turn in their direction and activate my Master of Illusion buff, mixed with my Echo skill, as I step to the side of the empty street and activate stealth with my main body. A perfect lifelike afterimage of myself is left behind. The 3 divine core holders don't slow down at all. The orange core activates wind magic tethered with divine threads, and less than a second later, releases an attack as they dip down into the street, even closer. The slash slices through my mirage, and the 2 red cores, following close behind, drop divine energy, imbued balls of fire to incinerate the corpse of the old man and the illusion. The 3 of them hover midair after gliding upward for a few seconds, overlooking the city, and the orange core pulls out his transmission tablet again, with a straight, unbothered face. The job is done. I will continue preparing for the reassessment of the Dark Continent in less than 2 days. We will not return without data on that corrupted information of the yellow core beneath the Crimson City this time. If you need anything else before your arrival in just over 4 days, please do relay the message. There is a pause, and no response for a moment, but finally, the same man responds. Thank you. There actually is one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Report back to the supply base. I need you and a team to help Angelica investigate a trade deal gone wrong down in Ashmore. There was quite the incident that took place less than an hour ago, and Beckman wants a second opinion from an outside source. Certainly, I am on my way, the orange core replies, and begins to fly away back in the direction he came from, with the 2 red cores following. I lean up against the side wall of a building for a few seconds, staring at the black ash left behind, with a small amount of red and orange divine threads disintegrating into the atmosphere as they leave. All of the red and orange cores throughout the city and neighboring central regions finish up their missions around the same time. And simultaneously, I feel all of the wells of gravity throughout the city migrate back to the center of the mountain, in the densest part of the central headquarters, about 40 kilometers north of where I am. Dozens of citizens disappear just as the old man did, being deleted from this world above the flames for various infractions, without any warning or chance to refute them. Moments later, they all fade away from my senses, disappearing into various black buildings with shielding made from the same material as the floating rectangles above the city. My mind wanders as I walk the streets alone, with my stealth skill completely activated this time. Watching the flashing lights and people all around me go by, many streets pass as I recount the words spoken over the transmission tablet and compare them to what I know of the Big Three and the new information graciously given by the old man that was killed and burned to ash before my eyes. The reality of the true strength of the leaders of this city finally dawns on me. Or, to put it more honestly, the leaders of this entire world. The power they possess is far beyond my wildest expectations. The fact that the flames below the city have been burning for decades, long enough for the old man and most of the population to believe the world outside was no longer livable, means the man who put them there has far more power than merely this small fiery barrier. That being said, there are two others, Alara and Beckman. I can imagine what the fire user is like from his tone of voice, and get a vague understanding of the massive scale of Redgrave's power, but the other two are supposedly just as strong, and their abilities are even more mysterious. As I walk many blocks through the city, passing tens of thousands of people, and looking up at the hundreds of skyscrapers with endless floors, it makes the Big Three seem like gods. It is like Raven said. They've been in power for centuries, yellow cores even before the system existed on this world. They have truly thought of every possibility, and have even scoped out the entire 8 great regions and the Dark Continent, and believe we are no threat at all. Based on my findings here, it is true. In most circumstances in the past, I have my power hidden, or at least the gap is not so massive. So, the confidence of my enemies to not take me out early is usually working against them. However, seeing the result of their power and influence for myself, they may be right not to bother crushing the ants when they're not even strong enough to bite back. The society they created atop this mountain decades ago has been a long-lasting metaphor for the end of the world they seek to create. The Orange Corps said he'd be back to survey the Crimson City in under 2 days, and that the Big Three were coming to challenge the throne in 4. I have just enough vision to watch the entire world burn, yet nowhere near enough power to stop it from happening. As I let out a long sigh and look up into the starry night sky, more of Raven's words come to mind. It was what she said about the fact that when I battled her, I didn't hold back at all. I had no fear of losing, despite being at a disadvantage the entire time. All I wanted to do was continue the fight and find an edge for the fun of it. The thrill of the fight itself, and the prize of getting stronger at the end of it, was all that mattered. Like following the thread of my swordsmanship skill, without knowing where it is leading, but understanding and knowing that it will lead to a fatal blow. Now, I am at a critical point. The very world as I know it is at stake. My new region's freedom to grow and live as I please, and to put it bluntly, my control over my own life is on the line. Though, it isn't just my life on the line. To get what I want, I'll be aiming to save the entire human race from living in a society entrapped by the fear of the world around them burning. It is a nearly impossible feat with the resources available to me now. But this just means I have to look deeper, think more tactically, and train harder than ever before. I just have to find the hint of a thread to victory and follow it. There are 2 immediate ways I can think of to become stronger. The first is to absorb more yellow divine threads. Most, if not all, of the yellow fragments in the world have been consumed, and the ones that aren't are in the hands of the very enemies I need to become stronger to defeat. The only source I can think of now is the endless roaring fire around the city. They could be harvested for their pure divine energy. However, attempting this so close would be the riskiest plan of all. The second option I have is bringing more links of loyalty into my Rising Emperor's domain. pulling the stats and mana control from the Crimson Army to push myself out from the Divine Flames faster did make a noticeable difference. While I have a steady growth rate of a few hundred new links, per Dalton Y coming into the Crimson Dome, I am going to need to up that by a magnitude of thousands in order to compare to the power pure divine energy grants. However, with the new connection I've made with the 8 great regions, and my control over every sector in the Dark Continent, my access to potential links of loyalty does reach the necessary threshold to pull something like this off. Ember may have valuable input on this matter, but until he awakens, I need to do everything I can to gain an edge myself. As these thoughts race through my mind, one of the many dungeon hubs in Central City comes into view, with hunters forming a line in front of it and a single guard on duty. The temporary feeling of absolute authority looming above me starts to weaken in my mind, and I can't help but grin as I've just found the beginning of my thread that will lead to the next of the big 3. In full stealth mode, I walk between all of the late-night hunters in line and slip through the automated doors and silver ID scanners to walk into the closest dungeon portal I can find. Moments later, I dungeon walk right back to the island of Palmyra, not bothering to keep my stealth ability activated. I walk through the secured hallways right past security and out the front door to float up and above this massive palm jutting out from the sea, full of citizens. My perception fills the entire island and down deep into the sea below, where massive chi reserves rest all around the wrist of this originator artifact. On the Finger Island, where I assassinated the king and queen, I sense my double, Marcus, Bree, and Rodrigo all talking to each other as I instructed. However, as I look down at this island, I decide this will be a great start for my expansion. I open a link between the 4 of them and myself. I have new urgent information. There has been a change of plans. Chapter 652. I airstep over to the meeting, taking place in the mansion that still bears the rubble and blood of the king and queen on the main hall's floor. My double has already received a detailed update from Brian Rodrigo about the progress in the 8 great regions and their restructuring of the contracts and trade routes. However, as I arrive, I have fresh news to share. We're going to be creating many more Crimson Domes. This is how we're going to do it. And this is what I need from you. Marcus, the Red Core A-class hunter, trembles in silence throughout my entire explanation to Bry and Rodrigo. As they nod and take out teleport crystals, I speak one last time to the overseers of the 8 great regions. Very good. The plan here on Palmyra stays exactly the same. I'll have it ready for you with tens of thousands of loyal citizens once you return. There are roughly 70,000 on this island. My guess is more than half will submit. The ones that don't will be free to go wherever they wish once this is all over, but for now they're staying here. I know this is a lot all at once, but we have 4 days left to prepare for what could potentially be the Second Great War. They disappear in a flash of white light, back to the Apex region, to prepare the citizens in each major city to hear the Flame Emperor speak on a nationwide tour as the trade routes are established. It wasn't my initial plan to personally show up to each site, but this will be the most organic and efficient way to group many citizens together and give an opportunity to form links of loyalty with me in exchange for varying trade benefits. Meanwhile, I turn to the Red Core and pull out the drinks I bought at the bar, levitating them over to his trembling hands. I know I could have done things more subtly, but this is just the way things are now. Take a drink, calm down, and decide if you want to follow me or not. It would be helpful to have an inside man here on the island. He stands in silence, still wide-eyed and confused about what exactly is going on, but he takes a deep breath and downs the 3 shots I levitate in front of him. I speak up again as he looks me in the eyes. So now for you to follow through on your part. I need everyone on this island to meet outside in the streets, looking up at the sky, in approximately 1 hour. I'll be notifying them that their contracts are all voided. The entire island of Palmyra will be free, and I have a new employment opportunity for them. The Red Core's rapid heartbeat slows back to normal, and his hand stops shaking as I begin to explain what I am about to do. He nods and replies in a relaxed manner, while I feel a link of loyalty form between us. I'll do it. I'll help you free this island. I'd rather serve you, even if the odds are stacked against us. I grin while sharing self-regeneration with him to rid the alcohol from his system, as it has already done its job. Then reply through our newly formed telepathy link. Good. Have transmissions sent out to each of the dungeon hubs and hunters' housing, and have them ready to meet their new leader. Notify me through this link when it is done. He replies with a gaze full of commitment, awe, and newfound confidence, as even his fatigue is healed by the new skill's passive perks. Yes, sir. I am on it. After this, I leave the mansion and float down toward the sea. As the Red Corps sends pings to all the contracted hunters that he usually controls and sends orders to for the king and queen, I plunge into the depths of the sea. A dense barrier of mana shields my body, keeping the salt water from touching my skin. I am not going to be down here for long, so a single deep breath of air is enough to last the full hour if I need it. My creation of the shielding around me is more so for the intense pressures of the sea, which collapse around me as I dive kilometers underwater. It is similar in pressure to the massive shifts in gravity that divine energy exerts on me, creating hundreds of times more pressure at the bottom of the ocean than above sea level in the open air. It is pitch black down here, but my chi senses are all I need, as I am taking this opportunity to collect valuable resources surrounding the palm. Monk's words repeat in my mind from the first time I ever came in contact with these naturally growing chi crystals beneath Valor City. If I absorb their essence too fast, draining the crystals completely dry, they will never recharge to their current state. The same goes for detaching them from the blackstone base they grow from. The massive haul I've found here is thousands of times more crystals than I have back in the Dark Continent. The conditions down here would make it quite literally impossible for anyone below the rank of a Yellow Corps to survive the pressure. Monk's process of collecting trace amounts of chi from living crystals is also a delicate one, requiring long amounts of time and equipment in stable environments. With the pressure, currents, and total darkness down here, I see no practical manner in which he'd be able to safely and efficiently farm this material. The crystals jut out from the bases of this originator artifact, and when I approach, two thoughts come to mind. Harvesting everything here could give thousands of citizens back in the Dark Continent a one-time boost, allowing them to awaken chi, elevating them above many of their mana-wielding peers. However, I could also use it all for myself. Increasing the strength of my soul energy in general does make me far stronger, but it is not as significant a jump as strengthening my divine core. Taking advantage of the chi at my disposal, and adding as many people as possible to my Rising Emperor's domain at once would begin to make a noticeable difference. No one thing will magically bring me to the overwhelming strength level of the big three, but many small things do add up and bring me closer. Until I find the final missing clue to this puzzle, I need to grow in every avenue possible and continue searching while following the faint outline of a thread. Still, with a small hope for a potential future chi farm in mind, I pull out my Flame Emperor's blade, tether it with divine energy, and slice a square around the crystal cluster in front of me. I can't sense anything coming off the massive blackstone artifact, other than the small areas surrounding the chi clusters, saturated with white flowing chi. The rest of the massive hand is only visible to me through my eyes. If I didn't sense the mana, chi, and tiny trace amounts of divine energy in the air, I wouldn't even know this enormous structure was in the sea. It only fills a negative space in my mind, devoid of all energy. So, as the energy from my blade slices through the stone to carve out a chunk, hoping to preserve the natural regeneration process of the chi crystals, I feel another phenomenon take place. Trace amounts of divine energy that make contact with my sword are sucked into the massive artifact, disappearing from my senses moments later. It feels just like the growing seeds I picked up from the divine construct. While this massive palm reaching into the sky is not as violent or hungry as the greedy black seeds, I definitely felt it tug at my true core, taking a few small threads from the remnants of my attack. The cluster of chi falls to the ocean floor beside the wall and pulses, while the seemingly fluid-like aura of chi within the attached section of the artifact contracts back into the bright white gem. Without any external pressure or movement from me, once the chi floods back into the crystal cluster and becomes fully saturated, it simply falls off the black fragment of the artifact, showing that it will no longer grow. Well, there is no way to save them, It looks like I have no choice. I think to myself while letting the white crystal cluster of chi fall into my item storage, keeping one small gem behind to fall into my open palm. I allow the pure, dense chi to flood into my body, restoring and even oversaturating my soul energy core. Yet the crystal isn't even halfway drained. The process I used to create the Crimson Dome, draining all my soul energy into it, and using a limited amount of chi pills to restore it over weeks, comes to mind. It not only strengthened the defenses of the Crimson City, but also increased my chi control significantly each time. I could fully drain my soul energy and restore it multiple times with a single crystal. This appears to be the equivalent of hundreds of chi pills, and as I let my perception do a count, I note over 1,000 clusters around the palm, each holding dozens of gems. Once my attention comes back to the next cluster, I witness the small portion of originator stone I've carved out begin to heal before my eyes. The dim light of my aura is all that illuminates the phenomena of the black stone regenerating very quickly without any energy output or readings coming off of it. In less than a minute, the surface of the artifact looks untouched, as if I never sliced through it, and as if there was never chi attached to it at all. The portion of stone that was carved away loses its dark black coloring, turning gray, then white, then dissolving away into the sea. It reminds me of the time the green divine serpent crashed into the forest of black trees, and they too dissolved away, only leaving behind their cores. I am curious, but there is nothing more for me to process, as no energy readings were present during this odd event. So, I move on to the next cluster and repeat the process. Over the next hour, I swim from cluster to cluster, slowly carving out dense pockets of crystals and watching the black rock regenerate as if it is living. While above me, there is a lot of movement on the island of Palmyra. Tens of thousands of workers are being called in early from their shifts in the dungeons. And those sleeping are being woken up and told their quotas for the new day are not yet processed, and that there is an announcement they all must hear. Every slash through the water adds dozens of white crystals to my storage, but simultaneously drains tiny trace amounts of divine energy from my core. By the time I am halfway around the base of the wrist, I've lost about 1 yellow fragment's worth of divine threads. It isn't much in the grand scheme of things, as from this island alone, I've netted thousands of fragments to my core. But it is odd. I begin trying to observe the flow of divine energy closer and closer with every slash, trying to figure out how it's healing or get some hint of where the lost energy is going. It is not until I hear a telepathic voice in my head from the red core kilometers above me that I finally discover something. Sir Flame Emperor, the kingdom of Palmyra is almost ready for your speech. It should not take more than 10 minutes to retrieve the final stragglers that are finishing up their boss room battles in the dungeon farms. While Marcus speaks in my inner ear, I slice through another portion of the massive black artifact to separate an abnormally large cluster of chi, and in return, a massive shift in water pressure changes all around me. My eyes widen, despite being in pitch-black darkness kilometers under the sea, as my senses finally pick up on something, while massive amounts of seawater start flooding into the hole I've opened up. The sensation of a very strange divine energy source becomes visible in my mind's eye, and the threads that escape my blade from this last strike flow toward it, following the inside wall of this massive structure, deep underground, many kilometers below the ocean floor. The inside of this massive stone sculpture is hollow, and I've just created a temporary entrance. Chapter 653. I don't even take the time to watch the portion of the artifact I sliced off dissolve. I just let the cluster of crystals fall into my item storage and swim forward with the extremely fast-flowing water under enormous pressure. The jet of water floods inside the artifact, dispersing down into the hollow shell of the statue, plunging into total darkness below the ocean floor. It is hot and humid, but I air step away from the water stream and hover in mid-air, deciding to take a breath while sending out a pulse of perception to get a reading on my surroundings. The inside of this structure is filled with stale air. I send a message through my telepathy link to Marcus through the small hole in the side of the artifact's wrist, just as it completely heals itself. Understood. I've run into a small detour. This may take a moment. The hole letting in massive amounts of ocean water seals itself, and the raining salt water all falls into the darkness below. I can't see anything at all, but instead of sensing nothing as I did from the outside, now I can sense the energy particles in the air trapped within this massive structure and feel its exact shape. I am floating within the wrist, which leads upward to create the enormous hand that stretches up and out of the ocean, with the infrastructure of an enormous city built atop it. However, down below, the rest of the arm is here. It even leads to a shoulder, and that shoulder connects to a neck, torso, and 3 other limbs. The impossibly large artifact appears to be lodged hundreds of kilometers below the planet's crust. And the deeper down I sense, the denser the air becomes filled with chi. There is no mana present within this structure, other than the small amount that radiates off my body. However, the further I push my senses into the depths of the artifact's darkness, I do feel the flash of divine energy again. It comes and goes, giving off extremely strange readings. One moment, it is invisible, and another, it is creating a gravity well with the intensity of a true core. Other times, it is hardly the strength of a newly awakened red. I don't sense any intelligent life, but every time my perception touches the odd divine energy reading down below, I get the intuitive feeling that it is looking back at me. Overcome with curiosity, I float further down into the darkness, following the flow of denser chi and divine energy. I slowly make my way down the entire arm, deep below the ocean floor, and find that a large amount of water that fell in through the hole I made has pooled in the lower tricep of the bent right arm that reaches out of the sea. As I pass it and move through the shoulder joint, steam rises up, adding to the humidity as the water down here instantly boils from the heat and pressure. I am flying many kilometers in a matter of a few minutes, but in this state of total darkness, it almost feels like I am not moving at all, just pushing myself through endless hot air while following a mental map. Despite this, I eventually end up right below the head, staring down at the void that leads to the statue's midsection and legs below. This is where the heat, pressure, and chi density are the strongest. However, my attention now shifts upward because beneath the statue's head, where its neck would be, there is a narrow hole, roughly 100 meters wide at its entrance. But as it goes further up to meet the head of the structure, it gets far more narrow. This is where the strange, inaccurate divine energy readings come from. I airstep upward into the narrowing passageway. Chi is abundant, but strange divine artifacts are much harder to come by. Touching this structure on the outside doesn't drain any divine threads, and there was definitely no way for me to perceive it from just putting out a scan. While cutting through the black stone is very difficult, I am sure it would be possible for almost any Order member with a true core to do the same. Either this artifact is completely new and was only activated by the small amount of divine energy it took from me, or it has been collecting energy from the atmosphere for millennia, overlooked, with no one ever caring to examine it closely or attempt to look inside. As I float upward and the narrow passage through the neck becomes smaller, I hope for the latter, and I believe it may be true. The dim glow of my true core's aura lights up the walls around me, and the illegible originator text I've seen before in the Saints' recordings appears all over this place. I have no way of interpreting it, so I simply follow the source of the odd blinking and changing gravity well readings until the narrow passage squeezes so tight that it is barely 3 meters wide. It comes to a halt near the base where the jaw is on this massive statue. And instead of going straight up, there is a rectangular hallway with ascending stairs at the top of the upward funnel to the head. I float down onto it and begin to walk up the path, illuminating more and more originator text on the walls. The passage is dark, hot, and cramped, with thousands and thousands of etchings all over the walls. My echoing footsteps are heard only by me as I continue upward, the cramped stairway spiraling higher, creating a circular spiral leading into the skull of the statue. I activate my all-seeing eye, not holding my true core's power back at all, trying to see everything there is to see in these halls. But nothing comes back. All I get in return is the same dull fluctuating signal at the top of the statue's skull, and the miner tugging at my core that siphons small, negligible amounts of divine threads from my aura as I continue upward. The yellow light coming off of me is so bright that it seeps into the walls, making each of the bold etchings in the black stone vibrant and reflective, searing every ancient letter into my mind with each step. There is nowhere else for my perception to go, so all of it concentrates on these unreadable words. As the minutes pass and I walk higher up, many of the letters become recognizable as they're repeating over and over in my head. It is basic pattern recognition, but with millions of characters being scanned and imprinted on my mind, I can begin to guess which characters will come next without even understanding what they mean. By the time I reach the top of the enormous spiraling staircase, my mind is split between wondering what I'll find at the top and whether I'll be able to understand originator text if I stay here long enough. Just like when I entered this rising hallway, there is a single rectangular door to walk through when I exit it. I find myself in another massive, wide-open dark room, hundreds of meters tall and wide, with even more originator text printed all over the walls. As my true core's aura hits it, millions of letters shimmer yellow and white while I walk into the center of the room, gazing in awe at the main attraction here. A floating yellow disc is visible in the center of the room, no larger than my palm. It is a few centimeters thick at most, giving off a gravity well almost identical to my own. The moment I blink, the disc shifts its form, shimmering white, then turning completely black and forming into a perfect cube. No divine light comes off of it, and the gravity well present moments ago is no more. There is a faint amount of chi still inside the black artifact. I take another step forward, and it shifts again, growing in size and turning red, transforming into an elongated sphere. As it turns, the coloring shifts to orange, then yellow, bending and stretching to become a long cylinder until its edges meet to create a spinning donut shape in the air. Its gravity grows stronger as it becomes brighter yellow, and the hole in its center shrinks until it disappears and becomes a disc again. It collapses into a small pyramid, completely black devoid of energy, then shifts to red, repeating a seemingly random yet similar cycle again and again. I am mesmerized by the phenomena and get extremely close to the floating object in the center of the room, so close that the edges of my purple barrier begin to interact with the aura it creates when it is at its peak. This, combined with my own perception, reading millions of now recognizable ancient originator texts, causes a strange shift to occur in my mind. For a moment, at the peak of the artifact cycle, when it reaches the strength of a true core, I feel as if its emotions are rippling through my barrier, and a moment of clarity washes over me. My eyes widen as I step closer again, and as the cycle repeats, the clarity hits me even harder this time. It makes sense. I whisper to myself as the words in my mind start to shift and come together in fractured, barely readable states. Every time the cycle resets, the understanding I grasp fades from me as well, but I am able to mutter out words each time it happens and look back on my memories. They have left. Not enough light on this world for all to ascend. I will die here, but one day, I believe another wave will come. I take steps closer to the oscillating artifact, and each time, I feel the tug on my core grow stronger. Left behind treasures for future generations. The race will begin again, whether it is for light or for ruling of the physical world. If you have found my tomb, please hear my words. I wish to follow you through the doors. At these last words, I can't tell if I am reading them off the walls anymore or hearing the words of the artifact itself. I am so close to it now that if I were to put out a hand, I could touch it. It doesn't feel alive at all, but the afterimage, like an echo of desire, still emanates from it. The moment I stop repeating its words and allow my aura to retract to ponder them more carefully, the artifact changes its movement patterns again. Almost as if it is tired or scared I'll leave, the object stops mid-cycle while it is bright orange, shifts back into a black cube, but continues to slowly rotate a few meters off the floor. No more divine energy radiates through the room, and it becomes eerily silent. I stare at the palm-sized black cube. Curiosity is flowing through every cell of my body and becoming stronger with every rotation. Almost a full minute passes, and nothing changes. No more divine light permeates from the artifact, and my knowledge of the runes and text all around me is cut off. However, the artifact's message is clear. and I know what I have to do if I want to learn more. I take a deep breath and slowly reach out my right hand until my index finger makes contact with the cube. It stops rotating, and again, a gentle, soft pull on my core activates, and small amounts of divine threads are siphoned out. A ripple of yellow light becomes visible over the cube, and it disperses all over the room, lighting up all of the text with a bright divine glow. Simultaneously, a voice echoes in my head. It doesn't sound human, more like a wild animal, mixed with metal, scraping against metal, but in a gentle, rhythmic pattern. I am certain it is some kind of ancient dialect, or means of communicating, because my telepathy skill and purple barrier translate its meaning. Another wave has come. My hypothesis was true. This world is rich with light once again. Chapter 654. The text covering the walls, floor, and ceiling continues to glow bright yellow, even after the room falls back into silence. While the ancient voice echoes through my mind, I think carefully about the voice's words. It speaks in vague terms, but with its emotions streaming through me and a rough translation coursing through my mind, with the full power of my true core backing it. Many connections with past conversations, with Pluto, the demon, the saint, Raven, Celia, and even Emberall's surface in my mind. This wave it speaks of must be referring to the phenomena of the system connecting to this world. Its repetition of the word Thodweed, light too, must mean some kind of power source, but I am unsure if it is referring to divine energy, or mana, or something entirely different. Though, the fact that it talks of there not being enough light for everyone to leave the physical world sounds extremely similar to the ascension of a demon lord. Not wanting to ask too many questions at once, I respond out loud with a simple, open-ended question to see what kind of being I am dealing with right now. Who, or what are you? My index finger stays touching the artifact, and small amounts of threads continue to drain out of me. But in return, my mind perceives exactly where the threads are going. They ripple through the walls of this room, spreading through the statue's skull, and moving throughout the enormous being lodged into the ocean's floor. Its voice echoes back into my mind, this time sounding more coherent and natural rather than the animalistic metallic rhythmic noise from before. I am Atom. This name echoes through my mind as I feel my own memories being sifted through, while I, too, see a fast-moving slideshow of this same statue, completely white, standing atop an ancient world, watching beams of light all over the globe flash and disappear. I watch clouds fly by, and the yellow sun rotate above the sky hundreds, then thousands, and millions of times before I lose count. The only thing I can see is the white statue's color fading, turning slightly darker, and the worlds around it shifting and changing. As millennia pass, trees and wildlife build up sediment, and the feet of the statue are slowly covered in dirt. The plants and beings that grow around the statue often show stronger than average abilities, accidentally absorbing the trace amounts of white energy that seeped off the massive artifact. On many other points around the globe, similar artifacts give off the same energy, and religions are born praising the larger than-life giant that watched over them all. As years pass, powers grow and fall, but no intelligent life ever matches the heights of what the originators built. The shifting of continents, volcanic activity, and heavy rainfall create an age of massive oceans on this world, covering the statue up to its knees. The oceans freeze over, melt, evaporate, and more life grows in the dry plains around a dormant statue that watched an ancient race leave this planet for the stars millions of years ago. The coloring of the statue begins to turn even darker gray. In fact, and the speed at which the sun rises and falls moves too fast to comprehend, and the memories become fuzzier. Countless ice ages, floods, species, and world-ruling races rise and fall, and each time the statue grows darker and the planet devours it, slowly in more ways than one. All that remains is the jet-black hand reaching out of the sea, with yet again a society of the planet's ruling race congregating around it while the statue watches time sweep by. The ancient voice echoes in my head again, this time sounding not ancient at all. I can't even tell the difference between it and the base language I speak. Atom, at least, that is what I was called before I died. You are the first to visit my tomb. It seems your people call us originators. My eyes widen at its words, and the voice continues to answer the second half of my question. What am I? I don't know. I am the echo of what is left behind from a civilization that has moved on long ago. My eyes look around at all of the glowing runes and texts all over the walls. It feels as if they're vibrating and trying to come off the stone. I reply, my heartbeat quickening, filled with excitement. So the originators are real. Who were those that left this world through the beacons of light in those memories you showed? What do the words around us referring to light mean? And the doors? Everyone keeps talking about these doors. What do you know? I feel more threads leave my finger, and the words all over the room pulse and vibrate even more as the voice responds. I am dead. I have been dead for so long. I do not even know how I died. What you are asking of me is like asking if you can remember what food your mother ate on a specific date while you were still inside the womb. You have seen all I know. This is the first time I've opened my eyes in centuries. I know more about you than I do of myself. Its reply is not what I wanted to hear. But as I sift through the memories it shared with me, they flash by in spurts and have no true depth to them at all. In truth, the white statue was already dead, as it says, reaching up toward the sky as these memories began. It continues speaking to me, and at the same time, the room shakes and vibrates more intensely than ever before, and I feel as though I can see through the being's eyes. But all I see is darkness. I do understand the texts my ancestors left me, and your memories of this world have led me to create meaning for many things previously unknown. These beacons in the depths of my mind were in fact the chosen ones. Many texts here speak of their attempts at leaving this mortal realm to continue their journeys. The room tilts to the side, and I can feel the ocean crust cracking beneath and above me. However, it is not through my own senses. It comes from the statues. It continues, and I don't dare take my finger off the black cube. I need to know more, and I fear that if my connection is lost, I may never get it back again. This light and the wave printed all over these walls refer to the dominant energy source on the world we stand on. What your people know of as chi was a far different power long ago. It was as abundant in this world as mana is now. The fact that you were even strong enough to access my tomb means another source was created, and the Divine One's game is being played again. Another violent tilt of the room follows its words, and the yellow words on the walls become so bright it feels as though they're tearing off and falling toward me. I reply with a question. So divine energy was here long ago too? It was an energy source before chi? Or whatever it was called when the wave came in your time? The yellow text of millions of characters begins coming off the walls, floor, and ceiling entirely, all closing in on the center of the room. Simultaneously, the gravity in the room rises, and I feel as if I am moving upward. Moments later, as if two eyes are opening on the statue's face, I am able to see the outside world, and what is happening begins to become clear. The hand holding Palmyra above the ocean rises even higher, and an enormous bulge in the ocean's surface grows beneath the black palm. It continues to bulge while the arm reaches out from the sea, pushing the island high into the clouds until a black head with enormous yellow glowing eyes emerges from the dark surface of the sea. I hear a reply while watching the impossibly large statue push itself out of the planet's hard rock crust as if it is malleable sand. The power of the divine has always existed. It is the fabric of reality. But lesser energy sources are necessary for mortals to begin their journey and climb. These lesser sources are not as absolute in the grand scheme of time, but they are necessary to reset the mortals' worlds and allow for motion to continue taking place. Even gods die. They too must be replaced. The entire black statue ripples yellow as it rises from the sea, creating massive tsunamis that head toward the coasts thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, far away, the sun begins to rise, shedding a sliver of light upon the magnificent event taking place far out in the middle of the ocean. The yellow ripples cover the entire black statue, then bounce back after covering its entire body to make their way back toward the head. Once they do, all of the yellow energy settles in its skull, adding to the bright runes surrounding me and making them all collapse and faster. Its words echo through my mind again. Finally, the great wave has come again, and those who pass the trials shall walk through the doors. I have rested long enough, this world has finally awakened, and I shall fulfill my duty to make sure it is not forgotten as it was before. Promise me, if you ascend, you will not leave this world behind. As its words echo in my head, a phrase of text collapsing and jumps out at me, reading, "This will be another forgotten world once we leave. Adam, I have trust in you to not make the same mistakes we have." Asterisk then. Again, I remember the saint saying something similar too, telling me he would help me if I don't forget my humanity. I give the same response back, as the only reason I am here, fighting, searching, building, and growing, is to make sure everything I have here is protected. Of course. I will always do everything in my power to protect what is mine. The cube changes colors, turning red and morphing its shape to begin that repetitive cycle, and my finger sinks into the moving liquid. It replies while shifting to orange. Good. All my years after death have not been in vain. The right one has finally found me. The yellow runes collapse in and collide with my finger at the same time the artifact reaches the end of its cycle, and they all collapse into a single point, shining the brightest yellow-white I've ever seen. All of the yellow divine light vibrates through me, then bounces back, emulating the same pattern that rippled through the massive statue when this whole process started. Once it hits the black cube again, it disappears into it, and it pops off its invisible pillar where it was floating in place before, and even floats away from my finger. It glows red and starts to shift to start its cycle again, but this time it rotates around me like I am its center of gravity. I try to reach out to touch it again, and once I do, it reacts by bouncing off my finger and orbiting in the complete opposite direction while continuing its cycle. Instead of going for it again, my gaze is focused elsewhere. First, on the smooth, blank walls and floor all around me, as all of the text was consumed by the artifact. Second, I try to put out a perception pulse because my vision through the eyes of this massive statue ceased the second the runes and text collapsed. Once I get readings back from my energy pulse and get a feel for how things are in the outside world, the situation becomes more clear. Previously, I wasn't able to sense a thing outside the statue's inner walls. However, now I can easily send pulses through thousands of cracks all over its surface. The black outer shell becomes brittle and shows the same signs as the pieces of black stone that were cut off from it earlier, turning gray, then white, then disintegrating into thin air. The entire statue begins to dissolve away beneath my feet, and in a matter of seconds, I begin to smell the ocean air again. The feeling of weightlessness takes over. Above, I see a scene that reminds me of the time Ember and I had to dodge a falling island full of trees within the divine construct. This time, it happens to be a massive city filled with over 70,000 residents, and below is the dark depths of the violent, crashing, endless ocean. Chapter 655. Everything that has occurred in the last few minutes rushes through my mind as I watch the stone statue disappear, and the massive cluster of housing and residents fall toward me. The words of the artifact and the memories it shared are eye-opening, but after leaving its tomb, I am even more confused about its origins and cryptic texts than when I entered. Even after viewing the millions of millennia of fuzzy memories it showed me, they all lack detail, and none were from before the artifact's death. For all I know, this object was never alive. Or it could be falsely calling itself an originator after seeing my memories and telling me exactly what I want to hear. While I sense no malice, as I fall toward the sea and watch the black cube rotate around me in a lifeless state after putting me in this mess, I can't help but wonder what exactly this odd sentient artifact really is. Despite these questions, there is a real voice that echoes in my head, full of fear and worry. Sir Flame Emperor, what has happened? We've been waiting for you. Is this all part of your plan? Is the island of Palmyra destined to sink into the sea? Have you asked everyone to stare into the sky only to show them their deaths are near? Is I roll my eyes and allow my true core's aura to leak out while forming a plan and replying? No, Marcus. I just ran into some unforeseen trouble. Hold on to something. I'll fix this. I stare up at the enormous size of the falling city, housing 70,000 residents, and believe it might be possible to use mana manipulation, tethered with my divine energy, to carry them all and fly somewhere to safety. But I am sure being at such close range with such immense power would kill many and destroy most, if not all. of their personal possessions on the island. First impressions are everything, and I am unsure how well destroying everything they own and killing most of them will work in my favor when asking them to swear loyalty to me. So, instead of air-stepping up to catch the island, I plunge downward, activating my plunderer skill to begin draining the atmosphere of any and all ambient mana while flying headfirst back toward the massive hole in the ocean where the black statue used to stand. Enormous waves crash in, and city-sized whirlpools form as the empty space is filled by the vast, endless sea, while violent waves crash against each other, kilometers high. As the water displacement equalizes, I plunge headfirst into the sea and head down to take advantage of the enormous hole in the ocean floor. If there was once an island here, I can make it again. Once I am deep enough underwater, I let the true power of my divine core loose and activate ice magic with it, while expanding my greater form to become larger than it ever has before. A shockwave of light blue ice, mixed with yellow divine threads, pulses through the ocean, and everywhere, within a 50-kilometer radius below the sea freezes in a matter of seconds. All of the water that filled the space deep below the planet's crust freezes solid, tethered with divine threads so strong, even the overwhelming heat that boiled seawater before can't melt this ice. I propel myself upward while the ocean above the floor freezes, and as I leave the surface, all that is left behind is light blue waves and whirlpools frozen in place as I set my sights on the island that still falls my way. I activate telekinesis from a long distance away and create dozens of sports field-sized mana barriers below the bottoms of the largest chunks of floating islands and large buildings. At first, I use as much of my aura as I can, and the entire collection of falling structures lurches and cracks, making it seem like massive earthquakes are taking place for the citizens that watch as the sun continues to rise, and the clouds move upward while they fall down. There are screams, panic, and some hunters with higher mana control levels attempting to jump off the island, but Marcus keeps a majority of them in line and orders the other B-class hunters on the island to make sure everyone holds on and trusts that it is under control. Meanwhile, I use every drop of mana in the atmosphere for dozens of kilometers, and in turn, the island above me starts to slow its fall. It definitely doesn't come to a halt, as there are hundreds of buildings and a mind-boggling amount of imported dirt and stone. However, instead of a catastrophe where everyone dies and the infrastructure hits the violent waves at terminal velocity, I've created a far safer result. As the island slows, I am able to use less divine energy and more pure mana control and soul energy to keep the island's slow rate of descent. And this, in turn, allows me to be much closer to it as it meets the icy ocean surface. Being closer means far less mana has to be used. By the time it makes contact with the artificial icy island I've created, it is falling at less than 1 km pace. Even so, there is a city-wide thud that makes an echo ripple throughout the ocean to compete with the endless waves, while most of the residents are still confused, shocked, angered, and scared. The fact that there has miraculously been a safe landing leads to a citywide cheer and claps as they're all just happy to be alive. The sun finally rises all the way above the horizon as well, high up in the sky above the island. Light debris continues to fall, reflecting light. Even the light blue dungeon portals glow in the sky above, as they are geolocked to a position in space and do not fall with gravity like normal matter. I take advantage of the positive moment and fly to the center of the city, where many still stand, with Marcus floating above the densest part of them. Without any warning, I increase my mana control output and appearance to look just like the Flame Emperor I've used many times before back in the Crimson City, and activate my Screech skill to project my voice for all on the island to hear. Your rulers are dead, and I am here to set you free. You may call me the Flame Emperor. I burst into a vibrant and beautiful red, orange, and yellow display of flames while projecting my appearance to become massive in the sky using my Master of Illusion buff. As I feel all eyes on the island turn toward me, I speak up again. Some of you are here by choice to pay off debts. Some of you are here because you were tricked into bad contracts, and others are here entirely against their wills. I do not know the nature of all your circumstances, but I am here to give you an offer to void all of your contracts and grant you a second chance at life. My larger-than-life imagery looks down on the island, flickering with flames so large and realistic, while the events that just took place can't be explained with the rational mind. To many on this island, other than as the work of a god, many fall to their knees and pray, while others are frozen in shock. A small few still run for their lives, attempting to leave the island, but only find that the outer ring where the dirt and rock ends only leads to frozen waves. I speak again after everyone here has come to believe what they are seeing is truly reality. There is a nation to the east under my rule. It is far away from Central. I promise you all a life free of the shackles that the king and queen have put on you here. If there are loved ones back in Central, I vow to bring them to you all with no strings attached. The only thing I ask of you is your trust. A second great war is coming, and the world is going to have to choose sides. You do not have to fight for me, nor work for me, or anything like your past leaders have asked. I just want your loyalty and goodwill. After this line, I feel a few links start to form between myself and random citizens all over the island atop the iceberg. Conversation in the city begins to spark up, so I keep quiet while sentiment spreads naturally among them. I think we should do it. We're finally saved. Can we really trust this man of flames? What if he works for Central too and he just bought the island and this is his flashy way of taking ownership? Even if that is the case, what choice do we have? Wouldn't it be best to accept his terms and hope for the best? The worst case is we're just back where we started. True. I guess there is a reason to have hope again. I believe him. I swear my loyalty to you, Flame Emperor. Some are skeptical, but the longer I let them talk amongst themselves, the more many on this island realize there is no reason for them to say no at all. It is a win-win scenario. And this thought process spreads like wildfire, while a few hundred trickle in at first just out of fear that I'll punish those that don't instantly submit, and a few thousand after a few seconds as they see me as a real god. The more rational and skeptical hunters on this island take their time to think over my words. However, as the minutes pass, thousands and thousands more link with me, and I feel my option to borrow and grant power grow more every second that passes. Once over 10,000 links are visible on my interface, I expect a notification to ring in my ear, just as it did when I hit 5, 100, and 1000 members in my Rising Emperor's domain, but it never comes. I think to myself that maybe I've hit the end of the line for upgrades to this buff, but I was really hoping for another one. My gaze becomes filled with status screens and geopoints as the number rises more and more past 20,000 links, then 30,000, and it continues to rise as residents get down on one knee, following the actions of others all around. My aura continues to permeate through them and show intensity. The entire kingdom of Palmyra acknowledges me as their savior and new ruler. I speak again as the links begin to slow after 40,000, as over half of the island has sworn their loyalty. Very good. I will have helpers from the mainland sent over here very soon. Transport to new cities to the east will be given, and care packages with money, food, and unlimited dungeon access in a whole new region will be provided to those of you that have sworn your loyalty. I pause, and the links pick up again, as even more people are intrigued that were previously on edge. Those of you who do not wish to believe my words will have to stay here for 4 days or longer. Extra food, water, and resources will be provided, but rogues of unknown origin or loyalty will not be permitted in my nation. Those of you that wish to return to Central, or wish for me to reunite you with loved ones, you will also need to wait until the results of the war are settled. Even more links form, and more talk erupts through the citizens all over the city. A familiar-sounding ding echoes through my inner ear while I say a final statement. Marcus will keep you all company until my subordinates return. I know you all have many questions. They will be answered in time. I thank you all for putting your trust in me, and guarantee it will not be in vain. Continue your farming if you wish, or head back to your quarters to rest. There are no longer quotas, deadlines, or higher-ups to fear your life from disappointing. If you wish to fight with me in this upcoming war, tell a Crimson Army soldier that you wish to join when they stop by. I smile and make my massive face in the sky disappear, then share my screech skill with the red core I've left in charge, so his voice can project through the entire city as well. I send him a telepathy message while pulling a teleport crystal from my storage, Bry and Rodrigo will be on their way back soon with my double and more of my stronger recruits to make transportation easier and bring the supplies I've promised. I know I've tossed you into this position, but I'll make it worth it in the end for you. A few seconds pass, and I get a response. It is already worth it. You are doing a good thing here. I've always wanted to be free of that king and queen too. I just never believed it was possible. I won't let you down. I crush the teleport crystal in my hand and blip back to the bunker beneath the Crimson City. With 4 orange cores, collecting large amounts of yellow divine threads all around me, I finally open up my status interface once I am here to see what the notification said before. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached 60,822 divided by 50,000 links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's authority underscore 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 unders core underscore 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 info. The caster may appoint 5 generals to share the Rising Emperor's power combined. The generals may borrow 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 5% of the general's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any subordinate under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The maximum amount borrowed or shared per general is 1%. All generals acting together may control 5%. When not in use, the Rising Emperor may use all 5% of this untapped power. The Rising Emperor has total authority and can override the general's power sharing even if they are activated. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This additional buff stacks with the Power Holder perk and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Underscore, 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 underscore. I come to the conclusion that not only did the number of subordinates in my interfa rise by 20 times, now the total amount of stats and mana control I can borrow or grant has risen from 15 to 20%, 5% of which can be controlled by 5 generals of my choosing. This means to gain additional power, it doesn't have to come directly from me. They too can benefit from the Rising Emperor's domain, as well as grant their own power to whoever they're fighting with. As the possibilities of what this new perk can do rush through my mind, another phenomenon hits my senses. Ember's mind is far more active than it was just yesterday within the isolation pod, and I can sense his core through the mana, imbued metal casing with ease. It is much larger than it was before, as it is cycling the yellow divine threads through the room, just as it did for the orange threads previously. Instead of just making the circulation in the room faster and more efficient for my teammates, this time, Ember's core is retaining a large amount of the yellow threads with every rotation. It is clear his healing and rest process from overusing his immortal core has come to an end. Now, he is using this perfect environment to train. It appears as though he is attempting to awaken his true core. Chapter 656. As my gaze remains fixed on the silver contraption at the back of the room where Ember is contained, I feel the mind inside the pod shift. In response, the link within my Rising Emperor's domain activates, bypassing the need for direct contact through my aura to enable telepathic messages. You've been quite busy since the B-class exams. Our power has grown a substantial amount. While our stats and mana control are linked through our system pact, divine energy cannot be created nor destroyed. I must awaken my true core alone, using an old technique I created. There is a brief pause, less than half a second, before a pulse of weak divine energy ripples through the room. Ember's voice then vibrates through my mind at a rapid pace. You found yourself an amplifier, too. How interesting. I raise an eyebrow, replying through the link while my peripheral vision tracks the black cube slowly rotating around me. What is an amplifier? There is a much longer pause before Ember replies again. It is difficult to explain in these circumstances, I must keep my mind and body focused on compressing my core without harming your teammates or crippling my own core with too many movements before it is complete. Another pause, even longer than the first, follows before Ember continues. I have a few hundred yellow fragments of my own from the construct. I will add them to the room's cycle. It should be enough for me to finish in less than a month within this pod, which will be 3 days on the outside. Our Link grows silent for a moment before he speaks again. An amplifier is the result of an originator's failed ascension. This was before the era of demons and the system, and the ascension process was different. It is the echo of a dead soul that holds onto the mortal realm with a desire too strong to be broken by death alone. They cannot think, lie, act, or grow more than they already know, but often share incredible powers with those who share a common desire. Ember's cryptic description doesn't tell me much more than I could have guessed, but the fact that he says they cannot lie makes me less hesitant to leave the cube floating around me. The mention of a different process of ascension raises an eyebrow. I remember, in the statue's memories, beams of light all over the world, and its description of those beings ascending, though it didn't know how it died or have any memories before its death. I reply quickly, how do I use it? Or activate its powers? After no reply for a few more seconds, I assume Ember has fallen into his final state of concentration. I leave him with a final message. Well, the faster you awaken your core, the better. The throne is opening its doors in 4 days. As I turn around and pull out a teleport crystal, a final reply echoes through our link, slower this time. 1 day for us to train together will be more than enough. Focus on what you can do in the present. All amplifiers are unique. It will most likely take an absurd amount of divine energy to activate. It was a true core holder in its past life, after all. I must focus now. See you soon. Our link goes quiet, and I look around the room at my teammates, still cycling the divine energy in the air around them. They, too, are in total concentration. I peer into their cores to see how far along they've come and notice that Maria has the most saturated core of all. At this rate, she'll complete her breakthrough even before Ember wakes up. Abby appears to be in a similar state, lagging by about 30%, but she maintains a constant ring of restoration below everyone in the bunker. Fisher and Lydia are absorbing far fewer yellow threads than I expected. At this rate, they won't awaken their yellow cores within 4 days. The natural talent barrier shows itself again. At this thought, my perception expands through the city, across the Dark Continent, and further to Raven's Nation and the 8 great regions. They are the most powerful beings in all these lands. Aside from a few exceptional Order members who have been training since before we were even born, the only reason they seem lacking is that they're in a room full of true monsters. I smirk, whispering to myself while crushing my teleport crystal, "Good work, you 4. Stay at it. I'll return soon," disappearing in a flash of light. I think about how, once they awaken, I'll appoint them as my generals within my Rising Emperor's domain. The purple name tag of Aerie floats in the back of my mind as he is still deep within the abyss. I'd like to appoint him too. However, these thoughts soon fade as more important work comes to mind. I materialize in the lobby of the Apex Regions Association headquarters and sift through my memories of my doubles. I realize Bree and Rodrigo have already begun mapping out the best locations to start my tour to strengthen the numbers within my Rising Emperor's domain. I smile, connecting with them and my nearby double, and get to work. Over the next 2 days, everything goes exactly as planned. Many residents of Palmyra migrate to a new settlement actively being built in the mountainous region where Sebastian, the true Core Order member, once stayed. With the help of mass teleportation crystal travel, this is done quickly. Some stay behind to wait the war out, but the majority wants to come to the mainland. With over 60,000 people flooding into the area, the population quadruples. My doubles bring in large amounts of raw mana from the artificial mountains, seeding the air with enough ambient mana for faster natural MP recovery. With this influx, trade routes connect many smaller native villages along the lake's outer edges. Upon contact, I distribute resources, give a unifying speech, and project a larger-than-life illusion of the Flame Emperor to every village, gaining another 7,441 links of loyalty. This is just the start! As new roads connecting the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions are built, I map out and plan to visit every village along these paths. I convey that the 8 great regions and the Dark Continent will soon face a great war and need their support. Knowledgeable merchants and hand-selected Crimson Army members accompany me on my tours. When I move to the next scheduled location, they stay behind to explain details to those wanting more information about the coming events. During the 2 days that pass, I visit 1943 small villages throughout the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions. Settlements with 1,000 to 20,000 citizens receive gifts of magic items and fresh food not available in certain regions, drawing crowds. I offer better housing, unlimited dungeon access, and free training from high-level hunters. I promise to connect them with trade routes that will boost local economies, even if they don't join me. In return, I only ask for their trust and loyalty. Over 50% form links of loyalty with me on average, and my influence spreads. Rumors begin circulating in nearby villages that I'll visit them next. With merchants and army members accompanying me, I need a quick way back to the Crimson City. I create 2 public teleport platforms outside the Crimson Dome. Groups of trusted guides escort those curious to see this Crimson City I speak of. Large-scale housing projects within the Crimson Dome are paying off, with thousands more entering, seeking opportunities. At night, with no more cities to visit as most citizens sleep, I take time to train. I assist my double in transferring pure mana from the artificial mountains into my labyrinth. The higher floors have slow respawn rates, with 5 to 10 monsters per floor and up to 30-minute reset counters. Even so, each monster up here grants hundreds of billions to even trillions of NAPP. So, I dungeon walk to all floors above the 80th to constantly farm large amounts of mana control. After 2 nights of this, the labyrinth reaches 106 floors. The highest level monster I face is level 7,599. During my off time while waiting for monsters to respawn in the dead of night, I do a few side projects. The first is siphoning a massive amount of the collected chi from the seafloor into the Crimson Dome. I find there isn't enough to make it larger, nor is there enough to create more. My initial plans of surrounding every major city in domes of their own seems a little too far-fetched. I decide to make my home base stronger instead. The Crimson Dome's soul energy density increases by over 20 times. I do not imbue any divine energy into it, as the aura would be very harmful to normal hunters. However, with this increased strength, I am confident most yellow cores would have trouble breaking through it even if they worked all day. While resting and healing from the fatigue of draining my entire soul energy core multiple times, I do attempt to talk to the jet black cube that now constantly rotates around me. It never responds like it did before. I even fly out in the dead zone areas of the desert and attempt to unleash the full power of my true core to trigger some kind of activation. All it does is continue to spin around me and rotate in the opposite direction every time I touch it. When my stealth skill is activated, it disappears too. And when I try to scan it, it's as if the artifact isn't even there. It is constantly on the back of my mind while I continue my tours, fulfilling the first stage of my plan. I have no more leads to new sources of divine power on this world, so as the sun rises, I prepare for the next major boost in potential strength I can get, mentally mapping the large-scale events scheduled in Solara, Valor City, and every capital city in the 8 great regions today. The first citywide event I have scheduled is in Vice City. It will have a dual purpose, notifying all of the contracted hunters of their leader's replacement, and being the first major city in the world that the Flame Emperor chooses to spread dominance through. A few of the smaller surrounding cities were visited yesterday. So I am positive whispers have spread already. I stare down at my Rising Emperor's domain interface while hovering over the Crimson City, watching the links of loyalty rise, slowly past 500,000 as word continues to spread, and people prepare for their days. The awakened I formed links with in the smaller villages is low, under LV30 on average. So, the amount of stats I've gained access to in the last few days from over 500,000 links is about equal to the amount I gained from 60,000 strong hunters on Palmyra. Still, it is a massive amount. My total stats that I can pull from has grown by over 40 times since I began this venture on Palmyra, and this isn't even the final stage of my plan. Today, I am going mainstream with my goals. The entirety of the Dark Continent and 8 great regions will soon hear my name. As I close my status, preparing to check on Ember and my teammates' progress before I set off on my biggest tour yet, I feel a familiar 16 wells of gravity hit my senses. The scouts from Central have returned, and from what I gathered while eavesdropping, they won't leave until they accurately assess Ember's core and return the data to the Big Three. Chapter 657. As the 16 scouts close in on my location, I think about how easy it would be to kill them all before they even take their next breaths. With only 2 days left until the abyss completely recedes, and I have to face their leaders anyway, expediting the process and antagonizing them to come to the Dark Continent early would be the worst move I can make right now. I crush a teleport crystal and find myself back inside the shielded bunker below the city, letting out a unique aura once I am inside. I imbue strong, true core divine threads into my mana, while activating my Master of Illusion buff, creating an identical image of what they scanned the last time they were here. It now appears like there is nothing more powerful than newly awakened orange cores among us. Other than Ember, I make my own presence non-existent, concealing my core behind my purple barrier and using stealth to disappear. However, I changed the perceived image of Ember's core to be identical to the bronze dragon I faced when I first met Raven. It is an easy feat, as the pure yellow divine energy inside it now is equivalent in thread contents to that bronze dragon. The only oddity is that it is still expanding in size and hasn't collapsed yet. Ember's yellow core is twice the size. Mine was when I collapsed it. His has golden and silver strands of divine energy that keep it stable, while simultaneously forcing it from collapsing while he stacks more yellow threads inside. I believe if the scouts get a proper reading on whatever is taking place here now, it will be even more suspicious than if I simply changed the scene to portray Ember as an already awakened true core. After seeing Redgrave's divine flames for myself, I am confident that even this high level of power will not make them bat an eye. At the same time, it will quell their suspicions from the faulty reading before. I stay still, holding my breath while the scouts perform their scans. It takes less than 10 minutes once they arrive, and moments later they fly off to the west as if nothing happened, satisfied with the new data. Once they're completely out of my senses, I release my buffs and skills, letting out a sigh. Then, as if waiting for my experiment to finish, I feel a light pulse of energy coming from Maria's core to my right side. Her eyes open, glowing bright yellow yet still piercing blue underneath. She looks around the room, meets my gaze, and stands up with a grin. I can't help but point out the obvious with a smile of my own. You've consolidated your yellow core. Congrats. She looks down at her hands, then around the room, observing the others. Abby is on the verge of awakening her yellow core, well past halfway there, while Fisher and Lydia have about 10% of the necessary threads cycling through their bright orange cores. She looks up at me again and replies, I have, but this power, it is too much. If even this isn't enough, then whatever battle we're preparing for will split this world in two. The corners of my lips turn up, but behind my smile, I agree with her. Whatever happens in the next few days will permanently change this entire world. I reply with a nod. Indeed. Over the next few minutes, I give Maria a brief explanation of everything that has transpired since she began consolidating her red core days ago. From my initial fight with Raven to my new knowledge of the throne, and the originators from both the Saint and my encounter. Act on Palmyra. This all leads to the description of the strength of Redgrave's divine flames around Central and what little I know of the Big Three, other than them being powerful rulers of this world who know of us, yet still believe we are mere ants. I tell her of my own efforts to grow stronger. First, with divine energy from the true cores I defeat, and now by creating links of loyalty throughout the lands I control. Everyone else in the room overhears our conversation, but their minds are focused on healing and consolidating divine threads. Maria's eyes widen the more I talk, not with fear, but with awe. My story of the past coming to an end is perfectly timed with a voice in my head from Bree, telling me it is time to visit the Vice region. I let Maria in on the link the moment I hear it. Your double created a teleport platform to the capital last night. I believe you have the crystal necessary to come. Rodrigo has gathered all contracted hunters in the region, and many citizens in the capital have gathered in Vice City expecting an urgent emergency announcement. Are you ready? I pull out a white teleport gem and reply, shifting my appearance to the flaming masked man, gaining influence through smaller cities. Now about to make a grand public appearance? Maria grabs onto my arm, and reflexively, my purple barrier morphs around her to contain her yellow aura. She speaks up. I am coming too. I want to watch. There isn't much energy left here. The others only have so much to consolidate their yellows, and Ember needs enough excess to establish his true core. It would be best for me to get used to my new power in the outside world with the time we have left. I crush my teleport crystal, sharing my conceal scale with Maria. Many Crimson Army members, merchants, and extra help to control the crowds now and inform those who have questions once my speech here today is done. They have been handpicked by Bree, and a small group of Crimson Army elites, along with Bree and Rodrigo, wait for me in Vice City Association's headquarters, now taken over from the inside by loyal followers. When the flash of white light within the top floor's penthouse suite that was once the regional director subsides, two figures emerge. One is a familiar face, myself as the Flame Emperor. However, the second wears a glowing bright blue mask that appears to freeze the air around it, the illusion of ice freezing. Even the ground she walks on frightens those who look too long. And her flowing blue and white dress complements my red and black flaming suit perfectly. We walk forward toward the full glass window overlooking all of Vice City as the sun rises, and I see hundreds of thousands of people standing in the streets below. Millions. More surround the outer districts connected to the main city, but they're not in my direct line of sight. Bree's voice echoes behind me. The stage is yours. I raise a hand, using mana manipulation, earth magic, and telekinesis to pull off the window pane before me. As it falls into my item storage, I walk to the edge of the building with Maria by my side. She lets go of my hand while I take a step and float upward. Good luck, Jay. In the same moment, I activate my Master of Illusion buff, screech, and release an aura of intimidation that ripples through the entire city. My presence today is hundreds of times larger than it was above Palmyra, and it does its job perfectly before I even say a word. It feels as if the entire region has gone silent, and all eyes are on me. Good morning, citizens of the Vice region. You may call me the Flame Emperor. Your regional director has stepped down, and as I now rule the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions, it is safe to say I am your leader. I send a small ping of telepathy to Maria, and she jumps from the penthouse floor to float beside me in the air. I update the massive illusion in the sky to show her next to me before speaking again. A second great war is coming, and I need your support to save this world. I let my aura grow stronger, shaking the entire city, keeping meticulous track of the hunters I am pressuring to ensure none pass out, but understand I am serious and unfathomably strong. Simultaneously, I fill the sky behind the image of Maria and myself with images of strong beings. First, I show images of all my teammates, including Fisher, Lydia, Abby, Ember, Aerie, and Luna, each wearing masks that mirror their magic abilities. Among them, I place Rodrigo's face and other popular B-class hunters in the Vice region, strategically chosen by Bree, who are local stars in the news to build trust with the public. Behind them, I mentally map the figures of everyone in the Crimson Army, and behind them, everyone residing in the Crimson City. Bree sends many messages through a transmission tablet, notifying hunters below to release pure mana throughout the streets, increasing the density in the air to give everyone a rush. Simultaneously, item boxes filled with magic gear and gifts rain down on the streets. I speak again, raising my aura's pressure further. Just like 50 years ago, there will be another struggle for power on this world, as dungeons, magic, and power divide us all. I will not lie like your past leaders and pretend to tell you the full story, but there are powers far greater than the monsters you fight in dungeons. I am one of those powers, and wish to be a symbol of hope and absolute strength for those of you that will not be on the front lines in the coming days. I let my aura out even more, making it clear that my power is beyond anyone's comprehension here before I speak again. I am sure many of you have heard the rumors from surrounding towns. Others may have visited my growing empire in the Dark Continent. There are many knowledgeable hunters here that will answer all your questions once I leave. For now, know that our walls have been broken, and we are a single nation, only strong if we are one. Swear your loyalty to me, and I vow that not a single innocent citizen throughout the Crimson Empire will be killed in this second Great War. More pure mana fills the air, and I feel links of loyalty beginning to form. I make my massive illusion fill the sky, projecting the image of every link of loyalty I've created so far, showing over 500,000 individuals above. With each new link that forms, a new face appears in the sky before the Crimson Army. I align the illusions with the locations of new links, so those in the crowd can see when their fellow hunters, merchants, and citizens form bonds. Fight beside me if you wish. Take advantage of our powerful hunters to train. Meet our influential craftsmen for unique items, and even gain new skills. Swearing your loyalty to me today will change history. For those who form links, I share temporary skills on their status screens, all at the mythic rank, while easing my immense domineering aura, allowing the crowd to think more clearly. While I haven't shared enough information for the average citizen to fully understand what is going on, there is enough mob mentality in place with pure mana to soothe the senses, and the depiction of a fiery god in the sky to sway enough minds to get the ball rolling. As I go silent, the streets erupt with noise, with hundreds of thousands looking up at me from the city below, and over 1 million able to see my illusion and hear my words throughout Vice City and its surrounding districts. Someone quickly realizes they have a new skill, and word spreads fast. Status screens open all around the capital, and the number of loyalty links grows faster and faster. Cheers and roars of excitement fill the streets, and to top it all off, I temporarily share a portion of my mana control with every newly joined link to amplify their reactions and spread my influence faster while the initial hype is still effective. Floating beside Maria in the sky, I watch as the links of loyalty in my Rising Emperor's domain skyrocket. It takes less than 2 minutes before my total links surpass 1 million. A notification rings in my ears as another perk unlocks. My eyes widen as I begin to read what the Rising Emperor's dominance perk grants me while the links of loyalty continue to rise. Chapter 658. Congratulations. Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 1,002,098 divided by 1 million links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's dominances. Underscore 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 info. All links of loyalty under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor will now be granted permanent daily use tiered buffs and a custom interface with the Rising Emperor as its admin. I expand for more info. The caster may borrow 10% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 10% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This additional buff stacks with the Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk, if used simultaneously. Underscore 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 underscore. The first thing my eyes lock onto is the fact that I've received another 10% stats and mana control to share and borrow. This brings the total amount I control up to 30% and makes me wonder if there is even a limit to how high this will go in the future. The average links being created in the city today aren't much higher than the surrounding villages, as most people in this world never make it past the E-class rating. However, this is the second strongest city in both the 8 great regions and the Dark Continent by pure volume of hunters alone. There are thousands of D and C grade hunters, along with dozens of B-grade hunters that greatly skew the numbers, even with the hundreds of thousands of newly awakened. On average, the links here are around LV 60, This 500,000 hunters have granted me access to a similar amount of stats as the entire island of Palmyra and surrounding villages combined, raising the amount of stats I have available to me up by 80 times of what I had less than 3 days ago. This is only the first of many cities I have on my tour list today, but it is one of the biggest. My smile grows as my eyes track to another feature in this new milestone unlock. It is a description of the daily tiered buffs now available to all loyal hunters. Underscore, 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 buff timer. 1 hour. Cooldown. 24 hours level 1 to 100, plus 100 all base street ATS level 100, 1 to 500, plus 250 all base street ATS level 501 to 1000, plus 500 all base street ATS level 1001 to 10,000, plus 1000 all base street ATS. I expand for more tiers. Seva's stat buff affects the user's base stats, allowing all percentage-based gear worn to significantly raise in efficiency for a limited time. These increased stats cannot be borrowed through the Rising Emperor's domain interface. Only the user's original base stats are available. Underscore, 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 underscore. Considering my absorption skill is the only skill I have that allows me to permanently upgrade my base stats by stealing from strong opponents, this is an enormous buff for the average hunter. Most gain 1.5 minus 2.5 stat points per level up, making this boost in base stats near 50% for most tiers. That is the equivalent of giving every single link of loyalty a greater demon's core that directly affects base stats that they can use for an hour a day. My attention shifts to the custom interface feature next, and I am equally shocked by the 5 empty skill slots available for each and every link within my interface. I can select all or edit them individually, and I am able to add 5 skills to share with each and every link of loyalty. But above these 5 slots, there is a single grayed out slot where the active skill can be moved up into. Quickly, I add swordsmanship, body hardening, extreme strength, extreme speed, and self-regeneration, all at the mythic grade level, into these slots. Now, without me actively granting individual skills, they can select one of these 5 at any time to add to their status without directly communicating with me. While there are surely better options suited for individual members, on a broad scale for millions to instantly have available to them, simple is better. By the time I look back up from my interface at the active crowd down below, my links of loyalty have already hit 1042877. They're still rising extremely quickly. And after this region-wide notification and availability of a new permanent timed buff for people to activate, and the option to add a temporary skill at the mythic grade level, excitement only roars more. I whisper under my breath, more so talking to myself, but for Maria to hear as well while we bask in the glory of the capital city of the region our journey started in. This was far more successful than I thought it'd be. Jumping from a few thousand links up to over 1 million in a short few days has definitely given us some more options. But I am not convinced it is enough yet. It is time to wrap this up and do it again for all the other great regions and dark continent sectors. I smile under my mask and project my voice out to the crowd one last time. Again, thank you all. The time is near where I shall fight for your freedom in this new world. I hope my words and the gifts of power I grant are enough to earn your loyalty. Everything comes with a price. There will be times that you feel me borrowing your power, and other times where I grant additional power to you all. You are always free to sever the link, and to those that have not created one yet, all you must do is think of the face you see in the sky, and allow your body and mind to trust in the Flame Emperor. There is a final rush of pure mana expelled into the atmosphere, and in turn, another surge of tens of thousands of links being formed. I nod and take Maria's hand, and we both float back into the open window of the Vice Cities Association headquarters. Bry stands there to greet us, clapping, and her assistant holds up a containment case with more teleport crystals. leading to the other cities scattered across this dual nation. Fabulous speech. Are you ready to do it all over again? As we touch down and walk over, I take a deep breath and take the crystal to crush it in my hand. Over the next 5 hours, we put on many more performances all throughout this side of the world. The next great speech takes place in the Apex region, bringing another 1287090 links of loyalty in less than an hour into my interface. Their average level distribution is slightly higher than the Vice region, around LV 83. As the bulk of contracted hunters here are C and B class elites, skewing the data, the Viridian region, now run by Nat, the new regional director, adds 828,324 more links, coming in third. But the average here is lower, but not weak, coming in at LV 56, slightly below the Vice region. My visit to the Bedrock region is one of the most exciting events, as Regional Director Malak sent out transmissions all over the region to many of the mining towns who stopped their work from all of the surrounding mountains and come to listen to my speech, netting another 735,260 links at an average of LV 48. The Silka and Raya regions congregate together with Dane's help, bringing in 404,889 links at an average LV 39. The Talton and Phantom regions are not populated enough for my time and effort for a grand speech in their regions. Once I come back to the Dark Continent, Lith and Chester work together with the large businesses, and Rodrigo uses his old connects within the association to notify and get all of Solara's surrounding towns in Sector 4 to hear my speech, bringing in another 504,072 links at an average LV 61. Lastly, I visit Valor City and hold another performance above the mountain for those within the walls, but also for all of the many surrounding trade towns that are full of merchants, forming 233,199 more links at an average LV 28. Even the elite fighters don't skew the stats up enough from the massive amount of low levels that make their living from trade and not hunting. However, every little bit counts. In every city I leave, more and more loyal followers from the past speeches and Crimson City are brought along, handpicked by Bry to answer questions and control the crowds. The more tours I do, the more word spreads. Every new city I fly to, there are already more and more people linked to my domain even before the speeches begin. Word is being spread of the stat buff and availability of mythic grade skills through trade channels, local news, and personal transmission tablets. Widespread excitement floods through the nation that once held uncertainty of why the walls were being torn down. This, too, is paired with the undertones of fear, as this message is being shared with the common knowledge that another great war is near. Once I finish my final speech in Valor City, Bree deploys the last of her recruited workers, and I thank her, telling her to go rest back in the Crimson City. Your efforts have been immense. I couldn't have done this so smoothly and efficiently today without you. She heads back to Sector 2 in a flash of light, and this leaves Maria and myself alone in Sector 1 as the crowds begin to disperse and go on with the rest of their day. I check my Rising Emperor's domain interface to see my links surpass 500,000. However, even now, I feel more and more links forming all over the 8 great regions and Dark Continent as word of mouth spreads. I managed to give large-scale talks in the major cities, but this hardly reached more than 10% of everyone in this nation. It would be physically impossible to reach everyone and give the same grand display. However, I've made my mark in the epicenter of each region. This is clear as thousands of links continue to be created every minute all over this side of the globe. I turn to Maria and open my authority perk that I received once I hit 50,000 links just 2 days ago, then speak up while appointing her as the first general. Check your status. I've granted you a new power. I look around, then mentally map the dead zone of Sector 2 where I had my fight with Raven last week, then speak again. I want you to take the full 1% of stats and mana control from every one of my links so we can go to a place far away from here and spar. This will be important data to see the difference in strength between divine energy and pure mana-based stats. It will be a good chance for you to get used to your new power as well. Maybe you'll be strong enough to face a true core, even before you compress yours. Chapter 659. We fly away from Valor City, finding the nearest rogue dungeon. An eye dungeon walk us to another rogue dungeon near the border of Sector 2 and Raven's territory. The massive crater in the desert, stretching hundreds of kilometers wide and deep, comes into view as we fly over. My aura is controlled behind my barrier, but Maria's radiates out around her for a few hundred meters, even in her resting state, as we continue to fly away from all civilization. Once we're far enough away, in the center of the crater, I speak up. This is far enough. Let's see what you can do. Maria nods, allowing her shared conceal skill to dissipate while pulling out her silver blood-bonded sword. As she activates her superior ice summoning and releases her aura by going into attack mode, she points her sword forward at me and replies, I am testing my raw power first to see what my natural strength has grown to. Then we can increase from there. I nod and put my hands up in a defensive stance. Good idea. Don't hold back. The instant these words leave my mouth, a pulse of cold yellow energy fills the air, and she ice walks forward faster than I've ever witnessed her move before. In response, I grin and raise a hand to block the incoming sword, vibrating with dense yellow threads and royal blue soul energy. The air around her body bends, and I feel gravity become stronger as she comes near, but I am able to defend against her strike with ease. I catch the sword without changing my expression, but the shockwave it produces sends ripples of energy off into the open desert, making an echoing cracking noise in the silence. Maria expected this result and uses her free hand to power up a close-range attack while simultaneously activating her greater form. Her aura increases in intensity multiple times, while the yellow threads of divine light surging from her core tether, with the royal blue ice goddess form that expands, sending a growing icy fist toward me. With ease again, I block this incoming strike with my other hand while releasing the growing greater form of her sword. Another echoing crack reverberates throughout the endless crater below, and our sparring match begins. Evan, don't fight back, only blocking her blows at the last moment before impact, so she can get used to this immense increase in power. At first, her attacks are rather slow, but with a power increase like this, I don't blame her cautious style. While she was able to farm in the labyrinth for a few hours with Abby as an orange core, those mana manifestations are nowhere near powerful enough for her to go all out. The last real battle Maria has been in was when the A-class hunters attacked the Crimson City. And even then, her opponent hardly put up a fight. She has grown hundreds of times stronger since then. And with every strike I block, I can feel her confidence growing, and her endless base of power and battle instincts getting used to the divine threads tethering with her movements and soul energy. Dozens of exchanges, echoing and sending out blue and yellow waves of light, turn into hundreds. Down below in the dark crater, the floor becomes coated with ice as her larger-than-life greater form goes all out. Every few minutes, I release consolidated mana from the artificial mountains into the air, so she can continue to absorb it all to battle at full strength. My past battle with Raven stripped this air dry of natural mana. Doing so reminds me how rigid and unnatural my own movements were before facing the bronze dragon, and her when I first awakened my true core. The jump from never fighting with divine energy to now going all out with a yellow core must feel the same. I had a full month to practice and get used to it in the divine construct. Plus, an intense battle with Raven to get used to my power at full throttle. So now that I am here with Maria in a similar situation, I want to give her the same opportunity to grow. I think you are warmed up enough. Get ready. I am going on the offensive. Maria's greater form holds its blade with both hands now, preparing for whatever I have to throw at her. I grin and activate my mana manipulation skill, along with one of my true core's traits, to create the manifestation of 3 monsters that come to mind. The first is a replica of a dragon, while another looks like a similar-sized serpent, and the last is an enormous cyclops holding a club the size of her greater form's sword. The dragon for battle IQ and a well-rounded opponent, the serpent to test your agility and speed, and the cyclops will have absurdly high defenses and raw strength. I want you to kill each one 5 times. In the next moment, I imbue yellow divine threads into each of the mana manifestations, each at the strength of a yellow cord lizard that I faced inside the divine construct. They all pulse with yellow light, creating gravity fields of their own, and move forward as I fly back, and Maria jumps into the mock fight. In less than a second, each of my manifestations is easily sliced through. I grin, that is one. Then I increase the threads I imbue into each manifestation to double that of the strongest yellow cord lizard I faced. Another 2 seconds pass, and the dragon's fake divine flames are easily deflected and sliced in two, while the serpent attacking her from behind is shattered to pieces with a follow-through strike. As Maria turns to block the incoming club of the massive Cyclops manifestation. Finally, there is a moment of resistance when their weapons meet. An echoing clang ripples through the empty desert. But once Maria's concentration of divine threads from the other two previous attackers floods back into her sword, the club cracks and is overpowered by her as well. The Cyclops is frozen and shattered in a single strike. That is two. I yell out while regenerating the manifestations and upping their thread count again by an even more exponential degree, now similar to the core density of Angelica, the weakest member of the order I managed to see for a few minutes in central headquarters. The aura in the air shifts as 3 wells of gravity, far stronger than before, make dents in reality around us. And I can feel Maria's mood shift as well. Her eyes focus on the serpent first, as it is the fastest and is coming straight her way. Another echoing crack ripples through the air as Maria's blade collides with the serpent's fangs. I watch her core pulse multiple times as they're locked in place in the air, digging deep to push out more and more blue soul energy, and her yellow thread squeezes it tighter and tighter to create a stronger reality-bending attack. The serpent is cut clean through as her greater form twists its body in the air to dodge the incoming flames of the dragon. Then, an ice step through the sky leads to their clash, strategically soaring further away from the Cyclops. A few exchanges take place this time, as it isn't an instant kill, but with every collision of sword and divine flames, I see the same phenomena taking place where Maria's divine core and soul energy core pulse in unison. At first, it looks like she is consciously doing so, but as she kills the dragon and faces the Cyclops, doing it all over again with dozens of exchanges, I watch it become more of a second-nature instinctive move. For split seconds, at the apex of her attacks, it is like she is amplifying her attack power and divine thread count by multiple times out of thin air. If I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I activate my all-seeing eye to look at it closer. But before I do, she makes her final strike on the Cyclops, finishing this round and yelling out loud to me in a focused, battle-hungry tone. That is 3. Bring on the next one. This time, when I regenerate the mana manifestations, I pool enough divine energy into each of them to make them of equal strength as Mr. Freeman. This is a strength that, when I first awakened my yellow, even after training in the construct, I wasn't able to defeat. As the gravity wells form, and the aura in this large battlefield in the air shifts again, it seems clear that Maria most likely won't be able to handle them either. Even so, I want to see how far she gets, so I send the serpent her way with the strength of a mid-tier yellow core. The same phenomena occur milliseconds before they collide, and it feels as though raw strength is summoned from seemingly nowhere, rippling through her sword and colliding with the snake's fangs. It sends shockwaves throughout the desert that may actually ripple far enough into the dark continent that some small villages feel it if their perception is high enough. I hold the dragon and Cyclops back as Maria goes all out, sending dozens of attacks per S-Econd at the snake, despite me not holding back at all. I made this manifestation to have the weakest attacks. However, I did give it the fastest reflexes and attack speed. Yet the Ice Goddess's eyes track it with exact precision, and every time it appears as though I'll have to end the fight early, the pulse from her cores allows her just enough time to swing her sword to block or strike back. It takes over 5 minutes for her to slowly chip away at the serpent's artificial defenses and freeze the mana within the manifestation solid. But to my amazement, it shatters, and she is the victor in the end. To simulate a real battle, I don't give her any time to rest and send in the dragon next. Its pure speed isn't as quick, but its attack power is much stronger and more violent, while its defenses are almost twice as strong as the serpent. More and more pulses of light ripple through the air. But after 10 whole minutes and 200 exchanges, the dragon manifestation doesn't break. And I can tell Maria is starting to become fatigued as well. I was half expecting this mysterious pulsing phenomena in Maria's cores to continue to grow in power, allowing her to grow at an infinite rate. However, it has seemed to find its match. The ice goddess is in a flow state of sorts, miraculously fighting a being tens of times stronger than herself. But it is clear, this is her maximum output. There are cracks in its armored dragon scales, and if this fight went on for another 20 minutes, I believe she could come out on top, but she would definitely not be unscathed by the end of it. This is a spar, not a war. I want to save going all out for when it is absolutely necessary, and we have a lot more training to do today as well. I freeze the dragon in mid-air, halting it from attacking while sending a message through her telepathy link with me. She shatters the dragon into icy shards while it goes through. That is enough. We found your max. You can handle fighting multiple low-level yellow cores with ease, and mid-level yellow cores one-on-one if you go all out. But that isn't going to be enough. Activate the authority perk on my Rising Emperor's domain. It is time you use all of the resources available to you. Maria looks straight at me in her ice goddess form. A little disappointed that she couldn't finish that battle naturally since I cut it short. But she understands that it was building up unnecessary fatigue when we're just testing her abilities. Plus, ripples of excitement coming off her body can't be hidden when she opens up her status to select the new option I've granted her. I watch her select 1% of all stats and mana control on 5224890 links of loyalty, and witness the base stats in her status screen all grow by millions in a matter of seconds. Her full set of blood-bonded gear multiplies these new base stats by thousands, and her stats read numbers far higher than anything mine ever did, even while taking 15%, because back then, I only had a few thousand links to pull from. Still, with my experience inside Redgrave's Divine Flames, despite using this borrowed power, I am unsure how much it will really help. Divine energy is far more powerful than pure mana-based stats alone. However, I believe without a strong base of stats and mana control, divine energy in a weak hunter would be rather pointless. For example, multiplying the raw power of an unawakened human by any amount wouldn't be very effective. Then again, this is still just a theory. I haven't tried it yet. The only divine energy holders I've seen have high stats and mana or chi controls already. It tethers to the user's system and becomes stronger the more threads one obtains. But I am unsure how much of this absurd power comes from stats and how much comes from the divine energy. Just like when I first awakened chi and soul energy, I learned that enough pure mana can overpower this greater energy form. Another example would be when Maria and Abby defeated red cores when they weren't awakened. But that feels like far less of a jump than a newly awakened yellow compared to the full power of a true core. I am about to see what difference an immense boost in stats really has. A bright blue explosion of light erupts from Maria's greater form the instant her stats increase by an absurd degree. With my all-seeing eye active, I watch the yellow threads in her core chase the newly granted energy output, tethering to this increased mana control and aura while she flies forward to attack the Cyclops on standby. I smirk and get it ready for battle, holding up its club to take the attack head-on. This manifestation's threads are far denser and based on defense than the other two. Slowly whittling away at this beast is what would work best, as its speed and agility are lacking. However, when Maria's sword collides with the club, there is no resistance at all. It phases through like air, freezing the mana present instantly and slicing the mid-level yellow core in half with no effort at all. As it dissolves, she turns toward me with yellow threads, still catching up to turn her blue ice goddess's greater form yellow, and I can feel immense power, excitement, and eagerness to have a real fight exploding from her aura. Then, I send a message through her telepathy link again. All right, one more round. I summon the serpent back into existence and give it the true core strength of the bronze dragon I faced above this very crater. Then, I imbue the true core strength of Raven herself into the dragon's form. Lastly, instead of summoning the Cyclops again, I stand behind the two manifestations I send toward Maria and let out the full power of my own core, taking down the purple barrier's suppression and pulling out my Flame Emperor's sword. Chapter 660. My aura makes the air for dozens of kilometers heavy, causing all the ice from Maria's previous attacks to shatter, melt, and boil into steam at the bottom of the crater. I am still hovering at the same height above this desolate land as the last time I was here, but since then, I've absorbed a true core, 2 mid-level yellow cores, and roughly 3,000 additional raw yellow fragments. Also, I've leveled up, fully healed my body through hibernation, and increased my base energy control multiple times by siphoning raw mana into the labyrinth, as well as farming trillions of Mixie P from mobs on floors 80 to 106. To top it off, I recently filled and drained my soul energy core countless times to strengthen the Crimson Dome. The crater's floor shatters and deepens multiple kilometers under the sheer pressure of my aura's presence. As I lift my sword and command the manifestations in front of me to charge forward, my curiosity grows with every moment that passes. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Maria's movements remain steady, and her ice goddess's blade collides with the serpent clone I created, its divine thread density equal to the bronze earth dragon I faced as my first true core opponent. When her sword clashes with the serpent's fangs, they are locked in place for a matter of seconds. An overwhelming wave of pure royal blue soul energy explodes from Maria's form, while the serpent bends gravity and tightens its threads to hold on, pushing back against the strike. Neither side is backing down. My eyes widen as, at first glance, their powers appear equal, showing that it really is possible to overpower a true core with high stats alone. However, my all-seeing eye tells a different story once I fully comprehend the situation. There is a glaring difference between the two forces that collide. The serpent's power is far denser and purer, making its yellow energy silky and nearly white. The separation between the mana present in its form is almost indiscernible from the energy itself. Maria, on the other hand, is now far brighter blue than she was moments ago. A surging wave of mana control and raw power ripples out of her. But the yellow threads reinforcing her form remain just that. The separation between mana and divine energy is clear. The two forces are working together to strengthen her attacks. But her soul energy is the dominant force behind them. Her soul energy core pulses, just like I saw in her previous battle. But it is far denser with pure mana than before. The yellow divine core pulses at the same time, but it is being overpowered by the mana in her ice goddess form. She becomes an even deeper blue, tearing through the serpent in a single strike. An eerie aura follows, making my real body reflexively shiver as if she is using an intimidation skill. Looking into her core with my full perception during that attack was no different from staring into an endless abyss with greedy invisible hands trying to pull me in. The crescent of soul energy that follows her strike heads toward me, but I snap out of my daze before it hits, air-stepping to the side while yelling through our link. Good! Again! This one's much stronger! Then, I command the manifestation of a dragon to flap its wings and dive toward her, its divine energy density matching the power of Raven. What I'd consider a mid-level true core. Divine flames burst from its mouth, and a replicated dragon's roar echoes through the air as the ice goddess dodges the attack to get a better angle for a counterstrike. This time, she doesn't hold back, swinging with her full strength and allowing her soul energy core to pulse again, mid-swing as it collides with the dragon's front claws. The eerie ripple attacks my psyche, even though I am on the sidelines, as I can't help but stare into the royal blue darkness in her chest. The gravitational waves that erupted from their clash feel just as strong as the ones that awakened the throne just days ago. This is the first of many. They appear evenly matched, bouncing off each other dozens of times as their exchanges grow faster and faster. My mind quickly adjusts to the intimidating soul energy aura, allowing me to manipulate my manifestation with greater speed and precision. While at the same time, Maria grows even more in tune with this new level of power tens of times greater than she was just moments ago. After 5 minutes and hundreds of exchanges, I feel her intuition and movement surpass the baseline I set for the dragon, and I can't help but smile as she slowly chips away at its manifested armor. I can tell she is becoming fatigued, and the amount of mana being drained from the air is absurd millions of MP per second. But I don't want to cut this fight short when she is in such a perfect flow state. I remain silent, watching as her soul, energy core, and divine core pulse in unison, her strikes becoming more lethal. Another 10 minutes pass, and over 1,000 exchanges, a final slash to the side defeats the dragon manifestation, and her fierce, icy blue eyes lock onto me next. During her battle, I've been doing some rough mental calculations. Her base stats have risen by almost 350 times, and in turn, her overall power has jumped from handling a mid-level yellow core to matching a mid-level true core. The leap may be even greater, as she is still adjusting to her enhanced movements. As I sever ties with the dragon's remains and erupt with divine flames myself, I wonder if using 30 times the stats she has gained will be enough for me to face the big three. The possibilities of this discovery seem limitless. I fly forward and clash with the ice goddess's form, blocking the 20-meter-long blade of soul energy with my sword without activating my greater form. The strongest pulse from her cores ripples through her entire body. And I don't hold back either. This is by far the most powerful exchange of pure strength I've ever experienced. The gravity waves from this strike can be felt even to some strong C-class, and above citizens in the Crimson City, and back in Raven's territory for a few seconds. I can't push my blade forward any further. There is an unbreakable wall of massive mana-based power before me. The energy readings from her greater form continue to rise, pushing to overpower me with every drop of energy she can absorb from the royal blue abyss. Maria's mana consumption spikes from millions to billions per second, draining all the MP in the vicinity, fueling the dark blue wall of light. However, just like during her fight with the mid-level yellow core, she hits a natural limit. I sense it, the point where she needs time and more energy to build up for another pulse, and the raw strength of her attack wavers for a moment. I grin and send her a message through our link. Not bad. But it looks like we found your limit. Then I follow through with my swing, unleashing the full power of my true core, enhanced by all my active buffs, and overpower her strike in this exchange. The ice goddess's form is sent flying backward, her overwhelming aura of intimidation wavering for a split second as she regains her balance in the air. She sends her own message through the link. For now, I think I can break through further, though. Let's go again. I just need another round to before she finishes. We clash once more. But everything she wanted to say has already been communicated through her strike. Hundreds of world-shaking ripples shatter the desert below even more as our battle dance in the sky commences. The waves from my blade are hot and filled with silky true core threads, while Maria's are icy cold, overwhelmingly dense with pure soul energy. I avoid going for any vital shots, don't activate my greater form, and limit my movement speed and true core usage to about 80 to 90% of its full power as we continue sparring. Maria goes all out, testing the true limits of her new strength, growing more attuned to the power at her fingertips. To the south, in the volcanic region, Raven sits in a black room made of originator stone, similar to the central headquarters buildings, deep within a dormant volcano where she can train and cultivate in peace. The quality of shielding isn't as high as the world capital's resources, as some divine threads seep through, and she can still vaguely sense the outside world. But as long as weak hunters stay at least a kilometer away, it is safe enough and sufficient for her needs. Now, as she quietly consumes the yellow divine fragments she earned from bringing the white dragon back to the deceased true core Sebastian, odd gravity waves reach her senses. At first, it feels like nothing, just low-level yellow cores sparring out in the desert, likely the Saint and other newly awakened yellows from the Flame Emperor's team preparing for war. But a few minutes later, the ripples seeping through the walls of her private room grow far stronger, reaching levels similar to her own true core's power. To her knowledge, only one person besides herself and the big three could possibly wield this kind of power. Without hesitation, Raven's hazel eyes open, glowing bright yellow, and she activates her divine stealth skill, leaving her quarters to see what is going on for herself. To the north, beneath the Crimson City, Ember feels the faint gravity waves coming from the desert as well. Inside his isolation pod, his human form sits in the lotus position with his eyes closed and a serious expression, while his long red hair sways from the pressure coming off his core, now over 2.5 times the size a normal yellow core, on the verge of collapse, should be. The corner of the dragon's lips curls up, mimicking the toothy grin of his battle form, and he whispers to himself. "It is about time I get out of here. You are going to need a lot more power than that." Then, the golden and silver threads in Ember's core stop holding back the energy from collapsing. They begin tightening and squeezing the dense yellow ball of light as his final stage of core compression begins. Chapter 661. Maria tests out the full capabilities of her power while I continue to attempt peering into her soul energy core to figure out what this pulsing sensation really is. In between our exchanges, she feels multiple times weaker than the moment before our attacks collide. I even test out using my other elements with telekinesis to throw multiple projectiles her way from varying angles while our main focus of a sword clash continues on. The pulses in her aura allow for ice walls to form even separated from her body, mimicking the same increase in strength for a split second upon impact. While it feels like matching a mid-level true core is her maximum, every minute that passes during this clash adds small amounts of power to her base. Thousands of new links are being formed all over the Dark Continent and 8 great regions, and the rate at which word spreads increases more and more about the extravagant perks granted to those that create links. This allows an increasing amount of stats to be borrowed, slowly amping up the battle more with every collision. I can feel her movements become fluid and instinctual. However, I can sense small amounts of the beginning stages of early divine energy poisoning, along with mental and physical fatigue building up. The rate that it does increases drastically after each of the unexplainable core pulses. I am not too concerned, as with a few hours in hibernation using my skill, paired with Abby's restoration skill, and a passive use of my self-regeneration skill, I am sure she'll be fine. However, that takes time and brings us out of the flow state of training. So I want to hold it off for as long as possible and soak up as much experience as we can right now, to make sure we don't completely overdo it. After about half an hour passes, we both stop and take a break, floating above the desert. But neither of us powers down our auras just yet. The sun is beginning to set, and the mental clock in my head ticks away. Once it rises again, there is only going to be one day left before the Big Three come to the Dark Continent. Abby will be breaking through to her yellow core soon, and Ember should begin compressing his true core by the time the sun rises too. While it feels like I have limitless power at my fingertips, gaining 30 times more stats than Maria has right now, I want to make sure I've done everything in my power to become stronger while there is still time left. As these thoughts race through my mind, I feel a familiar true core's aura approaching from the southern volcanic region, while Maria speaks up and points her greater form sword my way. Ready to go again? I can feel it. I am on the verge of unlocking this odd sensation in my core. I just need a little more battle experience at this level. I think to myself for a moment, picturing the pulses that only activate for fractions of a second at a time, then reply. I think you need someone closer to your strength to fight you. You are still subconsciously holding back and know I won't actually injure you. This was enough to get you used to this new power, but we're going to need to bring it up a notch if you want to have a breakthrough. Maria raises a question back. Your greater form. There is no way, not yet. I smile and shake my head. No, something different. Get ready for a real fight. There is someone I want you to meet. As Maria's gaze sharpens, I form a telepathy link with the true core flying my way. And before I can even say a word, Raven's voice comes through. What is going on? Do we have trouble? This pressure is like nothing I've ever felt before. I can't tell. It doesn't feel like a true core, but this is overwhelming mana control. Who or what? I can't help but grin while I respond through our link. Come here and find out. It is about time you meet the people you'll be fighting beside. With my perception covering almost a full third of the globe, I watch Raven's expression shift to one of confusion. This is one of your teammates. They weren't even orange cores the last I saw them. You are telling me this is a newly awakened Zora? I reply as I feel her getting within visual range. Now I am positive Raven can see both of us. Yes, it is a little complicated. She is using a very unique buff to borrow power. But there is no better first meeting for you two to get to know each other than a spar. Am I right? Maria's aura grows in power as it appears I am just standing in midair before her, after telling her I am going to step it up a notch. Simultaneously, Raven is silent through our link for a few seconds. I reply back when I see her activating her own greater form and pulling out her silver blades with a look of determination. I guess I'll take that as a yes. Then I open up a link between the three of us and I float upward, while a new true core's pressure fills the air and the royal blue aura of the ice goddess becomes far more ominous. Maria, this is Raven, the true core I told you about that has been helping me learn about the Order. Raven, this is Maria, the hunter I started my journey with. We were E-class hunters together, and now we'll be challenging the entire world. I believe an all-out spar would be a much more productive greeting than a simple conversation. As Maria's blue aura clashes with Raven's white-yellow aura, I can feel a barrage of emotions rippling through it that I did not expect to feel at all at first. On the surface, both are extremely curious to see what the other looks like and how they fight. But I feel undertones of jealousy and desire with hints of killing intent from each of them. I raise an eyebrow and decide to make the most of this situation. One of the reasons Maria wasn't able to fully awaken whatever her cores were trying to do was that we were not in a real battle. I activate my own greater form and pull out my second sword, flooding the battlefield in a new aura tens of times heavier than before, making both of the women below me reflexively shiver. Their greater form's eyes lock with each other while I send them another message. Neither of you should be holding back. Maria, I want you to give in to the intuition and raw urges that power your soul energy core. Raven, consider this another chance to go all out like our battle and become even more skilled with your blades. Aim to kill, and trust that I will stop the fight before any real fatal moves. To make things fair, the instant their blades collide, I share my mythic grade all-seeing eye with both of them. An explosion of energy ripples off their clash that feels far more extreme than the prior clashes. They don't stay interlocked for more than a tenth of a second, as both of their forms twist around to create a counterstrike and dodge the others, leading to another clash right after. Blue and yellow explosions light up the sky, and I can feel the essence of true battle in the air. After about a minute of even clashes, Raven activates her divine stealth skill and catches Maria off guard, landing the first true hit, piercing through her greater form's side. However, it doesn't sink deep at all. I am watching this fight take place with laser focus. And the moment Raven's invisible blades pierce through Maria's defenses, her soul energy core vibrates faster than I can even perceive. It shrinks and constricts unlike any other time before, then pulses, sending the same eerie intimidation wave through the desert, just like earlier in our training session. However, somehow, it just jumped in power again, even briefly slipping through my greater form's mental barriers. The shiver I get makes me smile wide, as Raven feels this aura and momentarily freezes to be struck by the ice goddess's blades. Both of their greater forms fly backward, and each of them coughs up blood. But the emotions and smell of battle in the air only heighten. Raven yells through the link. There is another one of you, a battle maniac that grows after every hit. You sure do know how to pick 'em. Maria yells back. You are not too bad yourself. I couldn't sense you at all for a second there. That kind of hurt. Then the line goes silent as the sky fills with blue and yellow explosions. Every few minutes, a deadly aura ripples from Maria when she finds herself in a tricky spot. And as my eyes watch the battle go on, I can't help but believe Raven's sword style is shifting and getting better. It looks like she has surpassed the skill level she showed during the height of our battle, and somehow is keeping up with Maria despite her small increases in stats every minute or so as the battle goes on. Is that all you got? Too slow. Gotcha again. I'll make you tap first. No way. Jay is going to have to save you before me? Every dozen or so strikes, I hear them yell something new through our telepathy channel, and I watch both of their bodies become riddled with near-fatal injuries. Blue and yellow slashes glow all over Raven's greater form, while Maria's becomes riddled with true core yellow threads as well. I send telepathy transmissions to all my doubles and have them all stop what they're doing and go farm pure mana from the artificial mountains to bring it to me fast. No matter who wins this battle, the aftermath isn't going to be pretty for either one of them. However, I am mesmerized by the sight before me as the sun sets completely and the sky overhead becomes dark. The massive light show in the sky here makes it basically as bright as day, while earlier, I didn't want to push Maria too far with our training, as we may have to give everything we have in a war in just one day. Now, I don't dare stop the sight before my eyes. Both the women before me are improving at a rapid rate, while the emotional auras rippling out of them shift as well. Before it was unease, skeptical, jealous, and borderline hateful emotions in the air. But now, there is great respect for each other being shared through every collision. There is only so much I can extrapolate from just watching. Their blades connecting tell a deeper story between the two of them. They've come to some kind of understanding. This shift has also led to far more frequent pulses in Maria's core. And instead of raw, eerie, mysterious power, they feel far more controlled, and the power being used each time is just enough to block or counterattack, rather than wasting it in a pulse of intimidation through her surroundings. I am still not quite sure what she is tapping into, as there is no description for it in the system, but whatever it is, she is beginning to figure it out, so I'll learn in time too. And maybe I'll be able to do the same with my soul energy core. Another 20 minutes pass, and the final rays of sunlight disappear from the horizon, while there are so many injuries covering the two women's bodies. The residue is enough to light up the sky. It has been a few minutes since either of them has improved any further, but they're still going at it, matching each other's attacks, and always finding a way to avoid a fatal blow, so I never have to step in. Their movements even seem to be slowing. And at the same time, I feel my doubles coming near, but stopping about 100 kilometers away, because the divine aura is too strong for pure mana manifestations to survive in. As the day comes to a close, even the links of loyalty have slowed down their rising, as there is far less socializing at this time of night. The atmosphere changes, as everyone knows this battle is coming to an end, and simultaneously, Raven and Maria both charge their greater form's blades for what looks like a final attack. The eerie aura comes back while Raven completely disappears, and the jet black night sky above, paired with the endless abyss of a crater below, adds to the ambiance. As they both charge at each other, ready to kill, my instincts tell me this is where I need to step in. And attempting to get in the center of this clash might actually be quite deadly if I just use the form I am in now. While I am a few times stronger than them, these two attacks that are about to collide are the culmination of a life-or-death battle where they've both used up their last bits of power and desperation for a final strike. Neither wants to lose. I fly forward and pull up my Rising Emperor's domain interface and select just 1% of all stats and all mana control for over 5.5 million links of loyalty, matching the boost that Maria has right now. Maria's densest blue sword strike is swung toward Raven. Sneck and Raven's most precise and deadly swing of her silver blades is thrust through the divine stealth pocket dimension, using her true core's perk to aim right for Maria's heart. At the same time, I feel over 5 million stat points per stat rush into my status. My eyes widen as it feels like time is slowing down around me, and my vision somehow becomes far more clear, making me thankful I didn't decide to pull more than 1%, because that might actually have been more dangerous than helpful at such close range. It feels easier than breathing to create mana barriers that surround both of them, blocking these strikes like a twig hitting a metal wall. At the same time, I let out a light pulse of intimidation to stop them from hurting themselves on the barriers I've created. The final attacks that would have ended this battle in a draw are stopped moments before they can be fatal. Both women pass out instantly, and their greater forms fade away to show faint smiles on both their faces. Chapter 662. Even though I hardly used half of my power to release that intimidation pulse, it was enough to break both of their adrenaline-fueled concentration and stop them from fighting instantly. Using my intimidation at full blast without these borrowed stats would most likely just scare them. An instant knockout with this much ease would not have been possible. Even my doubles, who weren't the focus of the attack and were 100 kilometers away, were greatly affected by the increase in my aura. If not for our instantaneous memory sharing, I would have had to forcefully deactivate all three of them standing by if I left my new mana control active for too long. While Maria and Raven both fall into the crater, covered in divine residue and countless near-fatal wounds, I deactivate my power-stealing perk and completely conceal my aura behind my purple barrier, swooping down to catch them both. My body doubles air step over, now that the absurd auras have faded away, delivering about an hour's worth of plundered materials from the artificial mountains in the form of dozens of bright pink, dense mana crystals created with my crystal creation skill. I accept them and share hibernation with both Maria and Raven, feeding the skill hundreds of quadrillions of MP each to activate the highest setting, emergency mode, to speed up the process. It may delay the progress on the labyrinth's growth by a few hours, but at this point, it isn't a massive priority. I won't be making it to 200 floors in the next 36 hours, even if I use my main body to help plunder and speed things up. A white flash of light surrounds each of them, and the divine energy poisoning, along with the hundreds of injuries all over their bodies, begins healing before my eyes. I think that went well. I whisper to myself as my doubles return to their tasks, and I float in midair, lost in thought for a few seconds. They've definitely become better fighters. I am curious to hear what they'll say once they wake up. Whatever it may be, I am far more confident in their fighting abilities now, and I am even considering giving Raven the option to become a general. I mentally open my interface to review the details again, and even look at Maria's settings. It appears these general slots are permanent positions that cannot be taken away unless the link of loyalty is forcefully severed by both sides. If there are really only going to be 5 slots available to wield this power, I'll need to think carefully and strategically about the remaining 4, and not pick them too quickly. With this on my mind, I pull a transport crystal from my storage and crush it with telekinesis, transporting the 3 of us back beneath the Crimson City. The yellow divine threads down here are circulating much slower than before, but with the insulated true core imbued shielding on the walls, all the threads stay inside, making the air far denser with energy. I rest Maria and Raven against a wall as they continue to glow bright white in a state of suspended animation, and my eyes turn to Abby first. Her core is even closer to breaking through than it was this morning, and my presence, along with an unknown entity in the room, breaks her concentration slightly. I feel a pull on my telepathy channel as it opens. Who is that? And what happened to Maria? I can't sense either of their presences. I reply, that is Raven, the true core from the southern volcanic region I mentioned earlier that was helping me learn more about Central Headquarters. I've protected both of their auras behind my divine barrier, as the residue and pressure they give off may be harmful to you here. We had a sparring session out in the desert to test the Yellow Core's power. I look forward to doing the same for yours. There is a slight pause, and I feel a ripple of emotion from Abby, similar to what I sensed from Maria before their battle, but she quickly suppresses it and responds. Good. At this rate, I should awaken by morning. I just need a bit more time. She consumes another yellow fragment, and her body surges with yellow threads as she continues. A few hours ago, Ember stopped circulating the room, so we've been relying on the pure power of the fragments you left behind. Our absorption rate is the same. We just need to consume more since the residue remains stagnant. I look around the room, and my eyes fall on the isolation pod next. Peering inside, the sight I see is far more extreme than expected. An incredibly dense yellow core is being compressed as we speak. Golden and silver threads cover the inside of Ember's body, containing every single yellow thread within, creating an extremely controlled and calculated process that doesn't affect the outside world with his aura at all. If my perception wasn't so sharp, it would seem like nothing but an unawakened sat inside that silver pod. Similar to the capabilities of my purple barrier, I reply to Abby once I understand what is happening, not daring to contact Ember or push my aura near him, not wanting to disrupt the delicate compression process taking place. Let me help with your energy cycling problem. Just focus on healing and absorbing threads. Next, I activate the true core perk I stole from Sebastian and feel for all the stagnant yellow threads in the room without letting any mana seep from my body. I attempt to move this stagnant yellow energy in circles around the room to simulate what Ember was doing before. The entire room shakes slightly when I activate this power, and the threads begin to dance and wiggle as I form mental links with each of them individually. I sit down and close my eyes to pour my full concentration into this task. At first, it is quite hard to move this energy without using mana as its base, as even the True Core's ability is paired with superior mana manipulation. If I were to inject even a few thousand MP into the air, this would be simple, but I want the divine energy circulating into my teammates' cores to remain as pure as it is in the yellow fragments. Secondly, I want to train this unique ability while I have the perfect place to do so. Minutes pass, and the dancing threads begin rotating around the room extremely slowly, making just one revolution in all the time I've been at it. However, there is momentum now, and the second revolution only takes a full minute. After another 15 minutes, I start to sweat, and the mental strain from pushing each individual thread with precision begins to build up. I avoid hitting Ember's isolation pod, as well as the two women in hibernation. However, now my understanding of the ability grows even higher, and a single revolution takes less than 20 seconds. I have to strategically let go of the threads that collide with Abby, Lydia, and Fisher. If I hold on too long, I'll accidentally tear divine energy from their cores that could have been absorbed. A smile grows on my face as the minutes pass and my precision improves. Once a single revolution around the room takes less than 5 seconds, I start shaping the thread's flight paths much differently. There is no one sitting in the center of the room, so I move the threads to the outer flight path, concentrating the energy more densely where we're sitting. A few minutes later, once I am more comfortable, the revolution time lasts less than a second. Abby increases the strength of the bright green and yellow restoration circle on the floor, as far more threads are now circulating through everyone's bodies. I could go faster, as my comprehension of the technique is improving rapidly, and I even recall the time when I was compressing my true core, with cycles of energy coursing through me at magnitudes of hundreds or even thousands per second. However, the mental and physical limits of everyone in the room are a bit lower than my own. I can tell Abby could handle more, but Fisher and Lydia are nearing their max. I make one last adjustment, compacting the thread's density a little more by combining the portion near the ceiling with the threads circling the floor. Before my eyes, their thread gathering speed enhances a few times over without them needing to consume more fragments, just using the leftover residue in the room. We sit here for another hour, as I continue cycling the energy, and my progress with the True Core's ability grows even more. I manage to control portions of the threads to weave around Fisher and Lydia each cycle, allowing Abby to absorb more without pushing anyone too hard or holding anyone back. Each revolution delivers the maximum number of threads everyone can handle. In just 2 hours from the time I returned, I witness Abby's yellow core fully saturate, and all signs of orange threads in her body disappear. A pulse of energy surges through the room as a result, and her eyes open wide, glowing yellow, while her green eyes and hair shine brightly beneath. She speaks aloud. That was faster than I expected. She grins, but keeps the restoration circle active, as the threads circulating the room are still in motion. I open my eyes and smile back. Congrats. You are a yellow core now. I have another powerful stat buff I want to share with you. Let's see how far you can push that second ranked up buff of yours. The form of the immortal healer, now that you can wield this much divine energy. I wonder if I can still land a hit on you. While I reply, the white glow around Maria and Raven begins to fade as their hibernation process comes to an end. At the same time, there is a click from the isolation pod at the back of the room, and the silver door slowly opens. Chapter 663. As Abby looks down at her hands, still in awe of the power surging through her now that her yellow core is fully saturated. Footsteps echo through the room. Ember steps out from the isolation pod, and not a single thread of divine energy seeps from his body. However, there is a new aura about him, one that exudes pride and excitement, sending ripples through my purple barrier. The silver and golden threads have vanished back into the center of his core, now impossible to see unless I focus my perception closely. Instead, a brilliant white and yellow ball of light burns in his chest. Ember halts in the center of the room, his crimson eyes glowing fiercely to match his flowing hair. They gleam golden as he stretches his arms and surveys the room, making eye contact with me first before glancing at Raven and Maria, who are beginning to stir as their hibernation ends. He turns his gaze back to me and speaks. I am impressed. This planet isn't resource-rich at all, yet you've improved a lot while I was resting. There must not be many true cores left. He chuckles, and his aura sweeps through me, assessing my core's progress before shifting his gaze to Abby. He stares at her for a moment. I overheard your conversation earlier. The form of the immortal healer, that is a buff you really have. Abby raises an eyebrow but nods. Ember crosses his arms, grinning. It has been a long time since I've heard that name. As he speaks, both Maria and Raven's white hibernation light fades completely, and their eyes open, taking in their surroundings. Raven looks startled at first, but I hold back the reflexive pulse of my true core's energy, keeping it behind my purple barrier to ensure everyone remains safe. Maria turns to Raven, and the two exchange smiles, as if they've already become friends. They stand and extend hands to shake. Raven speaks first, so it was a draw. Maria nods as they release their grip. It seems so. I like your fighting style. We should go again. Raven smirks before responding. You know, I have a few artifacts back in my region you could use. I've never met anyone with such a strong ice affinity. They were meant for one of the big three named Alara, but I think they'd suit you better. Ember's eyes shift from Abby to Maria for a moment, looking deep into her soul energy core, grinning and nodding once, before settling his gaze on Raven. You are a new one. What an odd aura you have. He steps forward, extending a hand, and they shake as well. I speak up as they do, debating whether or not to tell Raven that Ember is a dragon. Ember, this is Raven, another true core on our side. Raven, this is Ember. He is let's just say he is a powerful addition to the team. A fellow true core. I decide not to reveal more, and from the amused aura radiating from Ember, I can tell it was the right choice. Once we fight together, she'll figure it out on her own. Over the next few minutes, we catch up. I brief everyone on what I learned during my journey to Central, recounting the events after the B-class exams that led me to meet Raven and take over the 8 great regions for expansion. Finally, I outline my plans for the next 36 hours before the big 3 return. Maria and Raven plan to head back to the volcanic region to retrieve unique artifacts Raven hasn't touched in decades, which might prove useful. Plus, she still has over 180 yellow fragments, which she is more than happy to share with her new sparring partner. By the end of our conversation, they're acting bubbly and friendly with each other, their bond clearly strengthened. Fisher and Lydia, their cores about 1/3 saturated. Listen in too, though they're primarily focused on amassing more power. Ember breaks the silence. Well, in that case, I'd like to spar with Abby. That buff intrigues me. I think I can push it to its limit. I raise an eyebrow. Hey, there is still a lot I want to ask you. He points to the bunker's ceiling. Well, we can fly to a sparring ground the long way. I'd like some fresh air. Before I can point out the issue in the room, I watch Ember's right hand glow with bright white and yellow light. Stand back. This will fix the circulation problem while we're gone. Pure divine energy flows from his fingertip, forming a string of dense, silky yellow light. The tips connect, creating a circle. Then, a faint silver light flashes in his eyes, and miniature silver threads form within the floating energy construct. He expands it, allowing it to rotate around the room at the same rate I control the excess yellow threads. Then, releases it. Yet, it continues to spin. I can feel it tugging at all the threads in the room, so I release my true core's ability, and the spinning threads keep moving on their own. My eyes widen, but for some reason, no one else in the room seems impressed. They're either dazed or uninterested. This strange sensation, paired with the feeling I had near the tower in the center of the Dark Continent and the dragon's words about memories of the Fallen One being fuzzy or non-existent, only adds to the list of questions swirling in my mind. I decide not to bring it up and open the hatch above us to leave the bunker, as planned. Maria and Raven use teleport crystals to return to the volcanic base to check out her artifacts, while Abby, Ember, and I head off in the same direction, though taking the long way. Once we're far from the Crimson City, I start a new conversation. So why are you so interested in Abby's buff? While Ember thinks, and the three of us airstep through the sky, I add Abby to my Rising Emperor's domain as my second general. He responds, "It is a rare one, usually paired with the Restore skill." He turns to Abby. "I am sure you know by now, but that is no ordinary healing ability. It is a unique skill, like Jay's absorption. Only one entity can possess it in the system at a time." I raise an eyebrow, but Ember continues. "I remember the last holder of this skill. It brings back memories, so I want to see if you have what it takes to wield it this time." Abby nods. "I assumed it was unique. But don't compare me to whoever had it last. I want to learn to use it my own way." Ember laughs, murmuring under his breath. That is exactly what she would have said. Then, he speaks up louder. "Fine, fine. We'll spar until you figure it out. I have a new ability I need to get used to as well. I'll limit myself to yellow core usage for now." Abby shrugs, as she has clearly heard his first snarky remark back, and replies with a similar tone. "Good." She turns to me, asking about the new notification she heard. I briefly explain how the general perk works, but Abby decides to test her yellow core's base power first. Ember speaks again. "The system calls them generals." Interesting. Demons have the same ranking system. My head snaps his way. I hadn't filled anyone in on the conversation I had with the demon and dragon in the labyrinth, but Ember's words pique my interest. What do you know about the demonic realm? And the dragons being intertwined with the system, and this throne created by a divine beast? And, well, there is a lot of questions I have actually, but I am more curious why you never told me the full truth about this world. The three of us stop midair, hovering over the large crater training grounds where Maria and Raven sparred earlier. Ember grins, and the golden light shimmers in his eyes again. "It seems you've learned a lot while I was healing. It is not that I've kept information from you, but certain knowledge cannot be brought into this universe by me. Just as I was reborn as a fragile baby dragon, there is many more limits to my abilities in this life that only scratches the surface. There is only so much I can share at certain levels." I stare, trying to process his words. "Here, I'll show you what I mean." The source is, the moment the words leave his lips, a blinding golden light engulfs my vision, and a loud white noise fills my ears. I quickly sift through my body double's memories to see if they registered anything. But all three are blank, distorted like my own. As seconds pass, even the memory of what just happened fades, leaving only the recollection of trying to understand. Abby is floating nearby in a daze as well, equally if not more stumped at what just happened. I look at Ember, shocked, and feel a faint aura of sadness from him. "See, it is not that I am keeping things from you. It is that there are things I cannot share yet until you are more powerful or have learned them on your own. These aren't my rules." Well, actually, another flash of blinding golden light hits me. This time, I don't bother checking my double's memories. The golden image fades away again. Ember sighs and speaks. "Believe it or not, this isn't the first time I've told you about the labyrinths, demonic realm, the system's true purpose, and the intricacies of divine beasts. It is just the first time you are strong enough or knowledgeable enough to remember us talking about this much of the truth. Your first steps in controlling divine energy have definitely helped, but for us to talk this openly about demons in the system, you must have met another dragon with exceptional knowledge." He thinks to himself and whispers again, "At least level 5,000 to know this much." I pause, considering his words. It is true. A dragon did tell me about the system, and a demon spoke of the 5 great families within the demonic realm. I can see the silver divine light that the throne is made of, But there are still too many things that don't add up. Who are you really? What did you do to earn the title of the Fallen One? Chapter 664. So, they still know that name this far out. Interesting. Ember looks at me with a pondering gaze, then continues. I've already told you who I am in this conversation. My comments about the source should have explained everything. So, it seems all I can say is what you know up to this point. Yes, the throne is an artifact created by one of the divine beasts, used mostly for the ascension of demons to bring them to the next realm, the Green Core State. Ember waits, and I nod in reply. Yes, I am aware of this fact. He grins. Good. And I am sure you are aware there is a disparity between the simple silver threads in the throne and the golden light in my core. All I can say is there is a step above, and I wouldn't be down here if I hadn't. The golden light blinds my senses again, but I am satisfied that my thoughts about the throne have been confirmed as true. I won't be able to ask him more about this name, but I can still learn more. So the divine beast, are they on this world or in the demonic realm? It is one of those overseers like the Lich King, right? Ember nods, and a ripple of sadness comes from him again as he realizes I don't remember the second half of his statement. But he replies, they are definitely not on this world, nor are they in the demonic realm. I don't know the creator's identity for certain. They might be affiliated with the 5 great families you speak of, but an artifact of this magnitude cannot be crafted by a mere reincarnation of a divine beast. It is certainly one that is still alive and at the peak of its power. He turns in the direction of the Black Tower, thousands of kilometers away, then looks back at me, his gaze deep. That is a problem for another day. This is an artifact crafted for descendants to easily conquer many worlds. You have to focus on the one world we're trying to save right now. I stay silent and nod, coming back down to reality and looking at the situation at hand. All right. Speaking of artifacts, one last question then. I point to the black cube that slowly rotates around me as its center of gravity. You called this an amplifier. How can I make use of it? Ever since I walked into its tomb, it hasn't said a word to me. Ember chuckles. Really? An amplifier that can hold a conversation? It must be a strong one. What was its desire? I think for a moment, it watched many of its people leave this world behind. I believe its desire was to save humanity. Ember nods, staring off toward the throne again, then back to me. That is a pretty good one. But I am as in the dark as you are on what powers it might grant. It will activate once it is necessary, or maybe not at all. What you witnessed while meeting it may have been the last of its power. Again, amplifiers are all unique, especially ones from the Originator's era. There is nothing you can do now but wait and see. I touch the cube as it comes my way, and it bounces back, changing its orbital direction without making a sound. Then I turn to Abby and float backward. Well, I guess that is that. Ember is right. It is time you two practice and get used to your new levels of power. We don't have much time left. I back up, and both of them hover in the air, exchanging words for a few seconds before Abby pulls out her 2 blood-bonded daggers. A bright green aura glows around her, while the yellow threads from her core tether around it, and space begins to bend as she prepares to fight. Ember stands still with his arms crossed while she powers up, then gets into a fighting stance, releasing a small amount of divine energy from his invisible barrier. He matches her output, feeling and looking like a newly awakened yellow core from here. They both fly forward, and their spar begins. Ember calmly blocks her attacks with his bare hands, and they fly all over the sky, giving off flashes of yellow and green light. Every few dozen exchanges make Abby's control over her new power much more concentrated and deadly. Just like Maria, she hasn't had the chance to have a good fight going all out since long before she even started wielding divine energy. After over 100 exchanges, she begins sending spears of earth magic imbued with divine threads Ember's way, and the fight reaches the next level. Instead of just blocking with his palms, Ember shoots dark flames, shimmering with yellow threads at each of the speared attacks, disintegrating them on the spot and dodging others, while still clashing fists to dagger with Abby's main attacks. A full 10 minutes at this basic level pass, and I watch Abby's speed and precision of strikes increase more and more. Ember, keeps a cool and unchanging expression the whole time, but yells out loud after one of their exchanges. "Come on, let's bring this up a notch. What do you say?" He lets more of his aura leak out, bringing him to the level of a mid to high-level yellow core, similar to that of the old Apex region director. Even from a distance, it is clear Abby is affected by the overwhelming aura. That is, until she activates her ranked-up buff and her entire body turns green, while the yellow core in her chest continues to glow and spread throughout her body. Instantly, she seems fine and flies forward, unaffected by the pressure tens of times greater than her own. Ember grins, raising an eyebrow while preparing to block her incoming attack. At the last moment, centimeters before they collide, I watch portions of her body return to their natural state, and she is able to land hits on Ember's fists, but they're nowhere near strong enough to do damage. Ember strikes back, but his fist pushes right through her body like it is not even there, despite the clear difference in strength. Abby uses this moment of surprise to spin around to Ember's back and release another Earth-imbued crescent, but millimeters before impact. Ember spins around and blocks this too. He counters again, but when his fist makes contact with her stomach, it phases through like nothing is there. Both lunge back, and Ember laughs, releasing the full aura of his true core. It is really the same power. The immortal form while still holding a yellow core, quite impressive. Use that new buff, Jay. Granted you. I want to see everything you've got, as his true core's aura ripples out. And they're only 100 or so meters apart in the sky. Abby can feel that if she is too close, she'll be knocked out from the pressure, and any exposed limbs or body parts would be shredded by the pressure alone. Releasing her buff to attack would not be a good idea. Moments later, Abby replies to this challenge by opening up her status interface and pulling the full 1% of stats from over 6.1 million links of loyalty. Her entire body glows bright green, and her aura grows, giving off an immense amount of mana control and stat-based power. However, I don't feel the same eerie sensation I did when Maria accessed these stats. Instead of staring into the abyss of a soul energy core, Abby feels inviting and warm. However, the raw strength coming off her is definitely intense. They both fly toward each other again without exchanging another word, and bright green and yellow light ripples through the entire dark continent, just like the spar between Maria and Raven hours ago. Right before each hit, Abby is able to deactivate small portions of her body and blood-bonded weapons to attack with. And Ember goes purely on the defensive. Her exposed areas easily fend off Ember's domineering, true core's aura, and I smile as her attacks become faster and faster, aiming for fatal blows, while Ember keeps upping the pace to help her learn. Another 10 minutes pass as the exchanges become so fast. They near the speed and gravity waves I felt while facing off against the low-level, true core bronze dragon. Abby's mana-rich aura ripples through the air, and I feel the same warm, calming sensation pass through me as she pulls mana from the surroundings and forms massive spears of stone to surround Ember. Changing up her fighting style, some of the immense pillars reach hundreds of meters long, and they fly forward at varying speeds while she severs her links with them to focus on flying forward with daggers in hand, using the village-sized stones as distractions. Ember replies to this barrage with ease, sending larger and larger waves of divine flames her way, disintegrating some of the spears and punching through others, while simultaneously blocking her close-up attacks. He yells out loud again. Not bad, a newly awakened yellow core fighting a true core. No matter how many buffs are active, it is a feat that is basically impossible. Let's see if that physique still holds up now, as he spins out of the way of one of her close-range attacks. He sends a kick flying toward her side, but to both Ember's and my surprise, his leg phases right through her like a hologram, and she counters, sending him flying backward with an aura of surprise and excitement bursting from him. Red and black scales form all over his body, and his feet and hands turn to claws. A long, pointed tail emerges from his back, and the pressure from his true core grows even higher, nearly matching Raven's. Then he flies forward with an excited look on his face. His movement speed is slightly faster than Abby's now, and his pressure is overwhelming. However, Once he makes contact with Abby's body again, and it phases through with no resistance at all, his excitement only grows more. Abby tries to counter, and Ember allows it to hit his right arm. Her dagger bounces off without leaving a single scratch, but when Ember strikes back again, his left set of claws fall deep into her green body and don't leave a mark either. Another 5 minutes of back-and-forth exchanges follow. Ember's hybrid form and Abby's full power pulling 1% of stats are nearly equal when it comes to speed and technique accuracy. However, the raw strength differs. While I am not sure Maria could keep up with these fast-paced exchanges, I am sure the full power of her Ice Goddess's blue sword could have left a mark on Ember. That being said, the more yellow and green flashes of light that go by, the more intrigued I become with Abby's near-invincible defenses. I watch with a proud look across my face from about a kilometer away. High above them, while they continue to spar, becoming faster and stronger with every strike that passes. Now, not even counting myself, I have 4 teammates I am positive can hold their own against true cores. With the rate at which my links of loyalty are growing, we'll at least double the amount of stats to pull from sometime tomorrow. However, the scorching heat of those divine flames surrounding Central Keep resurfacing in the back of my mind, making me wonder if all of this is enough. As another half an hour passes, and the two of them continue practicing at Abby's full power, my senses wander outward, routinely surveying the Dark Continent and 8 great regions. Suddenly, I see something very odd emerging from the receding abyss. In the center of the Dark Continent, over the last few days, as the black mist flows back toward the tower, many abandoned villages and ruined cities have been revealed. Some were pillaged by rogue hunters and bandits, while others were destroyed by the demonic beasts that roamed within the demonic energy of the abyss. None of these beasts dared to step outside the darkness, as the air in this mana-rich world is harmful to pure demonic energy-born creatures. But now, for the first time, I see a sliver of space giving off odd readings right on the edge of the abyss near Sector 1, about 700 kilometers from Valor City. I wouldn't have noticed it at all, except for the fact that my senses picked up a large number of gravity wells emerging from seemingly nowhere. Their numbers continue to grow at a rapid rate. So, I focus all of my perception in that direction now to see what the disturbance might be. My eyes widen as a large demonic rift, over 10 meters high, floating above the desert comes into view. Many demons with bright red divine cores glowing in their chests step out onto the sand, lighting up the night with their crimson divine light. They're dressed in full black armor, long swords and shields in hand, and emit a dangerous and unique aura of killing intent. Chapter 665. I watched dozens of red-cored demons, dressed head to toe in metallic black armor, step out from the rift. Some carry long swords, others shields, and a few wield axes and hammers. Their horns vary in height and length, with colors ranging from black to brown to red. The exposed skin on some demons shares these color tones. Even their heights and builds differ, some standing near human height at 2 meters, while others tower up to 5 or even 6 meters tall. These are all archdemons, ranging from level 5,000 to 9,000, and their sharp eyes scan the darkness of night with ease, spreading out in multiple directions. The constant flow of red cores halts after about 4 dozen demons emerge, and then an orange-cored demon steps through. It moves forward, raising its arms to begin giving orders to the surrounding demons. At such a distance, with the interference of the abyss, the true core-level fight happening in front of me, and the thousands of kilometers between us, I can only make out a few words: survey the lands, and report back the throne's approximate opening time. I want threat levels calculated. This world is located in a 3rd-class natural mana zone. There shouldn't even be enough mana here to create a fully matured Stage 2 labyrinth. Scope out potential nearby threats and secure this land to begin the base builds. Lord Vermilion will be expecting your scouting results back in 15 minutes. The demons split into 2 groups. Some spread out to begin surveying the outside of the abyss as it slowly seeps inward toward the tower, while others get into formation and start glowing white and purple. At first, my eyes widen as I mistake this purple glow for something similar to the ring I am wearing. But the longer I look, the more intriguing it becomes. Their demon cores all glow and vibrate with this light purple sensation, and a material emanates from their bodies, giving off the radiation of chi in the back of my mind, while also simulating the sensation I feel when someone uses soul energy. No mana is being used in these movements, and it clicks in my head what they're using once the base of a structure begins to form on the desert floor. Demonic soul energy. I whisper to myself. It appears that just as mana and chi can combine to create a far more powerful base, demonic energy and chi can do the same. Demons on this world are usually too weak when they form labyrinth contracts to obtain such a substance, so they're all mana-based creatures here. Only a small portion are capable of wielding demonic energy through their cores, and even less have ever even seen chi. However, every single one of these demons is using both of them combined to an exceptional degree. They are the elite force Pluto spoke of seeing when he was young. An army of demons led by the Vermilion family called the Red Cord Demonic Knights. As this unfolds in my mind's eye, the spar between Ember and Abby continues. In Ember's hybrid form, their speed and battle IQ are similar, but it is clear Ember has far more raw power. Even the attacks Abby lands only scratch his natural scaled armor, while Ember's attacks can't land either, as Abby's body allows them to seep through like nothing. Every time her immortal body is tested, I feel a faint, warm ripple of energy coming from her, hitting me and everything in our surroundings. I am over a kilometer away, and it is very faint, but I zero in on it with my all-seeing eye as the battle goes on and discover that energy is being expended and ejected each time. The explanation for how it works is almost as strange as the pulses from Maria's core. Ember yells again as they both fly back after a rapid series of exchanges. All right, if I can't land a hit on you with this, I'll be thoroughly impressed. His body glows with a yellow and golden radiance, growing in size. The scales multiply, covering the remaining exposed skin, while his clawed hands and feet grow larger. His tail extends and thickens, while above it, 2 obsidian black wings sprout with crimson-red undersides. His true core's silky divine light pulses outward, imbuing his entire form as it grows tens of meters long, giving it a shimmering mythical glow. He lets out a roar, emitting the full power of his aura, dominating the battlefield with multiple times the pressure from moments ago. Abby remains unaffected, using her second ranked-up buff. She yells back, "Come at me with everything you've got." She deactivates her earth magic and puts away her daggers, focusing purely on defense. There were no marks on Ember's hybrid form, so attempting to attack this form seems pointless. Right now, they're testing the effectiveness of her immortal form. The two forces move forward, and I watch Ember's claws move first as he releases a wave of bright divine flames. On contact, Abby's green body ripples, and an even hotter wave of pure mana pulses out. Yet again, she is completely unscathed from Ember's full-force direct attack. The black and red dragons' laugh echoes throughout the air as their exchanges continue, with him releasing flames and deadly strikes her way. Over 2 minutes pass with dozens of attacks. Every time Abby tanks the hits, I feel hotter and hotter waves of energy radiating from her body. In my mind's eye, I continue to watch the demons build their square-shaped structure from demonic soul energy, while others circle the abyss. I could intervene, but they're about to hit the apex of their battle, and Abby's physique is finally reacting to Ember's blows in a way that is pushing it to its limit. The demons present could be taken out in seconds if I flew over, but I don't see them as a threat. It is best not to disturb the flow state of the battle before me. The heat waves from their fight grow so intense that I back up another kilometer. Meanwhile, some of the Red Cord demon scouts report back to their Orange Cord leader. I can only make out 2 of their responses, as the divine radiation interference here grows more intense. "Commander, the perimeter is secure. No ascended demonic beasts or humans within 100 kilometers on either side. 31 planet hours. This is the approximate time of the awakening." The Orange Cord commander nods, then turns to walk back through the open rift. Less than a minute later, multiple orange cores emerge from the rift. My heart rate speeds up as I see the sheer number of demons with bright orange cores walking out into the desert of the Dark Continent. I count over a dozen, and the hundreds of red cord demons following them are even more absurd sight. Over a dozen commanders begin giving the hundreds of red cord demons orders, repeating the process of surveying the abyss and building symmetrical bases a few kilometers apart, one for each orange core. I consider breaking the news to the fighters before me, but the heat waves coming off them continue to rise as Abby's energy form glows brighter with every second. Her speed is increasing exponentially, and it feels like she is converting stagnant energy in her body into a boost for her movement speed. As my all-seeing eye-enhanced vision tracks her, it looks like she is experiencing a breakthrough, similar to the one I had when fighting Sebastian the True Core. I had strategically selected areas of my greater form to alter its density, enlarging for higher attack power or compacting for greater speed. It seems Abby is doing the same, making portions of her body less immune to attacks where she isn't being hit, using that energy to propel herself through the air faster. Once the hordes of orange and red cores stop flowing from the rift, 6 yellow cord demons walk out next. This finally gets my attention, and I open a telepathic link with both Ember and Abby, no longer caring if I break their flow state. We have company. Demons are emerging from a rift near the abyss. These demons are all level 9,000 to 9,900, and every single one of them possess enough divine energy to surpass the Apex Region's director. 2 of them are newly awakened true cores, while the other 4 have such large yellow cores that it looks like they're about to collapse into true cores at any moment. Instinctively, I activate my greater form and begin to send a warning through the open telepathy channel to my other teammates. But a 7th demon walks out, and the rift closes behind it. I stop before I fully get the message out, as for the first time in a long time, I am unable to get a reading on a being status. All that comes back are question marks and purple text that makes no sense. Another heavy true core demon emerges from the rift, its gravity signature many times larger than any true core I've ever seen. The only similar reading I've ever felt is the divine flames in Central, its eyes pulsing white and yellow, sending a wave of perception throughout the entire dark continent. With it comes a domineering pressure, and I don't need to say a word to Abby or Ember, they feel it too. The pulse travels far beyond us, deep into the 8 great regions, Raven's territory, and even further beyond my senses. The demon stands tall, inspecting the structures being built, then orders the yellow cores to construct one of their own. This demon stands over 10 meters tall, with bright, shimmering red horns jutting from its forehead, jet black skin, and obsidian armor that shimmers to match. Its face bears a noble, all-knowing expression. Once its subordinates get to work, it stares west, shifting its gaze slightly 3 times before moving its sight toward the south to look directly at me and send a wave of perception, laced with a nasty aura of intimidation. From over 3,000 kilometers away, the psychic attack hits me, rattling my entire being. My vision blurs for a split second, severing my long-range perception and telepathy channels, while an intense pain like pins and needles ripples through my body. I feel I've just looked into the soul of an evil god of war filled with nothing but bloodlust and ruthless killing intent. The cool outer image of the noble demon is very deceiving. About 2 seconds later, I managed to recover by instantly activating all my buffs and concentrating on my self-regeneration skill to cleanse the dreadful aura from my mind and body. However, once my long-range vision returns, all I see is the demon lose interest and turn away from me to look at the towering throne within the abyss.